Well, it's a blessing and a tragedy in the Bahamas for Anna Nicole Smith, and ABC took a lot of heat over its retelling of the run-up to the 9/11 attacks. But did people watch? For all the details, let's turn it over now to Showbiz Tonight's Brooke Anderson. Hi, Brooke.
Hi there, Betty. Well, despite all the hype, ABC's controversial miniseries The Path to 9/11 took a backseat to, get this, football.
I am not going to have you inflaming tensions with the Yemenis. You understand? This is a fledgling democracy, which I have nurtured on behalf of the State Department, and I do not want you coming in here ruining all my good work.
Seems to me the bombers of the Corps may have ruined a bit of it. I was talking to a petty officer outside.
The highly scrutinized docudrama debuted last night. Now, last week, former President Clinton administration officials were angered over parts of the film that depicted former President Clinton as being too distracted by the Monica Lewinsky scandal to focus on terrorism. ABC told CNN it was not a documentary, but rather a dramatization that included fictionalized events. Despite calls for ABC to pull the movie, The Path to 9/11 did indeed air and included the depictions that caused the controversy. All the scuff, however, didn't do much for ABC's ratings. Preliminary reports say NBC's premiere of Sunday Night Football was left doing the end zone dance, winning the night with an estimated 20.7 million viewers. ABC in the miniseries finished second with 13 million viewers. It did, however, fare better than CBS's third airing of its 9/11 documentary, which was seen by an estimated 10.6 million people. Part 2 of The Path to 9/11 will air tonight, but will take a 20-minute break at 9 Eastern for President Bush to address the nation. And really sad news today from the family of former Playboy playmate Anna Nicole Smith. The body of Smith's 20-year-old son, Daniel Smith, was found yesterday. This was just 3 days after Anna Nicole gave birth to a baby girl in the Bahamas. The cause of Daniel Smith's death has not yet been determined. A spokeswoman for Trim Spa, the diet products company that has been endorsed by Smith, declined to provide details, saying only that Smith died, quote, in his bed. Daniel was in the Bahamas for the birth of the baby. A photograph of Daniel and mom Anna Nicole, along with this statement, has been posted on Smith's website. Quote, "We have yet to learn the cause of death, but do not believe that drugs or alcohol were a factor. Anna Nicole is absolutely devastated by the loss of her son. He was her pride and joy and an amazing human being. Our sincerest condolences go out to their family." All right, coming up tonight on Showbiz Tonight, Hollywood versus the terrorists, a rare look at how the government recruited the most creative minds in Hollywood after 9/11 to help prevent another terrorist attack. Plus, Hollywood's biggest stars share their emotional memories of 9/11. It's all on Showbiz Tonight, 11 Eastern. Betty, back to you.
We'll be watching, Brooke. Thank you. Well, the New York Stock Exchange is just blocks away from Ground Zero, and it became a very different place in the days and weeks after the 9/11 attacks. Susan Lasovich joins us from the NYSE now. Susan, what's the mood on Wall Street today?
Betty, I think it's obviously a very solemn day. 5 years sounds like a long time, and in some ways it is, because there have been what appear to be permanent changes down on Wall Street since. But if you talk to any trader on this floor who was here on 9/11, you quickly go back to that moment, and a lot of the traders tear up, which is saying quite a bit. It's kind of a macho place, the trading floor. It's like a giant locker room, and that's understandable, though, the emotions here, because Wall Street's a very small community. Everybody here knew someone who died that day, and physically it was an overpowering experience. There are 40-foot windows just beyond the camera where I'm standing, and people could not see outside those windows because of a blizzard of debris that was raining down from the World Trade Center site just 3 blocks away. The building literally shook when the second plane hit. So a very powerful experience and a life-altering experience for the men and women here. Betty.
Yeah, as we talk about the mood on the floor, how's the mood of investors today? How's trading faring?
Well, I think that, there's something to be said about resilience, the resilience of the ordinary American and the resilience of the people of Wall Street. It was such an overpowering experience to come back to work the following week. But to come back to work, a lot of people felt that it was their patriotic duty to get America back to work. That's what they did then. That's what they do today. And that is the latest from the New York Stock Exchange 5 years after 9/11. CNN Newsroom will return in just a moment.
It's an essential emotional part of Ground Zero ceremonies each year. The name of each World Trade Center victim is read aloud by relatives or close friends. You can count the number, 2,749, but you can't calculate the depth of loss that remains. CNN's Alan Chernoff is there as New York remembers today, and he joins us now live. Alan.
Hello, Betty. And the church bells have been ringing throughout Lower Manhattan for the past several hours as loved ones of those who lost their lives 5 years ago step into the pit, into the footsteps of exactly where the Twin Towers had been. And just a few people remain as thousands have been going down into the pit. Earlier you mentioned the names read, all 2,749. Certainly a time for people to reflect at just how many innocent lives were lost that day. We also heard after the formal ceremony, after the announcement of the names, fire engines actually running their sirens ceremonially. And for me personally, that brought me back 5 years ago, because throughout the city that day and for days after, you constantly heard fire engines going and going and going. It was almost just a nightmare, an audio nightmare for so many people beyond what happened right behind me. Among the speakers earlier today was a woman by the name of Susan Sliwak, who remembered her husband, Robert.
How far would I travel to be where you are? How far is the journey from here to a star? And if I ever lost you, how much would I cry? How deep is the ocean? How high is the sky?
Those are the lyrics to a beautiful Irving Berlin song. But certainly today is a day that the pain that so many people hold deep within them as they go about their daily routines, that pain today comes up to the surface, and we certainly saw so much of that earlier today. Betty?
It's a pain that is very real still 5 years after September 11th. But let me ask you, there's been progress that's been made in the 5 years as well. Talk to me about the foundation that's being laid at the Freedom Towers.
That's right. The foundation is being laid to my right, and really they've only just been digging through some of the bedrock there. The foundation is barely in place. As you know, there have been so many political, economic, community battles involved in redeveloping Ground Zero. Governor George Pataki had promised a number of years ago that on this anniversary date, the Freedom Tower would already be up. Obviously, that's not the case. So it has been a very difficult struggle to get something rebuilt, even a memorial here at Ground Zero.
CNN's Alan Chernoff at Ground Zero in New York today on September 11th. Well, this day had a place in Pentagon history long before 2001. On that date, this date in 1941, ground was broken for the vast and iconic structure that would house the central leadership of the U.S. military. This was also the date in 2002 when, after 3 million man-hours of effort, the damage inflicted by a hijacked airliner was fully repaired. Today, the Pentagon's history, mission, and image are front and center in solemn ceremonies. And CNN's senior Pentagon correspondent Jamie McIntyre is there.
On September 11th, that an army of reporters watched the aftermath of the attack on the Pentagon. Now, Mike Walter was driving on this road and had a first-hand look. What do you recall about that day?
I just remember being stuck in traffic. I remember seeing the jet above me and starting to bank, and then it started screaming towards the Pentagon, a huge explosion, gigantic fireball, and I was just sitting there in stunned disbelief.
It's like a cruise missile with wings, went right there and slammed right into the Pentagon.
Now, your description on CNN 5 years ago, comparing the impact to like a cruise missile hitting the building, has shown up on internet conspiracy sites. What do you say to the doubters?
Well, there's no doubt in my mind. It was an American Airlines jet. What I was trying to say that day to you was that this pilot, whoever was piloting that jet, had turned it into a weapon. I mean, there was no doubt about it. It was aiming for the Pentagon. It was a weapon of destruction.
Now, you're a reporter, but that day you didn't have a cell phone?
That's true. I didn't have a cell phone and I didn't have a camera, and now I have one that does both, and I wish I had this on September 11th.
Mike Walter now works for local station Channel 9 here in Washington. I can relate to him showing up on these conspiracy sites, because if you search the internet, you'll also find a clip of me saying that there's no evidence a plane hit anywhere near the Pentagon, but what they don't tell you is that quote is taken out of context. I was asked a question about whether a plane could have crashed short of the Pentagon or near the Pentagon. I said, no, not near the Pentagon, only at the Pentagon. But just goes to show you how these things go out on the internet and then are perpetuated. We're now standing by here at the Pentagon just for the final event here at the day. President Bush will be arriving shortly. He has arrived at Andrews Air Force Base to place a wreath at the very point where the plane hit the Pentagon 5 years ago. There's a small blackened piece of limestone that is set in the wall, part of the original wall that was there, that was left as a memorial to mark that day. President Bush will lay a wreath there, surrounded by family members of some of the victims of September 11th, and that'll be coming up shortly. You'll see it here on CNN.
Yeah, when that happens, we will take it live, Jamie. In fact, you'll be with us for that. But let me ask you about the Pentagon Memorial. It's something that started construction just a few months ago. Tell me about the memorial and when they expect to be completed.
Well, they've now raised enough funds that they're able to get the construction underway. It's a very unique design. There will be 184 benches, lighted benches, one for each person who died both on the ground and on the plane. They're just beginning construction now. You can see a picture of it on the website. And it will be open where people will be able to come, a sort of peaceful spot, and be able to sit and reflect on what happened and see that side of the building, which is the side right behind us where the plane hit 5 years ago.
CNN's Jamie McIntyre, who was there on that fateful day. Jamie, thank you for that. Well, experts say it was as sure to come as the 9/11 anniversary. A new message from Al-Qaeda. The video statement showed up on an Islamist website Sunday. The terror group's #2 man calls on Muslims to step up their resistance to the U.S. Ayman al-Zawahiri also warns Americans of what he calls new events.
Your leaders are hiding from you the scale of the disaster that will shock you. You gave us every opportunity and every legitimacy to continue fighting you. We warned you repeatedly, and we offered you a truce. You ignored our calls and gave us every legitimate reason to fight you until you give in or surrender. We tell you not to concern yourselves with the troops in Iraq and Afghanistan. These are doomed. You should worry about your presence in the Gulf, and the second place they should worry about is in Israel.
I want to take you live now to Andrews Air Force Base, where the president has just arrived on Air Force One. You see him and the First Lady walking off. They will be headed shortly to the Pentagon for that wreath-laying ceremony that Jamie McIntyre was talking about just moments ago. That ceremony is expected to take place at 3:45 Eastern Time. It's going to be a ceremony that's going to last close to an hour, a very somber and solemn ceremony in remembrance of the 184 people who died on this day, not including the 5 hijackers, as American Airlines Flight 77 plowed into the Pentagon building, setting it on fire. And of course, when that does happen, we will take it live right here on CNN. Well, a good way to measure the emotional distance from 2001 to 2006, your feelings then and now. In a new poll from CNN and the Opinion Research Corporation, we spoke with 1,000 adults about September 11th. 70% say the country will never be back to normal after that tragic day. As you can see, that number is up considerably since 2002. We also asked people to tell us how they feel today. 85% have strong feelings of sadness, 74% anger. Far fewer express strong feelings of fear or vengeance. Still, fear has seen a significant increase. Take a look. It's up 13 percentage points since 2002. We've been asking viewers to share their memories of September 11th. Michelle Rosado sent this iReport picture. Take a look. She says the photo of the Twin Towers was taken on the Friday before the attack. Look at those buildings. Rosado says she escaped from the 95th floor of the second tower and often remembers co-workers who died on 9/11. The solemn nature of visiting Ground Zero was captured by Stuart Fort. He snapped this picture while standing in line at St. Paul's Chapel. He said people were calm and polite as they waited 5 hours to see Ground Zero. And 2 children mark on a 9/11 memorial in Georgia. This picture was taken by Shin Lee at a flag ceremony for victims 3 years ago. You want to report for CNN too? All you have to do is go to cnn.com/iReport and stay tuned to CNN as we observe the 5th anniversary of September 11th. All Day Today Pipeline is playing CNN's original coverage of the September 11th attacks, uncut, unedited, as it happened, live on CNN 5 years ago. To use our broadband service, just log on to CNN.com and click on Pipeline. Well, his identical twin killed on 9/11. The pain remains, but other feelings have changed.
In my brother's eulogy, encouraged people to get back on planes. You know, if I had known then what I know now, I don't know if I could make that statement.
Anger over airline security 5 years after the attacks, ahead on CNN. And as we mentioned, the president has just arrived at Andrews Air Force Base. Next, he'll head to the Pentagon for a memorial. We'll take you there live on the most trusted name in news. Live pictures there on this September 11th. His brother, his identical twin, killed on 9/11. He hasn't spoken publicly about it until now. CNN's Jason Carroll talks to Mike Bavis about his loss and his mission.
They were literally mirror images of each other. Mike Bavis and his twin brother Mark look so much alike, at times only their clothing distinguished them. The two shared that special bond identical twins often talk about.
We were very close. We spent so much of our time together being in sports and really always together.
They grew up in Boston in a large, loving Irish Catholic family, went to the same schools, played on the same hockey teams, even in college.
They did everything together. You know, when we were recruiting them, there was a question of whether we were going to take both of them or we'd only take one, and there was no way they were going to split up and go to different schools.
We played together quite a bit. We were very lucky.
In 2001, Mark Bavis was working as a hockey scout for the Los Angeles Kings. On September 11th, he boarded United Airlines Flight 175 in Boston. His life and the lives of 64 others cut short when the plane hit the World Trade Center.
I've got 2 children, and my brother was a big part of all of my nieces and nephews' lives. So I think that, I look at that and I know they've missed that. And that's tough.
For the first time since his brother's death, Bavis has agreed to talk publicly, motivated by anger over what he sees as preventable gaps in airline security and concern that Mark's death might have been in vain.
In my brother's eulogy, encouraged people to get back on planes. You know, if I had known then what I know now, I don't know if I could make that statement.
Today, Bavis is especially critical of the Transportation Security Administration, or TSA. He says they're withholding key documents relating to the 9/11 hijackings and are not open enough about their current security procedures.
I don't think being secretive in terms of the performance, in terms of the job they're doing, is good for the American public. And I think if the American public knew before 9/11 that there was a threat, we would have been much better prepared to act when those people entered the planes. What we don't know is bad for national security.
Clear bag.
The TSA says they provided information about their security operation to 9/11 families who requested it, redacting only the minimum necessary to continue to protect our aviation system. Bavis says that's not enough. He says there needs to be more federal oversight of the TSA, and he's urging people to lean on their lawmakers.
Wherever you might be, red state or blue state, if you can't get engaged to learn more about what's happened since 9/11, then we are destined to have another terrorist act. Get over, get over, get over.
Bavis now coaches hockey at his alma mater, Boston University. The ice is where he has some of his fondest memories of his brother.
Bavis backhand goal with 1 second left.
In the school's arena, an image memorializing Mark shooting a championship goal.
Is it okay for you to look at things like this?
Yeah, I think that, some are probably harder than others. I think that if you asked anybody in my family, we all have times that, we feel like he's right there with us.
Jason Carroll, CNN, Boston.
Mike and his family have set up a college scholarship fund in Mark's name, and you can go to www.markbavisleadershipfoundation.org for more information. And you can see more of Jason Carroll's reports on Paula's On Now, weeknights at 8 Eastern only on CNN. Well, we are standing by for a memorial at the Pentagon. The President and First Lady will participate by laying a wreath at this memorial site that you see there live. We'll go to that event when it happens. We're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news. Looking at live pictures now at the Memorial Wall at Ground Zero in New York. Today, as the nation remembers, the New York Stock Exchange is just blocks away from those pictures that you saw right there. Susan Lisovich is there now with a closer look at how the attacks of September 11th affected the New York Stock Exchange and traders working there on that day. Susan?
And one of them, Betty, is standing next to me. And 5 years ago at this time, there was a joyous reunion in Westchester County, New York, because Kenny Polcari walked in the door. This was not something that could be taken for granted because his office was on the 55th floor of the South Tower, just a few floors below where the second plane hit. You and all of your colleagues got out okay.
We actually ended up leaving that morning at about 8:20 because a couple of us were hungry, wanted to come over here for breakfast, and so we left actually about 8:20 from there, when we would have probably been there till 8:45 or 8:50 on a regular day, which would have been before our building got hit, but clearly after the first building got hit. So we were quite lucky that we were here and that we were upstairs in this building when it happened.
You felt it, though, and you saw it with your own eyes as you escaped uptown.
I have to tell you is that I did not feel the first one. None of us did. We came down to the lobby at 5 minutes to 9, and there was this confusion going on. I came into the booth. I called my wife to try to figure out, have her turn on the TV to tell me what's happening. And by this time, my wife was already watching the TV and trying to see it and trying to figure out where I was. And so when she heard my voice, she was very happy because she thought I was still in the building. And at that moment, when the second plane came around and came right into the side of the building that we were in, there was this tremendous explosion, which down here you could feel it. You could even feel it. I mean, the whole building started to vibrate.
And so you and everybody that worked with you, escaped uptown, and you saw the tower collapse.
We were here on the floor. They started to evacuate the building at about maybe 5 after or 6 after 9. We walked out the east side of the building. We started to walk down towards Wall Street, away from the west side as we were being directed. We walked down to the FDR Drive, and then we started walking north because there was no other way to go other than to walk.
You know, Kenny, I think what a lot of people don't understand is the conviction of people like you who lost friends, close ones that day, but the overwhelming sense that despite it all, you had to come back to work that following week. Why was that?
Well, you know, the New York Stock Exchange plays a major role in this country about not only who we are, but what the system, our capitalist system, is all about. And most people down here have worked here for many, many years. I mean, I've been here for 25 years myself. And there was a real sense, and it was very patriotic, that we needed to come back. We needed to open up on that Monday. We needed to show the world that we may have been hurt, but we were not by any means out.
And there's a sense that, you know, when you talk about the American way of life, you talk about freedom of religion, freedom of speech, there's the freedom of a markets-based economy.
There absolutely is. And a lot of people, not only in this country, but in the world, invest in stocks that are listed here. They invest it for different reasons, whether it's to buy their first home, to finance their kids' education, to finance their own retirement, that they depend on the U.S. capital markets to work. And people down here understand that. And there's a real commitment. And everybody came here on that Monday. And although it was quite a somber day, and although the market didn't have a good day on that Monday, when that bell rang at 4 o'clock, you were glad to be an American. You were proud to be an American.
There was a lot of applause that day.
At the 4 o'clock, when that bell rang, we were hugging, and we were proud to be Americans, and we were proud to have been here to show the world that we were not out.
I have to tell you, I was very happy to be here myself, to see democracy at work and the economy back on its feet, or slowly getting back on its feet. Kenny Polcari, it's a pleasure to see you, and it's good to have you back here.
Thank you.
And that's the latest from here. Back to you, Betty.
Yeah, and what we saw was America's resilience. Susan, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Suddenly under attack and engulfed in flames when terrorists flew their hijacked plane into the Pentagon on September 11th, the battle to stay alive began for Lieutenant Colonel Brian Birdwell. Just ahead from the CNN newsroom, he joins me live and will bring that Pentagon Memorial ceremony to you as well as soon as it begins. Stay with us. The tears, they keep flowing 5 years after 9/11, and today bells tolled, choirs sang as the country mourned the victims of the terror attacks. But Americans aren't the only ones remembering the tragic date. Here's a look at memorials all around the world.
We also gathered to reaffirm our commitment, both as friends and allies of the people of the United States, but also as citizens of the world, to maintain the fight against terrorism.
God bless the memory of those who perished at the World Trade Center, Pentagon, and in Pennsylvania. Bring peace and comfort to their surviving families, friends, and loved ones. May their memory inspire us to never grow weary in our vigilance to protect our homeland. Be near us now and rekindle our spirit of faith and trust in you, that we may be strengthened by their selfless acts of courage as we look to you for the hope of our tomorrows. Amen.
We have a breaking news story to tell you about. A school is in lockdown in Delhi, California. Let's go on the phone now to Sheriff Mark Pazin to tell us about exactly what is happening at that school. Sheriff, bring us up to speed.
Good afternoon. Basically around 9 o'clock this morning Pacific Standard Time, an individual is looking for aluminum cans at the Delhi Educational Park here in Delhi. Came across a blue backpack. Inside the backpack he found 3 handguns with ammunition and an assault rifle, an SKS assault rifle, functional with a 30-round banana clip. At this point in time we have deputies that have locked down the educational park. We are doing a systematic and methodical search of approximately 25 acres with a student population of 850, along with associated faculty. So we're going to be in for a long day. We'll be going into the classrooms here shortly, and it's just an interesting parallel that we found these weapons on the anniversary of 9/11. On or about the same time one of the towers were hit around 9 a.m. this morning.
Well, do you know anything about who that backpack belongs to and if there are other guns on the property?
Well, that's what we're in the process of. We are very concerned that there's some sick or demented person trying to take advantage of the 5-year 9/11 anniversary. So we're not taking anything for chance. We have canines on the ground that their specialty is gunpowder and gunpowder residue. So again, we are doing a systematic, a methodical search of the grounds, both ancillary and internal to the educational park. So we are doing everything just to make sure we don't have some sick or demented person trying to get their kicks on the what should be a solemn day today on the anniversary of 9/11.
Well, Sheriff Mark Pazin, thanks so much for joining us and bringing us up to speed on what is happening there at Delhi High School there in California, where the school is under lockdown. Thank you for that. If anything develops, of course, we'll be wanting to speak with you. In the meantime, let's go straight to the Pentagon now, where a memorial is about to begin, and CNN senior Pentagon correspondent Jamie McIntyre is there. Jamie?
And Betty, one of the final events of the day for President Bush, who has arrived at the Pentagon, which you see behind me, the side of the Pentagon, the southwest side that was hit by American Airlines Flight 77 5 years ago. There will be a wreath-laying ceremony at the precise point where the plane hit the building, which is now marked by a blackened piece of limestone, blackened from the original explosion 5 years ago and engraved with the date September 11, 2001. At the site are members of Congress, some of the family members, other dignitaries awaiting the arrival of the president, whose helicopter landed outside the Pentagon a short time ago. President Bush making the trip, of course, from Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the site of the crash of United Airlines Flight 93. This, again, is sort of the last formal event as the president toured all the sites that were attacked that day. And this one will be, again, a wreath-laying ceremony here at the very point of impact. It's quite an impressive rebuilding job that has gone on here at the Pentagon. The original limestone was replaced with limestone from the same quarry, and as you look across at the side of the Pentagon, you almost can't tell where it was hit 5 years ago. A stark difference from the scene that we saw standing in this gas station parking lot 5 years ago, watching the Pentagon burn, watching all of the debris and fire trucks, and then eventually over the months to come, seeing them carve a huge hole out of the Pentagon as they took away all the debris and began rebuilding the building.
It is a stark difference, Jamie. You were there on that day when the plane hit. Take us back to that moment. What memory sticks out most in your mind?
Well, I think the thing that struck me was, well, first of all, when we saw the second plane hit the tower in New York, we knew right away that there was a terrorist event going on. Up until then, it was a little confusing. And then we saw the attack at the Pentagon. And when I was in my office, which is on the opposite side of the building, and the building is so big that I didn't see or feel the impact. Part of that may have been because my office was filled with people. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, who is recovering from shoulder surgery, is here at the Pentagon to welcome President Bush. Rumsfeld, on that day, remarkably, against the advice of his aides, instead of being whisked away to safety, he actually ran to the scene. And now we see President Bush arriving. He's walking out the door, which is now being called the Memorial Door, because this is right near where the Pentagon Memorial will be built, right across from this site. And we can see as the president is rounding the turn there, he is coming right to the precise point where the plane hit that day. As you heard the strains of the U.S. Army's Pershing Zone brass quintet there playing America the Beautiful. President Bush now greeting some of the people in the crowd along with Laura Bush. You know, it's impossible to see that spot and stand in front of that blackened piece of limestone and not get a chill up your spine about what happened on that day 5 years ago.
It's definitely a solemn moment. He's meeting with those in the crowd now. I imagine family members as well of those who perished on that day. Jamie, there were 184 people killed in the Pentagon attack, 125 inside the Pentagon, 59 on board American Airlines Flight 77, and that doesn't even include the 5 hijackers on the plane. A lot of loss on that day, but the nation also does look forward. There's a Pentagon memorial that is being erected. It started construction back in June, Jamie.
That's right, Betty, and again, it's right at this site. It'll be a place where the public will be able to come and see the side of the Pentagon, the site of the crash, and the winning design is actually quite stirring. It features 184 lighted benches. They're benches with lights underneath and trees as well for each of the victims on that day. It'll be a place of peaceful repose right outside the nation's military headquarters, a permanent reminder of the sacrifices made on that day.
A lot of sacrifice made on that day. Again, we're watching the president meet with those. They're witnessing this wreath-laying memorial today to those killed in the Pentagon attack. As we look at these pictures and we think about what happened on this day 5 years ago, Jamie, you also have to think about how the nation has healed. You cover the Pentagon, you're there day in and day out. Do you feel that healing has occurred, or is there still a lot ground to go in the healing process?
Well, I think that we saw, particularly in the aftermath of September 11th, was a great deal of resolve on the part of the U.S. military and the civilian leadership to battle back against the forces that attacked the United States. And despite the fact that both Afghanistan and Iraq have turned into be deadly and difficult missions, it is inspiring sometimes to see the bit of resolve both on the part of some of the leaders who are leading the campaigns there, but particularly on the resolve of the average soldier, sailor, airman, Marines who are fighting in those theaters of war, who believe in their mission. You know, whatever you think about the policy, you really have to take your hat off to the dedication of the U.S. military. And as a reporter, you know, whenever you get out in the field, you know, we cover a lot of things at the Pentagon, where we hear the view from the top. But whenever you go out in the field and you actually see the U.S. military close up at work, it's always a very impressive sight. These have been very trying times for the U.S. military. It's stretched very thin. People acknowledge that. The mission in Iraq has turned out to be more difficult than they expected. The U.S. military and civilians acknowledge that as well. But Defense Secretary Rumsfeld today, earlier speaking at the Pentagon, said that he thought people ought to give the U.S. servicemen the benefit of the doubt because they deserve that. And while there have been some scandals and some problems, the U.S. military continues to point out that 99.9% of the U.S. military population serves with great distinction and honor in what has become quite a difficult time post-September 11th.
Jamie, we're going to pause for a moment and just let our viewers take in what is happening at the Pentagon today as the president is there for this memorial service and meets with the people who are there to remember and reflect. Looking at pictures now of President Bush greeting people at the Pentagon following today's memorial service there in remembrance of those who died on this day 5 years ago. Lieutenant Colonel Brian Birdwell was at the Pentagon on 9/11. He had been watching the news of the World Trade Center attacks unfold with his colleagues when suddenly his world changed forever. American Airlines Flight 77 came crashing into the Pentagon, as this surveillance camera video shows. Birdwell was thrown to the ground and engulfed in flames, and he began a fight for his life. He tells his story in the book Refined by Fire. The retired Lieutenant Colonel joins me now from Dallas, Texas. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you, ma'am. Great to be here.
I'm going to call you Brian because I know you want to be called Brian. So let me ask you this. Is it true that you were just about 20 yards away from the nose of the plane after it hit the Pentagon?
Yes, ma'am. The part of the building that collapsed, my office was on the left-hand side as you're looking at the building from the outside. I was just to the right of it. And going to the men's restroom, I'd walked through the crash site, went to the restroom, and was now returning. So I was 15 to 20 yards, so I get to tell folks, you know, I'm not doing too bad for a guy who got run over by a 757. So.
You have quite a character on you, I tell you. You've been through so much, and you seem to find humor, and you find life in all that you've been given, and I think that's a real testament to who you are. But let me read something that you said to the 9/11 Commission. This is the testimony that you gave, and it's so powerful. You said, "At the instant of impact, I went from a well-lit hallway, fully aware of my surroundings, to an earthly hell of fire, choking black smoke, physical and emotional pain, and disorientation, all of which seemed to last an eternity. In fact, you collapsed on the floor, fully prepared to die. Then all of a sudden you feel this cold water rush upon you. Tell us what happened."
Well, in those moments that I struggled to survive seemed like an eternity, but there came that moment where I realized that I was no longer in the struggle for my life, but it was now the acceptance of my death. I did what we in the military are never trained to do, and that's give up. I collapsed to the floor and waited to die. And as I lay there waiting for, okay, Lord, let's get on with this thing. I could feel liquid running down the left side of my face, and I'd actually collapsed into one of the functioning sprinkler systems that was still working inside the building. And it was just one of those many miracles that day that the Lord would perform in my life to bring me to the point to be here with you today, 5 years later.
That is a miracle. So tell us about the injuries you sustained, the burns, and the 30 surgeries that you had to go through.
Yes, ma'am. The exterior burns were 60 to 65% total body surface burn. Face, legs, back, neck. In fact, my arms are completely grafted from fingertip to armpit. My inhalation injury was my most immediately life-threatening injury because of the aerosolized jet fuel and the black smoke. In fact, because of the blistering, I was in fact beginning to drown. When I got to Georgetown University Hospital emergency room, they had to drain my lungs. And then the number of surgeries that I went through this past June of 2005, I had my 39th operation that was to complete the reconstruction of my ears. The ears that you see are artificial cartilage with my own skin grafts over it. My eye sockets, my neck, forehead, portions of my wrists and elbows have been redone as well. So after 39 trips to the operating room, I don't look too bad for a guy who got run over by
I was about to say, you look pretty doggone good. Let me ask you, though, in all seriousness, it's been 5 years. Do you still wrestle with the question of why was I spared?
No, ma'am, because the day that the Lord can answer that question for me, I won't be worried about the answer when I stand before Him again. There's not a survivor's guilt in our family, but it's really more the survivor's mission to go out and talk about Sandy and Cheryl, the two co-workers that I knew that day that I lost, when I said I'd be back momentarily, and those would be the last words I would speak. So I just look at life as a second blessing that the Lord's given me for another time, and here we are 5 years later, and whether it's 10, 15, 20, I'll get to watch my son continue to grow up. He graduates from high school this year, and Mel and I will continue to be able to live our lives together and just look at it as the blessing that the Lord's given us.
I tell you, you are a strong man. You have healed physically, emotionally, spiritually, but as the nation continues to heal, do you feel that America is safer, that it is as prepared as it should be considering what we've been through?
Well, the challenge that in being prepared is, remember, we have a very thinking enemy. Just last month with the British Airways plot that was discovered in London, we learned how they were going to use other types of things to blow planes out of the air. So we have a thinking enemy that we've got to be just as flexible and rapid in our response rather than just sitting and waiting for the next attack to learn how it's done. I do think we are safer, primarily not because of the issues with Homeland Defense, although that's part of it. The bigger issue is that we've got to go overseas and change the culture that bred them. You've got two strategic choices in this nation: drain the swamp or live with the mosquitoes that come out of it. And the military victories in Iraq and Afghanistan that have brought the political victories of representative government in those nations that now bring about the opportunities for economic prosperity and liberties of those countries, we think will be a flame of liberty to that part of the world. And that's the best way to fix this problem with terrorism. I think President Bush is exactly right. You've got to go change that culture. And it's not going to happen in 3 or 4 years. It's going to take decades.
Well, before we let you go, I just want to say briefly that you are actually working with your life to help others, other burn victims, and I want to commend you for that. Thank you for spending some time with us, and thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it, and thank you for the invitation.
Lieutenant Colonel Brian Birdwell, a 9/11 Pentagon survivor. Survivor is the word there. A look at a young life, though, lost in the war on terror as we salute our fallen heroes. That's ahead on CNN Newsroom. While Americans mark the attacks of September 11th with remembrance ceremonies, one American family is burying a son at Arlington National Cemetery today. Marine Private First Class Colin J. Wolfe was just 14 years old when the 9/11 attacks happened, and just 19 when he was killed by a roadside bomb in Iraq on August 30th. His family says Wolfe started dancing when he was 2.5, and he's seen here on the left at a high school performance. He would enlist in the Marines just 2 months after this production. Wolfe's family is setting up a memorial fund at the George Mason Performing Arts Center, which is now under construction in his hometown of Manassas, Virginia. Colin Wolfe, just one of 2,669 men and women who have sacrificed their lives in the war in Iraq. Ali Velshi joins us now from New York. I'm sure you remember exactly where you were on this day 5 years ago.
Yeah, who doesn't? I was actually trying to get to New York. I wasn't actually here. It took me a few days to get to New York, but given that I was following markets, those weren't a few days where a lot was going on. As you recall, the stock market closed off and didn't open again until Monday, the 17th of September, and everybody was trying to sell their stocks because they were all worried, got out on that day.
Yeah.
But markets came back, and today not a lot of activity, but it was a very, very tough day. People have made about 20% since being in the market on the S&P or on the Dow since September 11th, or since just before that. Betty, good to see you. We will see you again tomorrow.
Sure. See you then.
And that's it. The Dow is closing up right now with a 3-point gain to 11,395. NASDAQ's up a little bit too. Let's take it over to Wolf Blitzer in Washington.
Allie, thanks. And to our viewers, you're in the Situation Room, where new pictures and information are arriving all the time. Standing by CNN reporters across the United States and around the world to bring you today's top stories. Happening now: pain, healing, sorrow, and hope. Americans mark 5 years since the 9/11 attacks. It's 4 p.m. here in Washington, where President Bush is wrapping up a day of solemn ceremony and preparing for his speech to the nation tonight. So many weeks and months later, is Mr. Bush being blamed for the horror of that day? We have a new public opinion poll out this hour, and I'll speak with longtime Bush advisor Karen Hughes, and I'll also speak with Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton. That's coming up. Plus, frightening reminders of the terror threat. It's 2:30 p.m. Tuesday in Afghanistan, where rocket fire during a 9/11 commemoration sent soldiers and a CNN crew scrambling. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room. Just moments ago, President Bush paid silent tribute to the 9/11 victims over at the Pentagon. He's waiting until tonight to share his thoughts with the nation and the world, knowing words can't fully capture all we've been through over the past 5 years. The president's speech will cap a day of remembrance at the scenes of Al-Qaeda crimes against America. 2,973 people were killed. Of course, that includes Ground Zero in New York, where the Twin Towers crumbled and the nightmare began. Our Mary Snow is standing by on the scene in New York. Dana Bash is on Capitol Hill. Let's go to the White House first. Ed Henry, our correspondent there. Ed.
Wolf, the president yesterday said he approached this anniversary with a heavy heart, and he struck that tone today, visiting all three sites of the tragic deaths, but not uttering a single word. The president waking up this morning in New York City, attending a breakfast with the First Lady at a firehouse known as Fort Pitt in honor of all the police and firefighters who perished at Ground Zero. They participated in a memorial service that paused twice at 8:46 a.m. and 9:03 a.m. to mark the time that those planes hit the Twin Towers, then on to Shanksville, Pennsylvania. That heroic struggle, of course, where some of the passengers brought the plane down into a field instead of its intended target, the United States Capitol. Finally on to the Pentagon, as you noted, the President and First Lady participating in a wreath-laying ceremony there, also signing a condolences book inside. The President not speaking at any of these three events, though, saving that for tonight in his Oval Office address. This will be his 22nd nationally televised primetime address. White House Press Secretary Tony Snow insisting this will be reflective and not political. Snow adding the president will be brief in his remarks, and also he will take a look at how 9/11 reshaped the way the U.S. views the, quote, growing menace from terrorists like Osama bin Laden, saying it's not going to be political, but that kind of rhetoric certainly mirrors what we've heard in that series of speeches about the war on terror leading up to this tonight. The political situation for the president obviously very unclear. On one hand, an address like this tonight can remind people all around the country and around the world about some of the president's finer moments immediately after 9/11, but this kind of address, high-profile setting, can also remind voters heading into the midterm elections. 5 years later, he still has not gotten Osama bin Laden, and also that war in Afghanistan is not complete. Wolf.
Ed Henry, we still see that flag flying half-staff over the White House and elsewhere here in Washington. Thank you very much. We will have live coverage of the president's address to the nation. Please join us 9 p.m. Eastern as President Bush speaks to the nation from the Oval Office. Now to the 9/11 commemorations up on Capitol Hill. Let's go to our congressional correspondent, Dana Bash. Dana?
Well, Wolf, it's been a quiet day here at the Capitol. The House isn't in session. The Senate is just in for a few hours, where we heard just a few speeches from members of both parties calling today a day of solemn remembrance. And now, over the past week or so leading up to today, all you could basically hear inside the Capitol, inside those halls, were the ringing of partisanship, partisan rhetoric, and name-calling. Both parties trying to take political advantage of September 11th and the issue of terrorism leading up to Election Day in November. But today on the campaign trail, most congressional candidates have taken their TV ads off the air. And here at the Capitol, what we're going to see is lawmakers in both parties trying to recreate a moment of unity, and an impromptu moment of unity from 5 years ago. And we all remember, those of us who were here, seeing lawmakers, Democrats, Republicans, on the steps of the Capitol behind me, and singing "God Bless America." That is something that created a sense of bipartisanship after a day of chaos and uncertainty here on Capitol Hill. That bipartisanship did last a short while back then, Wolf, but I can almost guarantee, most of us can guarantee, that at 12:01 a.m. after September 11th is over, the partisan mode that both parties have been in, the campaign mode, will resume pretty quickly.
Less than 2 months before the election. Thanks very much, Dana, for that. On this day 5 years ago, the term Ground Zero took a new significance for a scarred nation. Let's go to our Mary Snow. She's covering these anniversary memorials in New York. You're there at Ground Zero, Mary.
We are, Wolf, and several thousand people came here and gathered today in a ceremony that lasted roughly 4 hours. This year, spouses and partners read the names of the 2,749 people who were killed here 5 years ago. There were also 4 moments of silence, moments to mark the times the towers were struck and the times the towers fell. Where the towers are now, the footprints of those towers are reflecting pools, and today they are overfilling with flowers. People have been coming by all day long. Still now, hours after the ceremonies have ended, people streaming by to leave remembrances, people outside the gates of the 16 acres of where Ground Zero now stands, looking in. Tonight, there will be 2 towering beams in the tribute of light, this to reflect where the World Trade Center once stood, in a very solemn day here in New York. Wolf?
Mary's going to have a lot more for us on this story. Mary, thank you very much. We'll also be speaking with Senator Hillary Clinton. She was at that memorial service at Ground Zero earlier. That's coming up here in the Situation Room. In Afghanistan, where the war on terror began, U.S. soldiers responded today to a rocket attack just before a 9/11 anniversary ceremony. CNN journalists on the scene reported hearing at least 5 incoming rounds at a U.S. military base in eastern Afghanistan. No damage or casualties were reported. Our Anderson Cooper was in the midst of a live report when the attack happened.
I'm here at a forward operating base very close to the Pakistan border within sight. I can't tell you the exact location. We're actually now just getting some rockets have been fired. They were about to have a moment of silence here in commemoration of 9/11. We got to get to a bunker. So, Carol, I got to toss it back to you. Let's go.
Lee, back with us in the Situation Room. That's coming up later. Also in Afghanistan today, the funeral of a provincial governor assassinated by Taliban fighters was the target of a suicide bomber. Officials say at least 6 people were killed, a dozen were wounded. We're going to have a full report on all the fresh violence in Afghanistan. It's coming up in the next hour right here in the Situation Room. Al-Qaeda's number 2 man, Ayman al-Zawahiri, is warning that U.S. troops in Iraq and Afghanistan are, quote, doomed. Osama bin Laden's top deputy delivered those words in a sophisticated new video coinciding with this, the 5th anniversary of the September 11th attacks. Our Abby Tatton has details on the latest word coming in from Al-Qaeda. Abby?
Wolf, a warning to the West that, quote, new events are coming in this newly released video, which is complete with English subtitles throughout. Ayman al-Zawahiri tells the West they should worry about their presence in the Gulf and in Israel. The tape appears to be recent. There are references in it to this summer's conflict between Hezbollah and Israel. It's a high-quality video. It goes for over an hour. Al-Zawahiri is seated in front of a bookcase answering questions from an interviewer. The part we're looking at right now is the 2 minutes at the beginning of the video where the topics are introduced. Topics like Iraq, Western peoples, Afghanistan. When asked about the current situation in Afghanistan, al-Zawahiri answers it's, quote, very good. Now, that a tape of this nature surfaced on the eve of the 9/11 anniversary did not come as a surprise to terror experts. Extracts were posted at the site of counterterrorism analyst Laura Mansfield. She's been monitoring jihadist websites, saying that it's already starting to circulate on those this afternoon. Wolf?
Abby, thank you very much. And it's vows like these from Ayman al-Zawahiri that officials fear are inciting much of the recent violence in Iraq. Unfortunately, today, the attacks continued. 13 Iraqis are dead after another suicide bomber strapped on a vest of explosives, boarded a bus in Baghdad, and set off a blast. Officials say those killed were all Iraqi army recruits. Meanwhile, American troops in Iraq marked the 9/11 anniversary. Among the observers at a Baghdad event were the U.S. ambassador to Iraq, Zalmay Khalilzad. And just about this time 5 years ago, building number 7 of the World Trade Center complex was reported on fire. Let's take a look at Pipeline on CNN.com, which is carrying CNN's coverage on 9/11/2001 in real time.
And you, to be honest, can see these pictures a little bit more clearly than I, but building number 7, one of the buildings in this very large complex of buildings that is the Trade Center, there were, and that is the right way to put it, there were the 2 towers, but then there are a number of support buildings around it, retail spaces, restaurants, office space, garages. The trains come in from New Jersey, bringing commuters, taking commuters back, come into the complex that is the World Trade Center, and now we are told that there's a fire there, and that building may collapse as well, as you can see. We can see as we look now back downtown, we can see the billowing smoke. It is extraordinary to us, I guess, is how long this scene has gone on. The smoke has not cleared at all. It has not lightened at all. There was that horrific moment when the towers collapsed, and then we've been in this sort of situation ever since.
All right, we're going to be coming back to CNN Pipeline throughout the next 2 hours, show our viewers what was happening exactly 5 years ago in our coverage this horrible, horrible day. Let's check in with Zane Verjee. She's got a quick look at some other important stories making news. Zane?
Wolf, the Pope is also marking the 9/11 anniversary. Today he prayed for the victims. Pope Benedict XVI attended a mass in Germany near the area where he was born. He and others joined in a prayer for peace. Back here in the U.S., a situation no air passenger wants to hear on this terror anniversary. A plane diverting from its intended path. This time, a United Airlines flight from Atlanta and bound for San Francisco diverted to Dallas after a security scare. Officials say once the plane was in the air, someone found an unclaimed BlackBerry. Even before the flight took off, officials found an unclaimed backpack in the plane's cargo. Both items were later found to pose no threats. And many are asking, who would say such a thing? Protesters holding signs saying, quote, "Thank God for 9/11. That sentiment coming from about a dozen members of the Westboro Baptist Church based in Kansas. They protested in Shanksville, Pennsylvania today, where United Flight 93 crashed on 9/11. The members often attend military services. The group says it believes American troops are dying in Iraq because God is punishing the U.S. for not being openly hostile to gays. Wolf?
Zane, thank you very much. Let's check in with Jack Cafferty. He's back in New York. Good to have you back, Jack.
Thank you, Wolf. The Bush administration says it's doing a hell of a job when it comes to Homeland Security. That's a quote from Vice President Dick Cheney. Cheney said on Meet the Press yesterday that it's no accident that there hasn't been an attack on U.S. soil since 9/11. He credited things like the terrorist surveillance program, the financial tracking program, and the administration's detainee policy for keeping this country safer. The vice president also insisted that taking the war to, quote, the enemy in Iraq, unquote, prevented more attacks here in the U.S. Not everybody is convinced, though. A recent poll found only 37% of Americans think the Iraq war has made the U.S. safer from terrorism. 55% say it has not. And critics of the administration say the war has taken away hundreds of billions of dollars that could have been spent on security here at home. So here's the question. Vice President Cheney says the Bush administration's done a hell of a job with Homeland Security. Do you agree? Email your thoughts to CaffertyFile@CNN.com or go to CNN.com/Cafferty File. Wolf.
Jack, thanks very much. Jack Cafferty in New York for us. Coming up, the world sympathized with the U.S. following the 9/11 attacks, but much of that goodwill is long gone. Up next, I'll speak with Karen Hughes about her tough task to try to improve America's image abroad. Plus, with the president on that horrific day, we'll hear from some of the president's closest advisors and a journalist who accompanied the commander-in-chief as he flew across the nation following the attacks. And later, politicizing 9/11. Our new poll takes a close look at the blame game behind the terrorist attacks. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. On this day 5 years ago, Americans were forced to face some harsh realities about this nation's image around the world. Let's bring back Zane. Zane?
Wolf, the U.S. has spent millions of dollars to try and improve its image abroad, but perceptions of the U.S. in the Middle East appear to have gotten worse.
The stars and stripes in flames in Pakistan, often accompanied by a vicious but all too common chant, "Death to America." Since 9/11, America's image in the world has sunk. According to a recent report by the Pew Research Center, the war in Iraq erodes the image and opinion of the U.S., not just in predominantly Muslim countries, but in Europe and Asia as well. This Iraq war never won worldwide support. Many Arabs and Muslims say for the past 5 years, they feel under siege.
That this is not some kind of war on terror, but a war on Islam.
The Abu Ghraib prisoner scandal in Iraq and reports of abuse of prisoners in Guantanamo Bay has angered and humiliated Arabs. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict is a major source of Arab and Muslim resentment toward the U.S. and its perceived unconditional support for Israel, reinforced by many in the region by the latest bloody battle between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. And remember the cartoon controversy depicting the Muslim prophet Muhammad as a terrorist? It drew violent street demonstrations against the West, including America, even though it was not responsible for the cartoon. There have been positive signs too. The Pew Research Center says a year ago, anti-Americanism in the world showed signs of declining, in part because of the positive feelings generated by U.S. aid for tsunami victims in Indonesia and elsewhere.
But that was a year ago. Regional experts say America still has a lot of work to do if it's to improve its image among Arabs and Muslims. Wolf?
Zane, thank you. In the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks, the president's longtime advisor, Karen Hughes, was given a new job over at the State Department trying to repair America's global image. Karen Hughes is the Undersecretary of State for Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs. She's with us here in the Situation Room. Karen, thanks for coming in.
Great to be here.
When the president or the vice president or the Secretary of Defense speak of Islamic fascists, that to many Muslims out there looks like they're almost baiting Muslims. Is that an appropriate way to speak of this problem, Islamofascism or Islamic fascists?
Well, Wolf, there's been a lot of debate within the administration, and as you know, different phrases can mean different things to different people. I, for one, typically don't use religious terms because I'm afraid that people do hear them wrongly around the world. On the other hand, there are those who would argue that people have to understand that this is essentially a cult within Islam, a perversion of Islam, and I think that's the important thing. You heard in the previous report a young man saying this is somehow the West versus Islam. That's the language of our enemies, and we have to challenge that because Islam is a part of America.
So when you do an interview...
Well, an estimated 6 to 7 million Muslims live here in America, and I represent them as a government official.
Which is a good point, because when you go out on Arabic language television stations, whether Al Jazeera or El Arabiya or any of these other stations, you yourself don't speak about Islamic fascists.
Well, I remember a woman in Egypt looking at me and saying to me, "You think we're all terrorists?" And I said, no, we don't think you're all terrorists. We understand that this is a perversion of Islam. And my Muslim friends, and I try to quote Muslims when I speak about their faith, because they have far more credibility to deal with issues of their faith than I do. My Muslim friends remind me that Islam, like Christianity and Judaism, believes that life is precious and that no one should take an innocent life, even their own life. And I think it's important that we make that case. But again, different audiences hear different things, and that's one of the challenges of today's very different communications world, where messages go around the world in an instant on the internet.
Here's what I don't understand, because I've covered all of the U.S. military operations going back to the first Gulf War when I was a Pentagon correspondent. Almost every single time the United States deploys troops around the world, it's designed to help a Muslim country or Muslim people, whether liberating Kuwait or in Kosovo or in Bosnia or in Somalia, Iraq, Afghanistan. Why is it, therefore, and this is your mission, that the U.S. image in the Muslim world, in the Arab world, has plummeted over these years?
Well, there are a couple of things. First of all, there's a lot of propaganda out there, a lot of it very negative about us. You don't hear the full story a lot of times, and that's one of the reasons in my office.
But
one of the things we've
supposedly
done,
the best country in the world when it comes to communications.
Well,
we have the resources. Why is it that these people, at least a lot of them, hate us?
Well, I don't know that. I think the picture is much more mixed than that. First of all, we've had to do a lot of hard things that people have not necessarily agreed with. On the other hand, as you point out, look at us, for example. I mentioned Darfur. We're the #1 provider of aid in the world to people in Darfur. We're the #1 bilateral donor of assistance to the Palestinian people. And yet, as I travel the world, people tell me they're angry with us about the Palestinians. And I remind them that we both strongly support Israel's right to exist and support a Palestinian state living side by side in peace and freedom. But if you watch television in the Middle East, you never hear the second part of that story. You don't hear on those outlets about our support for a Palestinian state and its right to exist side by side.
President Bush was the first president to support a two-state solution, if you will, an independent Palestine.
And I say that around the world, but you don't hear that much on media around the world.
But let's take a country, a Muslim country like Turkey, a NATO ally, a close friend of the United States. The Pew Global Attitudes Project did surveys among the people of Turkey. Back in 1999-2000, 52% of them, 52% had a favorable image of the United States. Not as high as I would like, but still more than half. Today, 2006, in their most recent survey, only 23% of the people of Turkey, a NATO ally, have a favorable image of the United States. How do you explain that?
Well, again, we've had to make some decisions that are very hard. And when I was in Turkey, they were very concerned about Iraq. and the news they hear from Iraq. And what they hear is they hear the reports of terrible violence and bloodshed. And so Turkey was very concerned about that on its border, and that's very concerning to them. And I can understand that concern. I met with a group of women there who were very concerned. At the same time, a young man there asked me, he said, does the Statue of Liberty still face out? In other words, is America still a welcoming country? Can I still come to America? So I think, again, the picture is mixed. There are concerns. And when we acted in Iraq, we did so because we thought it was in our own security interests, but also the broader interests of peace and security in the world. At a time of war, that's a difficult message, and people are uncomfortable. No one likes war.
We're almost out of time, but I want to get to this quote. I woke up this morning, read the Washington Post front page, as I'm sure you did. A quote from a U.S. Army officer who said this, referring to the Anbar province, a huge province in Iraq right now. Quote, "We haven't been defeated militarily, but we have been defeated politically. And that's where wars are won and lost."
Well, I have not seen that specific report. I did see the newspaper report about it, but I have not read the report itself.
Marine intelligence report.
But let me make one point about that. I mean, you have to look at the political progress that's been made in Iraq, where you have now a elected democratic government. You have a constitution that's been put in place, and that's tremendous democratic progress. And as I meet with people who come here from Iraq, they tell me they want to make this work. They want to see an end to the sectarian violence, and they want Iraq to emerge from this a stable and unified country. And so I think there's a lot of political will in that direction in Iraq.
Karen Hughes, a lot of us remember almost exactly 5 years ago, you were addressing the nation almost exactly at this hour. You were at the White House and you were telling everyone what was going on. I'm sure that must have been one of the most horrendous moments in your life.
Well, I remember feeling it was one of the hardest things I think I've ever done. I remember feeling an enormous responsibility that I was in the Emergency Operations Center watching the government function very effectively, bringing the planes down, sending disaster teams to New York and to the Pentagon, and I felt a great responsibility on behalf of the President and our government of trying to communicate that sense of calm and reassurance in a horrifying time to the American people.
You've got a tough assignment out there right now. Good luck to you, Karen.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming in. And up next, with the president on 9/11, we'll hear from some of his top advisors and a journalist who all accompanied the president as he flew across the United States during that infamous day exactly 5 years ago. And later, how safe are we today? Is America still vulnerable? Stick around. You're in The Situation. Welcome back to The Situation Room. I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. At about this time 5 years ago, President Bush was heading back here to Washington from Nebraska. He had traveled to a strategic military command center there amid the chaos and fears of yet another attack. Mr. Bush got a lot of criticism for his initial response to the terror of 9/11. Here's a look back at what he did and said on that fateful day.
Just warming up. Come on, Stretch. Come on.
September 11th started off as a routine day for everyone, and the president was off jogging at a local golf course in Florida.
And he invited Dick Kyle of Bloomberg to go jog with him.
The ground rules were we were talking off the record. He outlined a few things that were on his mind, politics, legislation.
The representative of the press corps acquitted himself quite well.
I actually said to the president when he got back from the jog, it should be an easy day. Boy, did that change.
This just in, you were looking at obviously a very disturbing live shot there.
Karl Rove went up to the president and told him a plane has just hit the World Trade Center.
And again, unconfirmed report that a plane has crashed into one of the towers there.
He spoke to Condi Rice, asking what happened, what information do we have. And at that moment, when only the first tower had been hit, it was all of our thoughts that there had been some type of terrible accident and that New York City needed help, New York City needed resources. Then the president went into the schoolroom.
Yes, can. Get ready. May. Yes, May. Give yourselves a pat on the back.
Yeah.
I got another page telling me that the second tower had been hit. Instantly, I just thought this has to be terrorism.
And what went through my mind, first of all, was the horror of it.
Here is the tape. You see the plane coming in from what looks like the east side, and it blows into the building.
And something that never happens, Andy Card walked in the middle of an event, whispered in the president's ear.
I went up to the president and bent over and whispered into his right ear. A second plane hit the second tower. America is under attack. 2 facts and 1 editorial comment.
It was like a cloud passed across his face for a moment. Clearly, he'd been told something very profound and very important.
He was obviously criticized by Michael Moore and Fahrenheit 9/11 for sitting there for some 7 minutes or so. Nothing in those 7 minutes, if he had left immediately, would have changed the course of history.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
The president very much wanted to get back to Washington, D.C.
The president heard about the plane that hit the Pentagon. We boarded Air Force One. 3 planes had hit their targets.
I remember talking with the lead Secret Service agent, and they felt very strongly that there was just too much that we didn't know and that we couldn't go back to Washington.
We lifted off. The G-forces threw everyone's head back against the back of their seat. It was a horrible feeling to be on that plane, the most secure plane in the world, and to be afraid.
The president reached out to some of the world leaders, specifically President Putin. We didn't want people to think, as we were standing up to defend America, that we weren't really mobilizing for a nuclear attack on another country.
The decision was then made to go to Barksdale Air Force Base, where the president would land right around noon, and he wanted to address the nation.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
And I remember the president saying to the head of a Secret Service detail, I don't want some tin-horn terrorist keeping the president out of Washington.
The Secret Service and as well as the vice president were telling him it's just not safe yet to return to the White House. And so the vice president suggested that he go to Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska.
When we arrived in Offutt, it was a surreal experience because we were whisked down long flights of stairs deep into a bunker. He was really anxious to get to a secure video teleconference National Security Council meeting. I think there was some resistance from the Secret Service, and he said, I'm going back to Washington.
But the White House, they are putting a priority to getting him back as soon as possible. They believe that picture of the president returning to the White House would send a powerful signal.
On our way back to Washington, reporters saw the fighters off the aircraft wings, and they asked permission to film them, and I didn't even check with anybody. I said, of course you can.
And I had the privilege and honor of flying on Air Force One a number of times before this, and had never seen anything like that.
And there was a small debate about whether we should take a motorcade or take Marine One and land at the White House.
And the president said, no, I'm flying on the helicopter and I'm landing back at the White House.
This day, it took a route, the most majestic and beautiful of all routes, straight down the mall. The president sits in the seat on the left front of the helicopter. And so as Marine One banks, the president had a perfect view of the smoldering Pentagon. And he said out loud, not to anybody in particular, he just said, the mightiest building in the world is on fire. This is the face of war in the 21st century.
You see the president there emerging from Marine One, saluting his Marine escort on the south lawn of the White House.
The president made it very clear that he intended to address the nation, that call for him to preserve, protect, and defend that Constitution. And it was then that I realized the president's responsibilities are quite significant and much greater than probably even he understood when he took that oath.
None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you, good night, and God bless America.
The president will be addressing the nation tonight as well, 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll have live coverage. That's coming up. Up next, the 9/11 blame game. We've got some brand new CNN poll numbers on the finger pointing over the terrorist attacks. Plus, the political battle in Virginia. A former Republican who switched parties appears to be giving the senator and potentially a White House hopeful, George Allen, quite a fight. Stay with us. The 9/11 attacks brought Americans together, and at the time, partisanship was cast aside. But 5 years later, we're in the final weeks of the battle for the new Congress, and the politics of terror cannot be ignored. Our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider, is joining us with some brand new poll numbers. Bill?
Wolf, a troubling question. Is 9/11 becoming more politicized?
I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you.
For a year after 9/11, America was united. In June 2002, 32% of Americans blamed the Bush administration either a great deal or a moderate amount for the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks. And now, that number has gone up to 45%. More people are willing to criticize a president who is no longer as popular. But also, congressional investigations uncovered damaging information, like the title of a daily intelligence briefing the president received a month before the attacks.
I believe the title was Bin Laden determined to attack inside the United States.
The Clinton administration has also been criticized for failing to take the terrorist threat seriously enough.
What the 9/11 Commission pointed out was that there was a failure to connect the dots before the attacks of September 11th.
41% of Americans say the Clinton administration deserves a great deal or a moderate amount of blame for the 9/11 attacks. The older you are, the less likely you are to blame the Bush administration, and the more likely you are to blame the Clinton administration. Americans under 30 are the 9/11 generation. 55% of them blamed the Bush administration for 9/11. Only 30% blamed the Clinton administration. The 9/11 generation is likely to have less vivid memories of the 1990s, when many of them were children. Some of their criticism of President Bush may be driven by opposition to the war in Iraq. Americans under 30 are the least supportive of that war. Their generation is doing most of the fighting. The views of the 9/11 generation are likely to matter most for a simple reason. They will be around for a long time. Wolf?
Bill Schneider, thank you very much. On our political radar this Monday, a new poll shows Senator George Allen losing ground with voters in Virginia. He now leads Democratic challenger Jim Webb by just 4 points in the Mason-Dixon poll of registered Virginia voters. Allen had a 16-point lead in that same poll back in July. Allen has been on the defensive for the past month since calling a man of Indian descent macaca. Will Al Gore run for president in 2008? We have a new statement from the Democrats' 2000 nominee to ponder. Here's what Al Gore told reporters in Australia yesterday. I haven't completely ruled out running for president again in the future, but I don't expect to. We're pondering that statement. The California Highway Patrol is investigating how a digital recording of Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger became public. On the tape, which we reported on last week, Schwarzenegger talked about Hispanic legislators' fiery temper, comments he's since apologized for. Authorities are looking into whether hackers got into the computers in the governor's office or whether the recording was obtained in some other way. Coming up 5 years after the 9/11 attacks, how safe are we now? Is America still vulnerable? Take a closer look at what's been accomplished and what still needs to be done. And later, how the terrorist attacks changed our politics and how different things would be now if September 11th was just another normal day. Stick around. You're in The Situation. In the 5 years since the 9/11 attacks, the federal government has spent a lot of time and effort trying to tighten airline security. But in many ways and in many places, the nation remains vulnerable to attack. Let's bring in our Homeland Security correspondent, Gene Missouri. Gene?
Well, since 9/11, Boston has developed a comprehensive evacuation plan and communications interoperability. But that city, like the rest of the nation, isn't where it wants to be in terms of security.
Tankers of highly combustible liquefied natural gas pass close to Boston's city center. Though security around them is tight, it hasn't ended the worry of the city's Homeland Security chief.
They are incredible measures taken to protect that ship. Can I say to you that that ship is vulnerability free? Absolutely not.
Carlo Baccia also wishes more was being done to safeguard truck and rail shipments of hazardous materials, to protect the city's mass transit system, to guard the historical sites and cultural institutions that define the city.
These are all symbols of what we are and what we come from. You know, to be able to have an enemy, to be able to attack that is like attacking our soul.
Safer but not safe enough, a theme all across the country. Some chemical plants have improved security, but others have not, and Congress has not passed comprehensive legislation to protect them. Cockpit doors are reinforced and some pilots armed, but most air cargo and airport employees are not screened. New technology and more manpower are protecting the nation's borders, but the flow of illegal immigrants has not stopped. Whether it is port security, interoperable communications, or the readiness of the nation's health system, the story is the same, experts say: safer, but not safe enough.
It's totally inexcusable, and there's a whole variety of people to blame from the administration. The Congress has done not as much as they should.
The Secretary of Homeland Security acknowledges gaps, but believes they will be closed.
We have a very clear plan of where we want to be over the next 2 years, and if we don't get pushed to backslide, and if we get the appropriate authority from Congress, we're going to complete the job in short order.
This election season may have refocused attention on the nation's security, but resources are limited, the list of potential targets long, leading some experts to conclude we will never truly be safe enough. Wolf?
Gene, thank you. Gene Reserve reporting. Up next, has the Bush administration done a hell of a job improving Homeland Security? The Vice President, Dick Cheney, says so. But what about you? Jack Cafferty will be back with the Cafferty File. And Senator Hillary Clinton marks this 9/11 anniversary with some biting comments about the war in Iraq. My interview with the New York Democrat. That's coming up in the next hour. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. Check back with Jack. He's got the Cafferty File. Hi, Jack.
Wolf, the question this hour. Vice President Cheney said over the weekend the Bush administration has done, quote, a hell of a job, unquote, with Homeland Security. We asked, do you agree with that statement? Chip writes from Michigan, these clowns have done a hell of a job enriching Halliburton and the oil companies. The borders and ports are sieves, as Bush and Cheney are more interested in protecting Middle Eastern potentates and cheap labor than the American public at large. For a fleeting moment, we all believed. The trust is gone, and I wish they were too. Sheila in Utah, the fact is that we've had no attack against our country in 5 years. We know our intelligence services have thwarted several major attacks since 9/11. We are safer. Give credit where credit's due. John in New York, didn't the terrorists wait 8 years between attacks on the World Trade Towers? I think it may be a bit presumptuous and perhaps dangerously arrogant of the administration to take credit at this early date. Jamie in Virginia, has there been another attack on U.S. soil? No, there has not. Have other countries suffered terrorist attacks within their borders? Yes, they have. The administration must be doing something right. Is it even remotely possible for an unbiased journalist such as yourself to give a little credit where credit is due? June in Utah, I agree. It's done a hell of a job, all right. A lousy job. 5 years later, it's protecting airline passengers from the dangers of lip gloss while cargo holds still go uninspected. And finally, Gail in Virginia. That's a two-edged sword, Dick, me boy. Do you mean hell of a job as in praise is due our efforts? Or hell of a job as in, what the hell are you doing? Wolf?
Depends on your definition of hell of a. Is that right?
Yeah.
Sort of. That's what Gail says.
Sort of, yeah.
Jack, thank you. Up next, it's been said that 9/11 changed Americans forever. Can the same be said about American politics? Jeff Greenfield will take a closer look at that question. And the new threat from Al-Qaeda's #2 man, the new Ayman al-Zawahiri video. Dissected, that's coming up in our next hour, right here in the Situation Room. Come on. There's a developing story involving some severe weather. Let's go back to Zane. Zane?
Wolf, tropical depression number 7 has strengthened into a tropical storm. According to the National Hurricane Center, Tropical Storm Gordon has now formed in the open Atlantic. It's the 7th tropical storm of the season. We'll bring you more with the next weather advisory. Wolf?
Thank you, Zane, for that. On this day, Americans are looking back at the 9/11 attacks, and many politicians are looking ahead to the November election. And those 2 days very much intertwined. Let's bring in our senior analyst, Jeff Greenfield. Jeff?
Wolf, of course September 11th changed American politics, but let's look more specifically about what changed and also how different our politics might have been if September 11th were just another day. You just have to look at the last presidential election to see the impact of September 11th. The Democrats at their Boston convention literally proclaimed a message of strength, and they introduced their nominee after a squadron of military leaders filled the podium. The Republicans brought their convention to the site of the attacks, their first New York convention in the party's 150-year history. And they introduced the president with a film that turned his first pitch at the World Series at Yankee Stadium into a heroic triumph. But the real measure of September 11th is what the voters did. As the campaign began that fall, most Americans believed the country was off on the wrong track. Most also said they wanted a new direction, not continuity. In normal times, those numbers are almost always fatal to an incumbent. But September 11th changed the equation. Change was now not about economic or social policy, but about war and peace, life and death.
In which direction would John Kerry lead?
The Bush campaign message about challenger John Kerry was that he was inconsistent, unsteady, a flip-flopper, a change that represented too great a risk. By a narrow margin, voters agreed. But maybe the real way to measure the impact of the attacks is to try and imagine how different our politics would be had 9/11 been just another day. Remember, after the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 and the collapse of the Soviet Union 2 years later, national security had faded from the political scene. There were no serious national security threats, or so we thought. That's one big reason why in 1992 an Arkansas governor could unseat an incumbent president, less than 2 years after Bush Sr. had prevailed in the first Gulf War. And why in 2000 a Texas governor with little or no foreign policy experience could duel the incumbent vice president to a dead heat.
I'm John Kerry, and I'm reporting for duty.
Without 9/11, the appeal of the outsider might well have remained strong. Democrats might not have felt it imperative to turn to a candidate with foreign policy and military experience, a background John Kerry emphasized. Absent 9/11, there'd have been no Iraq War, no anti-war sentiment to roil the Democratic Party and turn a little-known ex-Vermont governor into a serious contender. And the candidacy of a first-term senator with roots in the South and an outsider message might well have been successful for John Edwards, as it was for Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton, and George W. Bush. Finally, what might September 11th tell us about the upcoming midterms? Well, for all the poll numbers that portend trouble for incumbents, don't forget what we've already learned, that change is a much tougher choice now for the American voter to make, especially if they can be convinced that the other guys don't understand the nature of what threatens us. Wolf?
Jeff, thank you. And to our viewers, you're in the Situation Room where new pictures and information are arriving all the time. Standing by CNN reporters across the United States and around the world to bring you today's top stories. Happening now from ground zero to the battleground in Afghanistan. America remembers the 9/11 terror attacks as the war on terror rages anew. It's 5 p.m. here in New York and Washington. 5 years later, are we any safer? I'll ask Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton. A chilling new message from Al-Qaeda's #2 leader, warning of a new attack on the way. Has the hunt for the terror network's top man ended in a dead end? And stressing that its docudrama is mostly drama, ABC actually changed its 9/11 miniseries after several complaints from former top Clinton administration officials. Will part 2 be fair to the Bush administration? I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room. With tears and tributes, Americans are remembering 9/11, the day when the World Trade Center was reduced to rubble and the world we knew was changed forever. At New York's Ground Zero, where airliners slammed into the Twin Towers, family members recited the names of the 2,749 victims. There was another solemn ceremony over at the Pentagon, badly damaged by the attack by another hijacked plane. And in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where Flight 93 went down after a struggle by passengers who fought back against the hijackers. But 5 years after Al-Qaeda's devastating attacks brought a fierce American response, the war rages on in Afghanistan, and there are some new ominous threats. CNN's Brian Todd and Mary Snow are standing by, but we begin with our senior international correspondent, Nick Robertson, on the Afghan-Pakistani border, where U.S. troops came under attack even as they marked the 9/11 anniversary. Nick?
Wolf, it was about an hour before dusk, and the troops here from the 3rd Brigade of the 10th Mountain Division had gathered. They'd come around one of their large gun emplacements here around the 105mm howitzer. They were going to have a minute of silence. The bagpipes were going to be played. Just as the ceremony was about to get underway, a missile could be heard fired in this direction. The troops ran for cover to shelters they have on the base here. Another 5 missiles were fired in this direction. None hit the base. The troops troops returned fire with their 105mm howitzer, firing 10 to 15 rounds at various targets where they assessed the attackers were firing at them. Commanders here say that they believe the people who attacked them are a combination of Taliban, Al-Qaeda and associated groups, criminals. They say that there are Uzbeks, Chechens and Arabs fighting them in this particular area. It's not clear who perpetrated the attack, but within an hour the troops regrouped again to hold that memorial service. It was a very quiet moment. It was a very personal moment for many of the soldiers here. Everyone stood, heads bowed, a minute of silence, and then the bagpipes were played. And really, for many of the soldiers here, that felt like an act of defiance against the attackers who just shot on the base and interrupted their ceremony. They feel here that these attacks come and go. They're regular occurrences almost every day. They haven't been effective against this base. The soldiers here go out on their patrols. They know the enemy they're facing, they say, and they believe it is still remnants, in many cases, of Al-Qaeda. Wolf?
Nick Robertson on the Afghan-Pakistani border. Thank you. Al-Qaeda also marking the anniversary of the 9/11 attacks with an ominous new videotape. CNN's Brian Todd has the story. Brian?
Wolf, one terrorism expert says Al-Qaeda could not let this day go by without issuing one of these messages, and the group has chosen its second in command to deliver it with a rallying call and something else.
Al-Qaeda's number 2 leader puts his own spin on the September 11th anniversary with a new warning to the West.
Your leaders are hiding from you the true extent of the disaster that will shock you.
Former CIA officers we spoke to, who tracked Al-Qaeda in the Middle East, believe that when Ayman al-Zawahiri is warning of a shock, he means a non-conventional attack.
You know, they have stated their intention to conduct catastrophic attacks on us. They've stated their intention to eventually use WMD against us.
Now, former CIA officers say that Al-Qaeda with this message is also probably saying their intention to target Saudi Arabia and other regimes in the Gulf region. How would they do that? Well, according to Gary Burnson and other CIA officers we spoke to, they would likely use their operatives in Iraq and Afghanistan who are now part of the insurgencies in those countries. Many of them are Saudis. They say that they will take those operatives back to Saudi Arabia in the Gulf states once the U.S. pulls out of Iraq and Afghanistan, and they will use those operatives to target shipping, oil reserves, possibly even engage in assassination attempts of key leaders. We'll have more on this at 7 p.m. Wolf.
Brian, thank you very much. President Bush marked this grim anniversary with visits to all 3 of those terror attack sites. He started the day having breakfast with firefighters in New York City after visiting Ground Zero yesterday. Then he went to Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where he met with relatives of the victims of Flight 93. Just a couple of hours ago, the president took part in a wreath-laying ceremony over at the Pentagon. Tonight, Mr. Bush will address the nation from the Oval Office. That's about 4 hours from now. We'll bring you live coverage from the Situation Room right here, 9 p.m. Eastern. Much of the attention today is focused on New York City's Ground Zero. Let's go there. CNN's Mary Snow is joining us live. Mary?
Well, Wolf, several thousand people gathered here at Ground Zero for a ceremony that lasted several hours. This year, husbands, wives, partners read the names of the 2,749 people who died here 5 years ago, some delivering personal messages to their loved ones along with those names. There were 4 moments of silence to mark each time the towers were struck by jets and the exact times when the towers collapsed. Now, in the footprints of the 2 towers are small reflecting pools, and throughout the day, roses have been left in that pool. And still hours after the ceremony has ended, there's a small group of people streaming by. Some say with no cemetery to visit because their loved ones were never identified. They say that these ceremonies have taken on and added significance every year. Now tonight there will be 2 towering beams of light and a tribute of light, this to mark the World Trade Center in a very somber day here in New York City. Wolf?
And Mary, stand by because I know you're coming back with a very moving story of someone you've been following now for several years. Mary Snow in New York. Let's check back with Jack. He's got the Cafferty file. Jack?
Wolf, there is no doubt this country is a vastly different place since those attacks on September 11th, 5 years ago. Americans have had to get used to things like color-coded terror alerts and much tougher security at airports, and of course those warnings about things like duct tape and plastic sheeting. According to a new USA Today Gallup poll, 53% of those surveyed say that Americans have permanently changed the way they live since the terror attacks of 9/11. There are certain things that some of us are less willing to do now than we would have been 5 years ago. For example, 47% of us are less willing to travel overseas. 30% of us less willing to fly on airplanes. 23% of us say we're less likely to attend events where there are thousands of people. And 22% have concerns about going into skyscrapers. So here's the question. How do you think the U.S. has changed in the last 5 years? Email your thoughts to CaffertyFile@CNN.com or go to CNN.com/CaffertyFile. It's a different place today, Wolf.
I think you're right, Jack. Thank you very much. And if you want a sneak preview, by the way, of Jack's questions, plus an early read on the day's political news and what's ahead here in the Situation Room, sign up for our daily email alert. Just go to CNN.com/Situation Room. Up ahead, the war on terror and commemorating 9/11. We'll talk about that and more with Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton. She'll join us in the Situation Room. She's at Ground Zero. Also, violence flaring in Afghanistan, the Taliban increasingly attacking coalition forces. Does the U.S. need to send more troops in? I'll ask a top U.S. military commander on the ground in Afghanistan. And ABC makes changes to its controversial 9/11 miniseries. Are they enough to quiet critics, including former President Bill Clinton? Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. Welcome back. Following the 9/11 attacks, the United States launched a ferocious assault on Afghanistan and toppled the Taliban government. But 5 years later, the Taliban are making a comeback. Now, Allied and Afghan government forces are once again engaged in furious fighting with the Islamic militants. And joining us now from Kabul in Afghanistan is Colonel Michael Harrison, U.S. Army. His major job now is trying to help get the Afghan National Army in shape. Colonel, it looks, at least from the impression we're getting stateside, that the situation in Afghanistan is getting worse on a daily basis. Is that your assessment?
Well, Wolf, one of the things we are seeing here, indeed, we are seeing an uptick or an increase in the violence from the Taliban and some of the other associated terrorist movements. But we expected that, and we expected that because we're seeing a tremendous growth in the capability and the talent of the Afghan National Security Forces. And what we're finding from the Taliban is that they are really resisting the increased capability of the Afghan National Security Forces. So this is something that we will deal with for some time to come.
The NATO Supreme Allied Commander, General Jones, James Jones, suggested the other day he needs more troops, NATO troops, U.S. troops in Afghanistan right now, given what you call this uptick in the insurgency, the Taliban revival, if you will, in Afghanistan. How many more troops do you think you need?
Well, Wolf, it's difficult to put a number on the total number of troops that may or may not be coming to Afghanistan, but I think it's important to remember all of us in the international community, particularly those NATO troops on the ground here in Afghanistan now, which includes the United States, we have seen a tremendous increase in the capability of the Afghan National Security Forces, and they are doing a tremendous job in taking the fight to the Taliban and other associated terrorist movement operatives.
Colonel, the Washington Post had a front-page story yesterday. Let me read to you a line from it. It said this, quote, "The handful of assets we have given us nothing close to real-time intelligence that could have led to his capture," said one counterterrorism official who said the trail, despite the most extensive manhunt in U.S. history, has gone, quote, "stone cold," a reference to the hunt for Osama bin Laden. Has the trail for Osama bin Laden, from your perspective, gone stone cold?
Well, from my perspective, here's what I think is important to focus on. One man is not going to make the difference in our victory for the global war on terror. While it's important that Osama bin Laden is brought to justice at some point, our focus needs to be on defeating and doing something about the ideology that causes terrorism and terrorists to grow. And that's where we'll put our energy. At some point, Osama bin Laden may meet his fate, but we cannot expend our energy solely on looking for one individual. The global war on terrorism is much bigger than that.
So is it fair to say, as this one counterterrorism official is quoted as saying, unnamed official, that there's only a handful of assets really assigned right now to searching for the most wanted terrorist in the world?
Well, Wolf, it would be pretty unfair for me to speculate on what some unnamed official said. I can focus on the effort of the members of the coalition and what they're putting forward to defeat the global war on terrorism. I think that's where we need to put our energy. Let's get rid of the ideology that causes it. And I just can't comment on what this unnamed official had to say.
Well, without commenting on the official, are there enough troops, from your perspective, looking for bin Laden, Ayman al-Zawahiri, Mullah Muhammad Omar, these former guys who were running Afghanistan, if you will, 5 years ago? Are there enough troops involved in this hunt?
Wolf, the troops that we have committed to defeating the insurgency and the terrorism that's taken place in Afghanistan, those troops are doing a tremendous job. To get more troops here, focus on this effort, and to focus on the capture of not only Osama bin Laden, but any other leader that's causing terror here would be welcome. But to put a number on how many troops are needed, I'm just not so sure I could do that for you.
Colonel Michael Harrison, you have a tough job ahead of you. Good luck to you, all the men and women of the U.S. military, the NATO forces in Afghanistan, especially as we look back on this 5th anniversary of 9/11. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you, Wolf.
Let's go back to Ed Henry. He's at the White House. He's just got some excerpts from the president's address tonight. Ed?
Wolf, the White House now just starting to tease out some excerpts from that 20-second nationally televised primetime address from the president tonight, 9 o'clock Eastern time. Tony Snow saying this will last about 16 to 18 minutes, relatively short. President expected to do one or maybe even two run-throughs late this afternoon, early evening to get ready. One excerpt, the president saying, quote, "We face an enemy determined to bring death and suffering into our homes," following on some of the rhetoric we've heard in recent days. The president also trying to recreate some of the spirit of cooperation we saw right after 9/11. Quote, "Our nation has endured trials and we face a difficult road ahead. Winning this war will require the determined efforts of a unified country. So we must put aside our differences and work together to meet the test that history has given us. We will defeat our enemies, we will protect our people, and we will lead the 21st century into a shining age of human liberty." You can see the president trying to have some soaring rhetoric there. Of course, Democrats have said in recent days the president squandered an opportunity right after 9/11, that spirit of cooperation. They feel the president took a partisan turn shortly thereafter. One quick note, the president, as we noted earlier, visiting all three sites of those tragic deaths, going through it today, not commenting publicly yet, just laying wreaths and whatnot. Tony Snow telling me a short while ago, the president privately saying that he got particularly emotional at those last two stops in Pennsylvania and the Pentagon. In fact, you can see when the president was working the rope line at the Pentagon, after laying that wreath, he was wiping back tears at least one point. Wolf.
Totally understandable, Ed. Thank you very much. Another excerpt the president says, this struggle has been called a clash of civilizations. In truth, the president said, it is a struggle for civilization. Ed's going to have a lot more on this coming up. And don't forget, 9 p.m. Eastern, our special coverage, the president's address to the nation from the Oval Office. 9 p.m. Eastern, we'll be here in the Situation Room to cover that. And coming up, the evolving terror threat. We're going to show you how the danger has changed since 9/11 and what security officials are most concerned about. Plus, has the Bush administration lost focus in the war on terror? I'll speak with Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton. She'll join us in the Situation Room. She's at Ground Zero. Welcome back. 7 World Trade Center. A lot was happening at this time 5 years ago on the anniversary of 9/11. We're going to go back and take a look at some of the things that were going on. We also want to take a look at some of the other developments right now. Abby Tatton is standing by. She's monitoring the situation online. Abby?
Well, what we got online is some of the animation of what the skyline of Manhattan might look like once construction at the World Trade Center site is completed. Looking here on the left is the Freedom Tower there. That's going to rise 776 feet from the ground. Developers hope that will be substantially complete in the year 2010. Alongside that, you're seeing 3 other World Trade Center towers. Designs for those were just unveiled last week, designed by 3 different architects, 2 British, 1 Japanese. You can see them coming into view there. These towers are going to offer over 6 million square feet of office space. The towers are going to descend in size and in height down towards the 9/11 Memorial, the World Trade Center Memorial there. These are all visualizations and flybys, animation provided at the site lowermanhattan.info, which aims to give visitors to New York and people that work in Lower Manhattan an idea of what it's going to look like after all the construction that is going on, construction that you can actually follow along online. This is a webcam from the Lower Manhattan Development Corporation, which checks in with the construction each day. Wolf?
Exactly 5 years ago at this time, Abby, building number 7 World Trade Center, the last building to go down. I want to dip into CNN Pipeline. Aaron Brown is reporting on what was happening then.
So unlike the collapse of the first of the towers way back this morning, around 10 or so this morning, and then the second tower, which collapsed shortly thereafter, at least where building number 7 is concerned, a building that, among other things, housed this emergency response team.
What a dramatic moment that was. Remember, you can watch all of this unfold 5 years ago. Go to cnn.com/pipeline if you want to see that. We're going to be dipping periodically back into Pipeline as well. And coming up, she'd been New York's senator for less than a year when 9/11 occurred. Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton. I'll speak with her one-on-one, get her reflections on that day and what's going on right now. And like father, like son, and courageous acts, we're going to introduce you to a man who's following in his father's footsteps and trying to keep Americans safe from terrorism. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. 5 years after the attacks in New York, Washington, and Pennsylvania, the threat of terrorism certainly remains, but it's also evolved over time. CNN Justice correspondent Kelly Arena is joining us with a look at the current threat. Kelly?
You know, Wolf, the release of that latest Al-Qaeda tape reminds us all of the threat that still exists. The Attorney General today actually said that the group is still capable of a 9/11 style attack, but Al-Qaeda isn't the only game in town.
Al-Qaeda, homegrown terrorists, suicide bombers,
about a third of the building has been blown away,
lone wolves. What's the biggest threat? They all are, and if you're on the front lines in the war on terror, that's a problem. Commander Kathy Lanier heads up the Office of Homeland Security and Counterterrorism for the police in Washington, one of the country's top terror targets.
I think we have to very consciously look at every attack that goes on anywhere in the world and consider that as a potential threat for us.
Since September 11th, the threat has evolved, and the internet has made it easier for terrorists to not only communicate, but learn the trade. The people trying to keep you safe have had to evolve as well.
You have to understand that for every measure they have in place, we try and develop countermeasures. For every countermeasure that we develop, they're going to develop something else to thwart that.
Take Al-Qaeda, for instance. It's generated dangerous offshoots responsible for attacks in Bali, Madrid, and the London subway and bus attacks.
It may have some tangential ties or some ties to Al-Qaeda, but it is not the same support that Al-Qaeda was able to give to the September 11th plotters.
Still, Al-Qaeda Central remains a dangerous and capable foe.
They place their abiding faith in the power of a spectacular attack, no matter how many attempts may fail.
Even more troubling is what terrorists may be planning for the future.
What worries me is that in recent years, Al-Qaeda and other terrorists seem increasingly drawn to exotic or unconventional weapons.
The FBI says that there is intelligence to suggest that terrorists have tried to obtain weapons of mass destruction, but they haven't been successful. Officials say that doesn't mean that they won't be in the future. Wolf?
Kelly, thank you. Kelly Arena reporting. 5 years after 9/11, there's a continuing threat from Al-Qaeda at home and a Taliban comeback in Afghanistan as the war grinds on, also in Iraq. Critics say the Bush administration has lost focus in the fight against terrorism. Joining us now from Ground Zero is Senator Hillary Clinton. Senator Clinton, on this 5th anniversary of 9/11, a very somber day, are you among those Democrats who believe that too many U.S. military resources were diverted after 9/11 to fight the war in Iraq, and as a result, the U.S. is not safer today?
Well, Wolf, I think we are safer, but we're not safe enough. I think that we know that our borders and our ports and our mass transit and rail systems, our bridges, our tunnels, our chemical nuclear plants are just not yet where they need to be. And we're not following the recommendations of all the experts, including the 9/11 Commission, that we distribute money here at home based on what the risk is. So my primary focus today, as I spent time with family members and reflected back the last 5 years, is whether we've done everything we know to do to protect our citizens here in New York and across America. And I think, unfortunately, the answer is not yet.
I asked the question because of what your Democratic colleague, Senator John Rockefeller of West Virginia, said over the weekend. He's the vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, as you know. He said Saddam wasn't going to attack us. He would have been isolated there. He would have been in control of that country, but we wouldn't have depleted our resources, preventing us from prosecuting a war on terror, which is what this all is, which is what this is all about. He's suggesting that we'd be better off today if the U.S. had not gone to war and removed Saddam Hussein.
Well, I have the highest regard for him, and he has been at the forefront of an effort to try to get the facts out. I mean, one of the challenges we've had, frankly, the last 5 years in making policy and assessing risks and threat and figuring out what we need to do in a united way on behalf of our security is the real difficulty in getting the facts out and having a system that is based on evidence as opposed to ideology or wishful thinking or whatever other brand of decision making is going on. So I think that for many of us, the fact that the Taliban is resurgent, that Al-Qaeda is still present in Afghanistan, that the government that has been valiantly trying to pull that country together there is under tremendous pressure is deeply concerning. After all, the attacks against us that destroyed the towers behind me came from Al-Qaeda in safe haven from the Taliban in Afghanistan. And there is no doubt, no one with a straight face can doubt that we diverted resources away from our primary mission. Now, there may be other missions in this global war against terror, but the primary mission was to defeat and destroy those who attacked us, and we still haven't finished the job.
So knowing what you know now, had you known that before the vote authorizing the president to go to war, would you have voted for that resolution?
Well, Wolf, I've answered that a million times. You know, you don't get do-overs in life. You have to make decisions based on the information that you're given. And unfortunately, the authority given to the president that could have usefully been employed to send in inspectors and keep them there and make sure that Saddam didn't go off on some wild tangent was not followed through on, and we know the results. But, we've got to deal with the facts as we face them today. We have a very dangerous situation in Iraq. We have a dangerous situation in Afghanistan. We have a dangerous situation in the Middle East. We have a deteriorating set of situations in Africa. You can go around the globe, and, my duty as a senator, especially representing New York, is to try to figure out what we need to be doing with our resources, with our young men and women in uniform, with our law enforcement capacity, with the many different elements of our power, not just military, but also diplomatic, economic, and political, to make us safer and to try to work hand in hand with like-minded people around our globe. And I think we have a lot of work to do. And it would be my hope that we would get back to a sense of unity, that would come together, look at the evidence, be honest about the risks we face, frankly, the lessons that we should have learned in the last 5 years, the mistakes that have been made, and try to have a smart strategy that will be effective in protecting our country and defeating our enemy.
We're almost out of time, Senator, but what about this ABC movie that began airing last night, Part 1? I don't know if you had a chance to see the revisions, the final cuts that were made, given the concern that several of former President Clinton's advisors, including the former president yourself, had made that they weren't being accurate as far as the 9/11 Commission report. Did you have a chance to see the film last night?
No, I didn't. I have no intention of doing so. The facts are very well developed in the 9/11 Commission. This is a serious matter. This is historically important that we get it right. There's no need to embroider, to make things up. We ought to be looking at the facts, and then we ought to be determining what we should do as a nation in order to make our country safer.
One final political question, Senator, before I let you go. You said the other day two words that intrigued a lot of people, the word "stay tuned," when asked about if you're running for president down the road. I know you have to first get reelected in New York State, but it doesn't look like you have a very tough contest coming up. How long should we stay tuned for your answer?
Well, that was totally taken out of context, and I've responded to that. But the important thing today is, not to get into politics. I've suspended my campaign. I want to keep the focus where it needs to be, on the solemn, sober moment that we have today to reflect and remember, and I hope people across the country are joining us in doing that.
What's the most important thing all of us should look back and remember on this day, looking back 5 years ago, Senator?
Well, on a personal level, to really cherish your relationships and love those that are in your family and your friends, and just don't take anything for granted in life. And on a more global or national level, let's just resolve that we're going to be united as a country in the face of the threats that we confront, and let's try to get beyond politics. Let's try to have that same spirit renewed that we had in the days and weeks immediately following 9/11. That's what we owe our children.
Senator Clinton, thanks very much for spending a few moments with us on this 5th anniversary of 9/11.
Thank you, Wolf.
Lou Dobbs is getting ready for his program that begins right at the top of the hour. He's standing by to tell us what he's working on. Hi, Lou.
Hi, Wolf. Coming up at 6 p.m. Eastern here on CNN, we'll have a preview of the president's primetime speech to the nation tonight. Also, our troops in Afghanistan are now fighting the most intensive battles of that war so far, and American casualties are rising. We'll have a live report for you from the Afghan-Pakistani border, and our borders and ports 5 years after 9/11 are still wide open to terrorists. We'll have a special report, and 3 of the country's leading authorities on terrorism join us to assess whether this country is winning the war on terrorism. And the Senate Intelligence Committee contradicts Bush administration assertions that Al-Qaeda had links to Saddam Hussein. 2 leading members of the Senate Intelligence Committee join us, Senator Trent Lott, Senator Carl Levin. We hope you'll be with us at the top of the hour for all of that and a great deal more. Wolf, back to you.
Thank you, Lou. Sounds good. Still to come here in the Situation Room, a unique story stemming from 9/11. We're going to introduce you to a man whose father died doing what he did best, helping others. And that inspired a son also to perform selfless acts of charity. And new details concerning ABC's film about 9/11. After President Clinton and others complained about fictional scenes, did ABC go ahead and alter the movie? Stay with us. It's a statement millions of people make that 9/11 simply changed their lives forever. The life of the man in our next story was changed forever, for worse, but also for better. Let's check in with Mary Snow once again. She's at Ground Zero in New York. Mary?
Well, Wolf, life has changed for so many New Yorkers. But for the son of a fallen firefighter, it has meant dedicating every day to public service. As the world publicly remembers 9/11, Peter Regan privately never forgets. He chose to mark this day like many others and not attend a ceremony at Ground Zero where victims' names were read, including the name of his father.
Donald J. Regan.
For the 25-year-old Regan, his life has become, in large part, a tribute to his father, Donald. He works in the Brooklyn firehouse where his father once worked. There are reminders of September 11th everywhere. Regan says anniversaries aren't much different.
It's a bigger flashback because every day I'm thinking of that day and every day I'm thinking of the last time I saw him. So I think every day is an anniversary for me. Every day is a reliving.
That day, 47-year-old firefighter Donald Regan rushed to the World Trade Center. It's not known what happened to him. The young Regan went to Ground Zero for several weeks.
I just went down and got a pair of gloves and a helmet and just started working. And it was just hands and knees and garden shovels. I just want to find anything, like the smallest remain, basically.
No remains were ever found. Regan returned to his Marine unit and was later sent to Iraq, where he took the fight personally.
I definitely took it to heart. I mean, it was definitely a huge piece that came across with me, and I think anyone that came across along with me, they took September 11th pretty over there with them. I'm not really into the politics of it, but as far as a mission, something had to get done over there.
Regan returned to follow in his father's footsteps and become a fireman, but had to delay his start for a second tour in Iraq. 5 years after 9/11, Regan says he hopes others will remember what he thinks of every day.
Just remember the sacrifices of the firemen and what they did. They looked at a building that was hit by 2 planes, and it didn't even stop them. They went right to the top.
And Peter Regan says to this day, he still hopes that he'll be able to find some piece of his father's remains. Wolf?
All right, we hope he does. Mary, thanks for bringing us that story. Mary Snow in New York. From one of the country's largest museums to grassroots efforts by thousands online, the digital archive commemorating 9/11 is unlike anything we've ever seen. Our internet reporter Jackie Schechner has details on how the web is shaping how we remember that day. Jackie?
Well, if Jerry Henson was in the Pentagon on 9/11 and he was rescued from it, these are the clothes that he was wearing that day. This is just part of a collection of 130 physical artifacts collected by the Smithsonian Museum, and you can only see them online. There's things like a briefcase that was collected at the World Trade Center, and it was actually returned to its rightful owner. She escaped from the World Trade Center that day. A seatbelt from American Airlines Flight 11 that was found amongst the wreckage, again, at Ground Zero. When this used to travel the country, they would ask people who visited the exhibit to contribute their own emotions, and you can see those recollections online as part of this exhibit, the September 11th Digital Archive. More than 150,000 images, stories, emails, everything collected on the internet for posterity. For example, they've now superimposed some images over a Google map to give you an idea of different perspectives from that day. Go to CNN.com/situation report. We have these links and others for you to take a closer look yourself. Wolf.
Thank you, Jackie, for that. Up ahead, what was its path, and is it on the road to more controversy? That would be ABC's film, The Path to 9/11. It started airing last night. Did the network change key scenes, sparking all the criticism from Bill Clinton and others? And it was first a depression, now it's upgraded. Tropical Storm Gordon. We're going to tell you where it is right now and where it might be heading. Stay with us. Part 2 of ABC's controversial miniseries, The Path to 9/11, airs tonight. The network made some changes to Part 1, which aired last night, following strong complaints from some top members of the Clinton administration about the way the program portrays them. Let's bring in CNN's Tom Foreman. He's got details. Tom?
Some changes, Wolf, but not enough for the former president from all indications. Not enough to beat out Sunday Night Football either. So we'll have to see how it does tonight. Changes to the miniseries were evident from the beginning. Opening credits in the original version stated the film was based on the 9/11 Commission report. The new disclaimer says The Path to 9/11 is, quote, drawn from a variety of sources, including the 9/11 Commission report and other published materials and from personal interviews. It also emphasizes the movie is not a documentary, noting it contains fictional scenes, composite and representative characters and dialogue, and time compression. That disclaimer was shown 3 times on Sunday night. As for the controversial scenes that drew criticism from former President Bill Clinton, his National Security Advisor Samuel Berger, and former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, some were edited and others were cut out altogether. They included this scene portraying White House terrorism chief Richard Clarke and FBI agent John O'Neill, which originally characterized President Clinton as having his hands tied by the Monica Lewinsky scandal.
Republicans are going all out for impeachment. I just don't see that climate this president's going to take chances.
So it's okay if somebody kills bin Laden, as long as he didn't give the order.
And here's the revised version.
The president has assured me the scandal won't affect his decision-making.
So it's okay if somebody kills bin Laden, as long as he didn't give the order.
Another edited scene showed Berger hanging up on George Tenet as the CIA director sought permission to attack Osama bin Laden, which Berger says never happened. It was among the scenes that prompted Berger and Albright to call for ABC to cancel the show. Sunday night's version did not include Berger hanging up. The Clinton Foundation responded to the changes, saying their claims of edits notwithstanding, the path to 9/11 had Clinton administration officials saying things they did not say and doing things they did not do. Many of these scenes are directly contradicted by the 9/11 Commission report. The American public deserved better. And former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright had this reaction. ABC had an opportunity to edit its docudrama, and I find it surprising and disturbing that they chose not to do so, despite admonitions from members of the bipartisan 9/11 Commission, 9/11 family members, and public officials from across the political spectrum. ABC Disney chose fiction over fact. CNN asked ABC today for its response to the responses, and there was no response. Wolf?
Tom, thank you very much. Tom Foreman reporting. Let's check back with Zane. She's got another look at some other important stories. Zane?
Wolf, a new weather system is now causing worries. Tropical storm Gordon is swirling in the Atlantic Ocean. Forecasters say its winds are hovering around 45 miles an hour. Gordon is the 7th named storm of this hurricane season. The National Hurricane Center says that it's near the Leeward Islands, but isn't expected to threaten the U.S. or make any kind of landfall. Meanwhile, it's dangerous but diverting. Hurricane Florence has winds raging 90 miles an hour, but forecasters say that it's moving away from Bermuda. Florence has knocked down trees and blown out some power. Florence is expected to steer clear of the United States. And accomplishing its mission. Today, the Space Shuttle Atlantis docked with the International Space Station. The shuttle's delivering some critical equipment to the orbiting space lab. It's the first major delivery of equipment since the 2003 Columbia disaster. Wolf?
Thank you, Zane Verjee reporting. Up next, Jack Cafferty wants to know how America has changed in the 5 years since the 9/11 attacks. We'll be right back with Jack. Go back to Jack in New York. Jack?
Wolf, the question this hour is how's the United States changed in the last 5 years since the 9/11 attacks? Rob, in New York, in the last 5 years, the majority of our country has turned into sheep, willing to give up any freedoms and privacies to anyone who says they will save us from the bad people. Jesse in Massachusetts, one thing that's changed for me is just how much I notice planes that I think are flying too low. Me too, Jesse. Chris in Florida, excuse me. We've become nastier, more scared, more judgmental of each other, and less willing to assist others for fear of being branded or hurt. Andrew in Ohio writes, as a people, I don't think Americans have changed. The patriotism that unified us 5 years ago has long since faded. For most Americans, it's back to a normal life with a few delays at the airport. Joe in Florida writes, yes, the U.S. has changed. We are considerably more fearful now than we were 5 years ago. The intent of the Bush gang is to keep us on edge, believing it is they who are keeping us safe. Horse feathers. And Lulu in New York writes, we have traded real freedom for the illusion of security. John in Kansas writes, America has lost a good measure of its greatness since 9/11, not because of the horrible events of that day, but because of the horribly misguided response to it that goes on to this day. If you didn't see your email here, you can go to cnn.com/Cafferty file and read more of these online if you choose. Wolf?
How have you changed, Jack?
I have less hair and I've gotten older. I don't know that I've changed a lot. I think my views of all of that have probably changed. In the beginning, I reacted like everyone did, and I bought into the whole idea that we needed to race into Iraq because, weapons of mass destruction and all that. I've become much more skeptical since then. I think we've made some errors, and I am less likely to believe what I'm told by our political leadership than I was 5 years ago.
I've noticed. Thanks, Jack.
Touché.
See you back in an hour.
Okay.
Jack Cafferty will be back in the Situation Room with us 1 hour from now. Much more of our coverage. I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. Let's go to New York. Lou Dobbs getting ready to take over. Hi, Lou.
Thank you, Wolf. Tonight, 5 years after September 11th, American troops in Afghanistan are now fighting the most intense battles of the war. In Iraq, more than 130,000 of our troops are fighting an insurgency. Three of the country's leading authorities on global terrorism join us here tonight to assess whether the United States is winning the war against terrorism. President Bush today led the nation's tributes to the victims of the September 11th attacks. 3 hours from now, President Bush will address the nation from the Oval Office. We'll have a live report from the White House previewing the president's speech.
This is Lou Dobbs Tonight, news, debate, and opinion for Monday, September 11th. Live in New York, Lou Dobbs.
Good evening, everybody. President Bush today led the nation in ceremonies commemorating the nearly 3,000 Americans killed in September 11th attacks. Tonight, President Bush will deliver a primetime speech to the nation that the White House says will focus on the lessons learned from 9/11. American troops are still battling radical Islamist terrorists 5 years after the global war on terror began. The fighting in Afghanistan is more intense now than at any time since the Taliban regime was overthrown. And in Iraq, insurgents are killing, on average, 2 of our troops each and every day. Nick Robertson tonight reports from the Afghan-Pakistani border on the resurgence of the Taliban. Michael Ware reports from Baghdad on the escalating insurgency and terrorist attacks in Iraq. And Ed Henry reports from the White House on the president's remembrance of 9/11 victims. We turn first to Nick Robertson in Afghanistan. Nick?
The Taliban have really resurged, or at least insurgents associated with them have resurged over the last year or so, particularly in the south of the country. They've started using suicide bombs, roadside bombs, tactics that haven't been used here before. But overall, the country under the rule of President Hamid Karzai has shown improvement, has made economic progress, but it is still far from a country that is able to stand on its own feet, and it is facing at this time a resurgence from the Taliban and still not able to put a stop to the massive growth of opium poppers, which contribute over half of the GDP of this country. Nick Robertson along the Pakistan-Afghan border.
As the Taliban is in resurgence after 5 years of fighting by United States and coalition troops in Washington, D.C. tonight, Congress commemorating the 5 years since the attacks of September 11th. This is a bipartisan ceremony being held live right now on the steps of Capitol Hill. They are singing the national anthem. Let's listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Dr. Barry C. Black, chaplain in the United States Senate.
Let us pray. Eternal Spirit, before your eyes all empires rise and fall, yet you are changeless. Be near us in this age of terror and in these moments of remembrance. As we think about the fire, smoke, and rubble of September 11, 2001, remind us that you are still sovereign. Uphold those who labor for peace on earth, and give us a broad sympathy for all the people of your world. Strengthen us to comfort those who mourn, and to work in large ways and small for those things that make for peace. Bless the leaders of this nation and our world, so that warfare, like slavery before it, may become only a historic memory. Tonight, as we honor those who died, deliver us from the temptations of seeking only our own good, hearing only our own truth, and acknowledging only our own suffering. We pray in the comforting name of the Prince of Peace. Amen.
Amen. Barry Black, he is the chaplain of the U.S. Senate. Leading the invocation. The ceremony will now move on to words of remembrances from the Senate and House leadership, both Democrat and Republican. Turning now to the war in Iraq, insurgents have killed 2 more of our troops. 1 soldier died in an attack north of Baghdad. Another soldier was killed in the hospital of his wounds. 2,669 of our troops have now been killed in the war. Insurgents today also killed 13 Iraqi army recruits in a suicide bomb attack on a minibus in the Iraqi capital. Michael Ware has the report from Baghdad. Michael?
Lou, you're right. The violence is not abating here in Iraq. The level of insurgents' attacks remains fairly constant. So far this month alone, according to the CNN figures we have, 26 American troops have died in the 11 days of this month already. And we see in the centre of Al-Qaeda here in Iraq, in Ramadi and Al-Anbar province, an area that President Bush himself highlighted in his speech just last week, that America is only half fighting the battle. The troops there are undermanned and are being encircled by Al-Qaeda. They're fighting with what they've got, but America is not committing to the fight, despite the fact that the president and military intelligence here can point to that area as the headquarters of Al-Qaeda. We see the attacks on the Iraqi security forces continue. A man wearing a chest vest, suicide bomber, boards a minibus full of police recruits and detonates here in the capital. In the meantime, we have Saddam's trial. 3 more witnesses from Kurdish northern Iraq gave testimony about the unfold military campaign, which they claim targeted them in the late 1980s. Yet again, we saw Saddam leap to the stage, trying to drag in current political events about federalism and the separation of the Kurdish state, which has flared here in recent weeks into the courtroom. So we're seeing a strategy here in Iraq that, if it's not failing, is certainly ailing. And as we see with the Taliban resurgency that Nick Robertson referred to, that was self-evident 2 years ago when you could visit the Taliban safe havens in Pakistan, which was sponsored by elements of the Pakistani intelligence agency. Lou?
Michael, thank you very much. Michael Ware reporting from Baghdad. President Bush today leading the nation in solemn ceremonies of remembrance for the victims of 9/11. President Bush began the day with a visit to a New York City firehouse. Later, the president visited the Pennsylvania field where United Flight 93 crashed. And he visited as well the Pentagon, where another hijacked airliner crashed. Ed Henry reports now from the White House. Ed?
Lou, you know, the president last evening said he approached this anniversary with a heavy heart, and he certainly struck that tone today, visiting all 3 sites. As you noted, the president did not speak publicly at any of these events, saving that for tonight. An Oval Office address at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, his 22nd nationally televised primetime speech. Tony Snow saying that this will be a reflective speech, not a political speech. Snow saying it'll be brief, about 16 to 18 minutes, and will focus on how 9/11 reshape the way the U.S. views the, quote, growing menace from terrorists like Osama bin Laden. But that's certainly the type of rhetoric that Democrats have complained about, allegedly scaring voters to the polls. That is a similar, certainly, to the theme we've heard in some of the president's recent speeches in that series of speeches on the war on terror leading up to the midterm elections. Some excerpts now dribbling out of what the president will say tonight. In one excerpt, he says, quote, "We face an enemy determined to bring death and suffering into our homes. America did not ask for this war, and every American wishes it were over. So do I. But the war is not over, and it will not be over until either we or the extremists emerge victorious. We are in a war that will set the course for this new century and determine the destiny of millions across the world." Of course, on one hand, such a high-profile speech like this could put the president and remind voters of some of his finer moments immediately after 9/11, but it could also remind them of some other facts, such as the fact that Osama bin Laden has still not been caught, such as the fact that, as you've been noting, the war in Afghanistan still raging on 5 years later. Finally, also important to note that while an Oval Office address certainly gives the president a large megaphone, the last time he used this type of address, was mid-May to promote his immigration reform plan. And since that point, despite a brief bump perhaps for that plan, it has not gone anywhere on Capitol Hill since then, Lou.
Ed, thank you very much. Ed Henry reporting from the White House. We'll, of course, here on CNN have live coverage of the president's speech to the nation tonight. It begins at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on CNN. Iraq and national security will be key issues in primary races across the country, many of them being held tomorrow. 9 states and the District of Columbia will be holding primary elections tomorrow. 2 of the most hotly contested battles taking place in Rhode Island and Arizona. In Arizona, 5 Republicans are running to replace retiring Congressman Jim Colby. The front runner is Randy Graff. He's running on what is largely a single issue: strict border security. 60% of Arizona's residents say border security is their #1 issue during this election season. And in Rhode Island, Senator Lincoln Chafee is fighting a fierce GOP primary battle against Cranston, Rhode Island Mayor Stephen Laffey. Chafee is considered the most liberal Republican in the U.S. Senate, but Republican Party officials say he is their best shot to hold on to this Senate seat. And in New York, Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton faces a Democratic primary challenge tomorrow, a challenge in word only. She faces labor activist Jonathan Tasini. He's a strong opponent of the war in Iraq. The only question in this race is just how wide a margin Senator Clinton will win by. Still ahead here, 3 of the country's leading authorities on terrorism join us to assess whether this country is winning the war against terrorism. And our ports and borders, 5 years after September 11th, remain wide open to radical Islamist terrorism. We'll have that special report, and the Senate Intelligence Committee contradicting the Bush administration's early assertions that Saddam Hussein had links with Al-Qaeda. Vice President Cheney still maintains that view. 2 leading members of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Senator Trent Lott, Senator Carl Levin, join us with the Democratic and Republican perspective. And communities all across this country divided over whether English should be our official language. We'll have a special report from one community in Maryland in the midst of the controversy. All of that and a great deal more straight ahead. Five years after September 11th, America remains shockingly vulnerable to another terrorist attack. This nation's ports and borders remain unprotected. Efforts to shore up our homeland security, as it is now called, have barely begun. We have 2 reports tonight on the alarming vulnerabilities that remain in our nation's defense system. Gene Meserve reports from Washington, D.C. on why this nation remains not secure. And Bill Tucker reports on our wide open borders and wide open ports. We begin with Gene Meserve in Washington. Gene?
Lou, since 9/11, Boston has developed a comprehensive evacuation plan and communications interoperability. But that city, like the rest of the nation, isn't where it wants to be in terms of security.
Tankers of highly combustible liquefied natural gas pass close to Boston's city center. Though security around them is tight, it hasn't ended the worry of the city's Homeland Security chief.
They are incredible measures taken to protect that ship. Can I say to you that that ship is vulnerability free? Absolutely not.
Carlo Baccia also wishes more was being done to safeguard truck and rail shipments of hazardous materials, to protect the city's mass transit system, to guard the historical sites and cultural institutions that define the city.
These are all symbols of what we are and what we come from. You know, to be able to have an enemy, to be able to attack that is like attacking our soul.
Safer but not safe enough, a theme all across the country. Some chemical plants have improved security, but others have not, and Congress has not passed comprehensive legislation to protect them. Cockpit doors are reinforced and some pilots armed, but most air cargo and airport employees are not screened. New technology and more manpower are protecting the nation's borders, but the flow of illegal immigrants has not stopped. Whether it is port security, interoperable communications, or the readiness of the nation's health system, the story is the same, experts say, safer but not safe enough.
It's totally inexcusable, and there's a whole variety of people to blame from the administration. The Congress has done not as much as they should.
The Secretary of Homeland Security acknowledges gaps, but believes they will be closed.
We have a very clear plan of where we want to be over the next 2 years, and if we don't get a push to backslide, and if we get the appropriate authority from Congress, we're going to complete the job in short order.
This election season may have refocused attention on the nation's security, but resources are limited, the list of potential targets long, leading some experts to conclude we will never truly be safe enough. Lou?
Well, it's easy to accept that assessment when you hear, as you just reported, Michael Chernoff, the Secretary of Homeland Security, saying that he requires another 2 years, and we are now 5 years from the events that put us into a global war on terror. Does the Secretary have any sense of the sad, even pathetic irony of his statements?
I would certainly not characterize him as being sad about it. He contests when one asks him about it, the state of Homeland Security and the numerous experts who say the country isn't ready. He claims that progress has been made. He's adamant in making that statement, but at the same time acknowledging further distance needs to be traveled. But he does turn around and point the finger at Congress and say, hey guys, you have to give us the authority to do more.
Thank you very much. Jean Mazur reporting from Washington.
You bet.
This broadcast has reported, and in fact I have argued repeatedly since 9/11, that there can be no true national security without strict border and port security. 5 years after September 11th, this nation is failing on both counts. Bill Tucker reports.
Claims of security at the nation's ports come down to a simple fact. Only 5% of the containers entering our ports every year are X-rayed or inspected as they come into the country.
It is a huge hole in our nation's security, with 11 million cargo containers coming in every single year into this country. We don't know what's in them, where they've been, or whether or not they're dangerous. To date, we have not made much progress.
According to officials at the International Longshore and Warehouse Union, simple procedures like the validation that containers have not been unsealed are no longer routine. Manifest checks are no longer done on the dock by dock workers. Homeland Security is now vowing to increase container inspections and purchase more detection equipment.
I'm frustrated here because we've not been nearly quick enough in getting these detection devices of all kinds and descriptions in place.
Border security, or the lack of it, is another area of vulnerability. Lots of attention, lots of talk, little effective action.
One would have thought that the 9/11 2001 attacks would have been the wake-up call. And in fact, most Border Patrol agents were waiting for the new direction from on high. Sadly, we never received any new direction. We're still doing things the same way we did them before 9/11.
The result of that inaction is that there are now somewhere between 12 and 20 million illegal aliens in the United States. No one knows who they are, where they are, or what their intentions are. It's estimated that they are crossing the border illegally at a rate of 3 million a year.
What we've done in the last several years to better protect America looks more like a series of ad hoc responses to the threat du jour. What we need today is a strategic view, and that would form a Homeland Security system.
Lou, the biggest concern of the 9/11 Commission Chairman Tom Kean and the Vice Chairman Lee Hamilton is very simple. They think Congress has lost its sense of urgency to secure America.
Or simply lost any resemblance to something called common sense. It's astonishing, and we report on this seemingly each evening, the irresponsibility of the political leadership and frankly of both parties and certainly the White House and Congress is simply beyond belief. Bill Tucker, thank you very much. Appreciate it. That brings us to the subject of our poll tonight. The question is, do you believe the United States is winning the war against radical Islamist terrorism, yes or no? Cash to vote at LouDobbs.com. We'll have the results for you here later in the broadcast, and we'll be assessing that with three of the leading experts on the subject. Also ahead, Communist China once again trying to limit its citizens' access to foreign media. Guess who's helping the communists attack free speech? We'll have the answer for you. And former President Clinton versus ABC. The grudge match far from over. We'll have the latest on the path to 9/11 controversy. Coming up next. Ground Zero remains a bit untouched in the 5 years since September 11th. The Lower Manhattan Development Corporation last week unveiled plans for 3 more skyscrapers to be built there. The towers, which would surround the World Trade Center Memorial, are the latest in plans to be added to the already approved Freedom Tower. Freedom Tower will stand 1,776 feet tall. It's expected to be finished in another 5 years once it starts. The redevelopment of the World Trade Center site has been marked by battles between the victims' families, politicians, insurance companies, developers, government bureaucrats, architects, and on the list goes. Fights erupting over the design of the buildings, the memorials, who would pay for them, the placement of the memorials, security concerns, and control of the projects. Of course, because of all of the infighting, it will take at least a decade to fill what is now a hole in the ground. Across the street at 7 World Trade Center, in marked contrast and an entirely different story. Free from the bureaucratic and political wrangling, 7 World Trade remains the only building to be rebuilt since the terrorist attacks of 5 years ago. Already half the space has been rented just 4 months after the building was completed and opened. More than $7 billion in compensation has been given to the families of the 9/11 victims from the government's September 11th Victims Compensation Fund. According to the Department of Justice, 100% of the 2,880 families who applied and who were eligible have been compensated. Charities have given families an additional $2.5 billion. Time now to look at some of your thoughts. Be in Texas. In reference to your poll question of the other day, do I know anyone who thinks Saddam Hussein had anything to do with the 9/11 attacks? I used to know them. I've chosen not to associate with them any longer. Sam in Louisiana. Do I know anyone who believes in the connection between Saddam Hussein and 9/11? Yes, they are the same people who believe in Santa, the Easter Bunny, and the Tooth Fairy. And John in California. Lou, each time George W. Bush states that we are safer because terrorists have not hit America since 9/11, I cringe. Each time I hear that one of our troops in Iraq is killed or wounded by a roadside bomb, I know that America has been hit. I'm a Vietnam-era veteran. Email us at LouDobbs.com. We'll have more of your thoughts here later. Up next, Senator Trent Lott, Senator Carl Levin join us on the controversy over Saddam Hussein and his alleged ties in some quarters to Al-Qaeda, and to assess whether we're winning this global war on terror. And the Communist Chinese government trying to silence U.S. media firms in China and other foreign journalists, and U.S. technology companies, why they seem just pleased as punch to help the Communist Chinese. We'll have that special report, and 3 of the nation's most respected authorities on defense and terrorism join me here tonight to assess whether we're winning this war 5 years after 9/11. And former President Bill Clinton, he's fuming tonight over ABC's 9/11 film. We'll have that live update. Stay with us. ABC defies President Clinton and airs the first part of a controversial miniseries about the events that led to September 11th. We'll have a special report in just a moment, but first, Iran tonight appears to be ready to make concessions in its nuclear confrontation with the world. Iran telling European negotiators that Iran might temporarily suspend uranium enrichment after nuclear talks have begun. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice today insists Iran must suspend its nuclear activities before any such talks. Last month, Iran failed to meet a UN deadline to stop enrichment of uranium, a process that can lead to nuclear weapons. Space Shuttle Atlantis astronauts tonight are aboard the International Space Station. They're preparing for the first of what will be 3 important spacewalks. Astronauts will perform construction work on the International Space Station, beginning with the first spacewalk. That's set for tomorrow. Atlantis successfully docked with the space station this morning. NASA says it has not found any damage to the shuttle's heat tiles after Saturday's launch. Much of the East Coast tonight being hit with heavy surf from Hurricane Florence. Florence is churning hundreds of miles off the East Coast now in the Atlantic Ocean, moving further out to sea tonight. But the East Coast will still see rip currents and ocean swells from the storm through tomorrow. Florence hit Bermuda today, sustained winds of around 90 miles an hour. There are no reports of serious injuries or damage in Bermuda tonight. In this country, gasoline prices are dropping sharply all across the country. The Lundberg survey saying retail gasoline prices fell by nearly 22 cents a gallon over the past 2 weeks. The national average for gasoline is now $2.65 a gallon. This is the second straight decline in the survey since gasoline prices hit their record highs in mid-August. As gasoline prices fall, the cost of health care continues to rise. The Bush administration this month is expected to announce a new Medicare surcharge for elderly Americans with incomes exceeding $50,000. As many as 1.5 million Medicare beneficiaries will pay the additional surcharge if they wish to remain in the program. Some elderly Americans could see their premiums quadruple by 2009 under the new surcharges. The Justice Department reporting tonight that homicide rates and firearm violence rising for the first time in a decade. The U.S. murder rate up almost 5% last year. The Midwest and the South experienced the largest increases in violent crime. Overall crime rates continue to decline. In fact, the national crime rate is at a 32-year low. The Communist Chinese government tonight is announcing yet another sweeping crackdown on global news organizations doing business in China. The Communist Chinese crackdown comes as American firms continue to sell the latest information technology to China, technology that in fact enables the communists to widen their assault on free speech. Kitty Pilgrim reports.
In China, using the internet carries high risk, possibly jail. The communist government uses the internet to track and arrest activists and even innocent bloggers. Some in Congress are outraged American companies have helped them do it.
The Chinese impose ever harder restrictions because they want to maintain the fundamentally police state character of their society.
The U.S. Commerce Department is supposed to prevent U.S. exports of sensitive technology to China. But rules can border on the ridiculous. For example, banning the export of handcuffs, but allowing U.S. companies to export software technology that can be used in censorship. A recent human rights report criticizes 4 U.S. companies, stating we have documented different ways in which companies such as Yahoo, Microsoft, Google, and Skype are assisting and reinforcing the Chinese government's system of arbitrary, opaque, and unaccountable political censorship.
Some of the companies have actually voluntarily censored their own sites or their own search engines without even being asked to do so.
This week, China also cracked down on Western media operating in China with 22 new regulations giving the Communist government news agency control of all news photos and computer images, as well as the power to accredit foreign news media and journalists.
It's estimated that there's literally thousands and thousands of Chinese that are employed doing nothing but trying to close off any kind of connection to the outside world.
These new rules would now not only censor Chinese citizens, but U.S. journalists working in China as well.
China says they're opening up their society, Lou, in advance of the 2008 Olympics, but it's clear that the censorship is getting worse, not better.
And it's clear that those who believe that markets lead automatically to democracies perhaps should do some rethinking of their views. Kitty Pilgrim, thank you very much. Death of a President, the fictional movie depicting the assassination of President Bush, opened at the Toronto International Film Festival this weekend. The pre-screening hype surrounding the controversial movie made it one of the hottest tickets at the Toronto Festival, but the audience response to the film was described as tepid. At best, controversy swirling around the making of the movie that digitally placed President Bush's face on the body of an actor, the actor being shot, of course. The battle between ABC television and former President Bill Clinton still in full force. President Clinton has objected to his administration's portrayal in the miniseries, The Path to 9/11. ABC aired the first half of the movie last night. The conclusion will be broadcast this evening. Joining me now for the controversy, a man who knows, A.J. Hammer, host of Showbiz Tonight on CNN Headline Prime. A.J.
Lou, as you said, ABC's controversial miniseries The Path to 9/11 did go on as planned, even after demands by former President Clinton and others that it be pulled off the air entirely or at the very least changed. Now, ABC did edit certain scenes that the former president, Madeleine Albright and Sandy Berger, said were misleading or downright false. I had the chance to talk with Harvey Keitel, who plays an FBI agent in the miniseries. Even he told me that, yes, ABC should have made changes to be factually accurate.
Yeah, I had questions about certain events and material I was given in The Path to 9/11 that I did raise questions about. Yes, I had some conflicts there.
Do you feel that anything should be changed in this film?
Yes, I do.
And on ABC's This Week with George Stephanopoulos, Thomas Kean, the chairman of the 9/11 Commission, who was a consultant on this miniseries, had this to say.
If people blame Bill Clinton after seeing this, then the miniseries have failed.
But let me just get to the specifics.
That's wrong and it shouldn't happen.
And that's an interesting point because in reality, a lot of people are wondering what, if anything, was actually changed. Now, twice in the airing, ABC made it a point to de-emphasize the use of the 9/11 Commission's report as a source of material for this miniseries. Now, the original version and the press material that we had received indicated that the film was based on the 9/11 Commission report. That claim was omitted from the film last night. A disclaimer also emphasized that it was not a documentary. Now, we contacted former President Clinton's office for a response after the first part aired last night. This is what they told us, quote, "The Path to 9/11 had Clinton administration officials saying things they did not say and doing things they did not do. Many of these scenes are directly contradicted by the 9/11 Commission report. The American public deserved better." And as far as the ratings go, The Path to 9/11 had about 13 million viewers. That made it for second place, right behind NBC's debut of Sunday Night Football, which, Lou, had about 20 million viewers. And if you're wondering what Mr. Clinton was watching last night, he was watching the game.
Okay. A.J. Hammer, thank you very much. You can join A.J. for a special edition of Showbiz Tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern on CNN Headline Prime. Coming up next, the war against radical Islamist terrorism is a key priority for this administration and this nation. But are we winning? I'll be talking with three of the country's leading experts on terrorism and a new Senate Intelligence Committee report showing no link whatsoever between Saddam Hussein and Al-Qaeda. The White House continues to suggest the same thing they did 2 years ago, that is, agree. The Vice President continues to disagree. Senator Trent Lott, Senator Carl Levin are my guests here next. Stay with us. The war against terror and radical Islamist terrorists has lasted longer than World War II. President Bush last week compared Osama bin Laden to Hitler and to Lenin. But so far, the United States has failed to kill or to capture Osama bin Laden or the Taliban leader, Mullah Omar. Joining me now, three of the country's leading authorities on terrorism. Jed Babbitt, former Deputy Undersecretary of Defense, author of the book Inside the Asylum, Why the United Nations and Old Europe Are Worse Than You Think. Clark Kent Ervin is former Inspector General of the Department of Homeland Security. His book, Open Target, Where America is Vulnerable to Attack. And Janice Kephart, former counsel for the 9/11 Commission, now a senior consultant with the Investigative Project on Terrorism. We thank you all for being here. Let me turn to you first, Jed. It's 5 years. It's hundreds of billions of dollars later. Are we winning this war, or are the terrorists winning?
Neither.
We are not in a position yet where we can claim that we are winning. We have rolled up a number of terrorist networks, but on the other hand, if we look at some of the terrorist sponsoring nations, such as Iran, which has grown in its threat to us, and Syria, which is undisturbed, we are not winning against them, certainly.
Janice, your thoughts?
Internationally, Lou, I cannot possibly say that we are winning. At home, I think the fact that we have not had an attack here, and there were dozens of plots after 9/11 that were thwarted, is a positive, but the security loopholes are so large in this nation now, I think it's hard to say that we're actually winning the war on terror until we have those security loopholes closed up.
Clark, you have written a book on the vulnerabilities that remain in this country, as we've been reporting here on an absolutely vulnerable border, vulnerable ports. What is your assessment of where we are in this war with the hundreds of billions of dollars spent on homeland security, so-called, and in Iraq and Afghanistan, hundreds of billions of dollars spent, but more importantly, the almost 2,700 lives, American lives lost?
Well, Lou, there is no question but that we're not winning internationally. Afghanistan has recently become, yet again, a resurgent ground for the Taliban. So we're actually backtracking in Afghanistan. Obviously, Iraq is an absolute disaster, and I'm afraid that it's become a terrorist recruiting ground. Here at home, I think the fact that we have not been attacked in 5 years obviously is a good thing, but it certainly does not mean, and would be dangerous to think that it means, that we're out of the woods. I think what it really means is that Al-Qaeda wants the next attack to be at least as spectacular, if not more spectacular than the next one, and it takes a lot of time to plan such spectacular attacks.
This White House has made much of its homeland security improvements, Jed. It's made much of the necessity to stay the course in Iraq and Afghanistan. Yet we see a country in Iraq that seems to be on the verge of civil war. In Afghanistan, the Taliban is resurgent without question. What in the world are we doing to win these wars? I do not mean stay the course, but I mean to win them and to be sure that we are safe at home.
Well, two things. Number one, the best way to be safe at home is to terminate the threat from abroad, because global terrorism doesn't exist without state sponsorship. Having said that, we are not doing nearly enough to take down the state sponsors of terrorism. If we don't fight this war in a manner calculated to win it decisively, we will lose it inevitably, and we're not on the former path at this point.
Are you saying strike Iran, strike Syria?
I'm saying that we need to create a situation where there is regime change in Iran, and we need to take Syria out of the terrorism business forcibly.
Janice, your thoughts?
Well, I would like to focus on the home front a bit.
Sure.
And in terms of security here at home, I mean, it's very hard to say that we can have any security when we're not putting any strategies out on the table, for example, to secure our borders. We're 6 years into this administration, and we still haven't seen a comprehensive border strategy, let alone a strategy to secure our physical borders. So when we know that foreign terrorists seek to come into this country, there are many already embedded here, that is a huge concern in and of itself.
All right, Clark, what is Homeland Security doing about those threats and vulnerabilities of which Janice speaks?
Well, certainly there's been some progress, Lou, to be fair. Cockpit doors are hardened, the number of air marshals is significantly higher, but what's really troubling is we've done far more in the aviation sector than anything else, and yet, as the recently foiled plot just a few weeks ago shows, we're still far more vulnerable in the aviation sector than we need to be. So America really remains an open target for terrorists, and I'm afraid to say that it's only a matter of time before we're hit again.
You all seem to agree on that view. How in the world can the United States government, this is after all a superpower, contend with a group of people led by their religion? It is a set of personal beliefs that has risen to an ideology or descended to an ideology, depending on how you look at it. How in the world can we continue to spend hundreds of billions of dollars and follow the same course that we are and expect to prevail? The cost is too high in human life, it's too high in treasure, and it is not succeed by your own statements.
I agree with that, Lou, but we need to focus on two things. Number one, the ideological war, which we are not currently fighting fully, really very much at all. And the second point is investing lives in treasure is a matter of how you do it and where you do it, and I don't think we're doing it the right way right now in terms of the measure of it or where it's aimed.
moving the politics aside of it, the president, civilian commander-in-chief, the civilian Department of Defense secretary, our generals are not getting it done. Our men and women are the best trained. They are super. Why in the world has not a single general been fired in this? Instead, they ask for patience. They ask for...
I think that's a tough question. The real issue is, what are these generals being asked to do and whether they're getting it done in a timely way. If they're not, they should be fired.
Quickly, Clark, your last thoughts on this?
Well, Lou, I am concerned by the large number of videotapes and audio tapes we're seeing from bin Laden himself, from his number 2, Zawahiri. We've just not celebrating, but commemorating the 5th anniversary of 9/11. All the signs, it seems to me, point to another attack. So we need to rekindle the urgency and the sense of unity that we had after 9/11. And unless until we do that, we'll be in mortal peril, it seems to me.
Janice, you have the final word this evening.
Well, I agree with Clark that we do and need to remain, sustain our sense of urgency about what we are as a democratic people and the value that each of us as individuals can lend to the cause in exporting our democratic values abroad. It's one of the things the 9/11 Commission talked about quite a bit, was exporting our democratic values abroad and the ideological concepts of who we are. And I think that in and of itself can help start to peel back some of the issues and some of the growing sentiment that we're seeing that's so negative abroad.
And as you utter those words, Jed Babin is here shaking his head, thinking he wants to export something besides values and visit upon the enemy. We thank you all for being here, Jed. Thank you very much, Clark. As always, thank you very much, Janice. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. You bet.
Coming up at the top of the hour here on CNN, The Situation Room, and Wolf Blitzer. Wolf?
Thanks, Lou. On this anniversary of 9/11, we're taking you live to Afghanistan, where the hunt for bin Laden has come up cold and the Taliban appears to be gaining strength. 5 years later, is the mission accomplished? Taking you on the ground to Afghanistan. Also, Hillary Clinton on Iraq, Afghanistan, and 9/11. She's here in the Situation Room. Plus, fixing America's image around the world. We'll speak with the woman whose job it is to try to make it better. That would be Karen Hughes. But is this mission impossible? I'll ask her. And the president, he addresses the nation tonight. We'll have a sneak preview of his speech. All that, Lou, coming up right here in the Situation Room.
Thank you very much. We'll look forward to it. Up next here, 2 leading members of the Senate Intelligence Committee join me to discuss the war on terror. Is the price too high? Stay with us. Vice President Dick Cheney continues to assert Saddam Hussein's regime had ties to Al-Qaeda before the American invasion of Iraq in 2003. The vice president's assertion on NBC's Meet the Press comes despite a new Senate intelligence report showing that there is absolutely no connection whatsoever. Joining me today, 2 leading members of that Intelligence Committee, Senator Trent Lott and Senator Carl Levin. They join us tonight from Capitol Hill. Gentlemen, thanks for being here. I would like to hear both your reactions to the Vice President saying 2 things. One, that he's seen nothing that changes his mind, and secondly, that he hasn't seen your report. Senator Lott?
Well, our report just came out, I believe, last Friday, so it's entirely believable that the Vice President may not have read it. I thought he handled himself very well, though, and I've never seen Tim Russert more exasperated about being able to get one of his guests on the spot. Look, I haven't changed my mind either. Now, was the evidence not what it should have been in many instances? Yes, we did an investigation of the intelligence, and we were not satisfied with what we were told. We have passed some reforms, and we hope that our intelligence community is doing a better job now.
When you say you haven't changed your mind, you're not suggesting that you still believe there's a relationship between Al-Qaeda and Saddam Hussein.
No. Look, that was not a basis for the decisions
No, I understand what it wasn't a
made,
basis
and I
for.
certainly didn't
but what
vote
is
that way.
important to me as an American citizen, I'm sure to you, Senator, to lots of us, is that if the Senate Intelligence Committee puts out a report this important, if every intelligence agency and the President of the United States say there's no relationship, that perhaps the Vice President of the United States might consider that being a truism.
Well, as a matter of fact, there was some evidence that was denied in some other reports about intelligence from the Czech Republic. There was some information about an Al-Qaeda person being in Iraq. To say that there was none at all probably is debatable, but it was not a deciding factor in the intelligence that we received and the vote to go to war against Iraq and the war on terror.
Senator Levin, I would love to hear your thoughts, your reaction as well.
Well, as a matter of fact, the constant drumbeat by the administration that there was a link between the people who attacked us on this day 5 years ago and a link between them and Saddam Hussein was the guiding force that persuaded the American people to go to war. It was that link between the very people, the attackers of 9/11, that the administration tried to make out, saying there's no distinction between the 9/11 terrorists and between Saddam Hussein. That's what the administration told us before the war. The president said they were allies on the deck of that aircraft carrier when he said mission accomplished. Of course, that was the key ingredient of a public decision. I believe many of our colleagues decided to go to war against Iraq because they believed, the American people believed, that somehow or other Saddam Hussein was linked to the 9/11 attackers.
Well, for example, White House spokesman Tony Snow, Senator, said that Democrats and Republicans looked at exactly the same information, voted overwhelmingly to go to war against Iraq. You looked at that intelligence, your assessments, the assessments of your party members, and was the same as party members of the Republican leadership. How do you sort that out at this stage?
Well, about half the Democrats voted to go to war based on the intelligence that they saw. About half of us voted not to go to war based on that intelligence. So we were about equally divided, unlike the Republicans, all of whom I think, but one perhaps voted to go to war. But the point is that the key ingredient that we looked at, there were two things. One was the weapons of mass destruction, and I think everybody there thought that there was evidence that he had weapons. But in terms of the relationship, the intelligence community had grave doubts that there was a relationship, any operational connection between Al-Qaeda and between Saddam Hussein.
Gentlemen, I want to ask you one question, because this is all retrospective. It appears that there's strong forces at work that would suggest that if Iran does not comply with ending its nuclear enrichment program, that we could well be on our way to war with Iran, certainly striking them. Now here we can be prospective. First, you, Senator Levin, how would you have the United States go forward with the threat posed by Iran?
I would continue to take the position that it is unacceptable that Iran have a nuclear weapon. I would do something we did not do before Iraq, which would be to work with the international community to have them as allies, because every neighbor of Iran does not want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. But we've got to hold the international community together in whatever we do, hopefully not needing force, but whatever we need to do to prevent them to have a nuclear weapon. Our credibility is way low with the international community given what we did in Iraq.
Would you contemplate military action?
Contemplate it. I hope not, but keep that as a possibility. I think that is always needs to be kept as a possibility, but not.
Senator Law, I need to get your answer on this, if I may. Senator
Well,
Law.
I'll be very specific. I think I agree with most of what Senator Levin said there, and I, by the way, want to point out that that is exactly what the administration is doing. They're trying to find ways to work diplomatically, economically, work with our allies to try to get sanctions. We need to push all of that, but it's a very dangerous situation in Iran, and this has got to be a very high priority with what we do in the future.
Gentlemen, we thank you very much. Senator Carl Levin, Senator Trent Lott. As always, 95% of you responding in our poll to say that you don't believe we're winning the war against radical Islamist terrorism. We thank you for being with us tonight. Thanks for watching. Good night from New York. The Situation Room begins now with Wolf Blitzer. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Lou. And to our viewers, you're in the Situation Room, where new pictures and information are arriving all the time. Standing by CNN reporters across the United States and around the world to bring you tonight's top stories. Happening now, 5 years after 9/11. Osama bin Laden's trail has gone cold. The Taliban are making a fierce comeback. It's 3:30 a.m. Tuesday in Kabul, Afghanistan. We're going to go there live. It's a CNN exclusive. It's 7 p.m. here in Washington, where President Bush is preparing to address the nation. Has the war in Iraq taken precious resources away from the war on terror? I'll ask Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton. And why do they hate us as America's image takes a hit on the Arab street? I'll ask Karen Hughes if the president has made matters worse. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room. When President Bush goes before the cameras just 2 hours from now, he'll speak to the loss, the fears, and the hopes of all Americans 5 years after we saw the face of evil. He'll cap a day of memorials and tributes with a stark reminder that the war on terror is not over yet. It's a message Osama bin Laden also is sending. The Al-Qaeda leader is still a fugitive. The failure to catch him, though, is hanging over this Bush presidency, along with the mission in Iraq. On this, the 5th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks, renewed questions about one war's impact on another. Standing by CNN's Ed Henry, he's got excerpts from the president's speech. Brian Todd with the hunt for Al-Qaeda. First, though, let's go to CNN's Anderson Cooper. He's on the scene in Afghanistan for us with what's happening on the ground. You're along the border, Anderson, between Afghanistan and Pakistan. This Taliban seems to be making a major comeback.
No doubt about it, Wolf. The enemy that these soldiers are facing, soldiers from the 10th Mountain Division, from this forward operating base, and we are very close to the Pakistan border. I can't give you the exact location, but it is within sight. Every day in this forward operating base, they are taking incoming fire. The enemy, they say, is diverse. On the one hand, it is Taliban, a newly resurgent Taliban adopting Al-Qaeda-style tactics. It's not just rockets and mortars that the Taliban is firing. Those are the old tactics. The new tactics are suicide attacks, vehicle-borne IEDs. They've had 2 suicide attempts on this base. They also see IEDs nearly every day out on these roads. Also, they are seeing Al-Qaeda fighters, foreign jihadists, the men, the kind of men who blew up the World Trade Center on 9/11. Uzbeks, Arabs. They're seeing Chechens out here. They can hear them, they can see them, and they have killed them. They're also seeing a rise because of narco-trafficking in just common criminality here. People who don't want the government of Hamid Karzai to be able to extend its influence in this region. As you know, Wolf, the poppy harvest in Afghanistan this year has gone up 49% over the last year. We're talking about billions of dollars that are pouring in to the hands of narco-traffickers, and also the Taliban, who are receiving money, who are taxing the poppy trade, who get protection money from the farmers for watching over the crops. So it is a very diverse enemy here, and it is an enemy that they make contact with virtually every day. Today we got a prime example of that. We came back from patrol. All the soldiers from the 10th Mountain Division had gathered here to commemorate 9/11, and just as the ceremony began, we were broadcasting live, a rocket landed. You get the sense that the enemy is watching the movements on this base. The soldiers made sure, even though they ran to bunkers, they returned fire also with howitzers. You're watching some of the video from when the rocket came incoming. They ended up taking 6 rockets in all. But by the end of the day, they did go ahead, commemorate the 9/11 anniversary, a very simple but very somber ceremony. The soldiers here have a real sense of mission and a real sense that what they are doing every day now is linked directly to what happened on 9/11, Wolf.
What are you hearing from troops on the ground, Anderson, where you are about the hunt for Osama bin Laden?
I think there's a lot of frustration, Wolf, about what is happening on the Pakistan side of the border. I think most of the troops here will tell you that they think Osama bin Laden is hiding somewhere in Pakistan. And as you know, Wolf, you've done a lot of interviews on this, a lot of focus on this. Pakistan has now signed a ceasefire deal with Taliban militants on the Pakistan side of the border. Pakistan soldiers have left their checkpoints and have gone back to their barracks, basically allowing Taliban militants to retake those checkpoints. And intelligence sources that we've been talking to say they have already seen an uptick in violence on the Afghan side of the border that they can relate to this ceasefire. There are a lot of U.S. soldiers. They won't necessarily say it on camera because of the delicate relationship with Pakistan, but privately, a lot of soldiers, a lot of intelligence sources are very concerned about what this means for the hunt for Osama bin Laden, and that's what we're going to be focusing on tonight, Wolf.
Anderson, thanks very much. Be careful out there. This note to our viewers: at 10 p.m. Eastern, Anderson's going to be live on the ground in Afghanistan. He'll have an exclusive look at what's happening in the war on terror 5 years after 9/11. Al-Qaeda is marking this 5th anniversary of 9/11 with chilling new threats and a warning of new targets. Let's bring in CNN's Brian Todd. Brian?
Wolf, Al-Qaeda's second in command appears in a new tape tonight, warning of a shifting battlefront in the war on terror. Al-Qaeda's #2 leader puts his own spin on the September 11th anniversary with a new warning to the West.
Your leaders are hiding from you the true extent of the disaster that will shock you.
Former CIA officers we spoke to, who tracked Al-Qaeda in the Middle East, believe that when Ayman al-Zawahiri is warning of a shock, he means a non-conventional attack.
You know, they have stated their intention to conduct catastrophic attacks on us. They've stated their intention to eventually use WMD against us.
Al-Zawahiri also warns the West the battlefield will shift away from Afghanistan and Iraq to two new fronts.
The first is the Gulf, from where you will be expelled, Allah willing, at which point your economic ruin will be achieved.
The second front, Israel, where Zawahiri says jihadi reinforcements are getting closer. Former CIA officers say Al-Qaeda's aim is twofold: to demonstrate Israel's military can be beaten and to overthrow regimes in the Persian Gulf.
Without a doubt, they're going to come after us in the Persian Gulf, in the Gulf states, and in Saudi Arabia. I mean, it is significant to us for economic reasons. It is where most of the world's oil comes from.
How would those regimes be targeted? Former CIA officers tell CNN many of al-Qaeda's fighters in Iraq and Afghanistan are Saudis, and that when the U.S. leaves, those fighters will head home for attacks on oil facilities, shipping, or
compounds where Westerners live, hotels that are frequented by Westerners, truck bombs against military installations. These are all the natural things that they have trained to do and probably carried out contingency casings to do. They could, for example, mount assassination attacks on key leaders.
For those operations, intelligence experts say Al-Qaeda will need new recruits, and that, they believe, is a key strategy behind these recent messages from Ayman al-Zawahiri and Osama bin Laden. Wolf.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. After a day of honoring 9/11 victims in silence, President Bush is preparing to address the nation and the greatest challenges of his tenure in office, beginning with that fateful day 5 years ago. Let's go to our White House correspondent, Ed Henry. Ed?
Well, just yesterday, the president said he was approaching this anniversary with a heavy heart. And sure enough, he was fighting back tears today at the Pentagon, the final of 3 events that he visited today, all 3 of the sites of the terrorist killings back 5 years ago. The president did not speak at any of these events, saving it for tonight when he'll have a much bigger megaphone and Oval Office address, 9 o'clock Eastern time. Tony Snow, the White House press secretary, saying this will be somewhere between 16 and 18 minutes in length, relatively short for an Oval Office address, and that it will not be political. Instead, taking a look at where we are, how the United States, how the world has changed since 9/11. One excerpt, the president saying, quote, "We face an enemy determined to bring death and suffering into our homes. America did not ask for this war, and every American wishes it were over. So do I, but the war is not over, and it will not be over until either we or the extremists emerge victorious. If we do not defeat these enemies now, we will leave our children to face a Middle East overrun by terrorist states and radical dictators armed with nuclear weapons." You can hear the tough rhetoric from the president there, mirroring what he has said in recent days in this series of speeches on the war on terror, right on the eve of the midterm elections. President clearly trying to recapture some of that political glow he had shortly after 9/11, but certainly the fact that he has not caught Osama bin Laden and the fact that, as Anderson Cooper was pointing out, the war in Afghanistan is raging anew. Those are some tough political difficulties for the president. Wolf.
Ed Henry at the White House, thanks very much. And remember, the president addresses the nation from the Oval Office, 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll have special live coverage here in the Situation Room, 9 p.m. Eastern. It was a day when the world we knew changed forever. The World Trade Center was reduced to rubble with thousands of lives lost. The Pentagon, symbol of the American military might, suffered a staggering blow. But there was heroism as hijacked passengers fought back aboard Flight 93. Today, Americans remembered at New York's Ground Zero, at the Pentagon, and at Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Let's watch and listen.
Where we were that day,
what we were doing. And we, of course, recall our president who stood in the rubble in lower Manhattan with a bullhorn vowing justice.
Alan Anthony Bevan. Sandra Bradshaw. Joseph Cashman. Joseph DeLuca.
And our heart goes out to all those family members who lost loved ones 5 years ago. Let's go to Jack Cafferty. He's in New York with the Cafferty File. Jack?
Almost half of Americans still think Saddam Hussein had a hand in 9/11. According to a recent CNN poll conducted by the Opinion Research Corporation, 43% of Americans say Saddam was personally involved in the 9/11 terror attacks. 52% say he was not. The poll also found 45% of Americans say Iraq is part of a broader war on terrorism that began on September 11th. 53% say it's a separate military action. Meanwhile, a Senate report out last week found that Saddam was distrustful of Al-Qaeda, had no relationship with Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, and even thought that Islamic regimists were a threat to his own regime. Go figure. Here's the question this hour. Why do almost half of Americans still think Saddam Hussein was personally involved in 9/11? Email your thoughts to CaffertyFile@CNN.com or go to CNN.com/CaffertyFile. We'll read some of your answers in about a half hour. Wolf?
Jack, thank you. Jack Cafferty with the Cafferty File. Coming up, a grim view from Iraq. On this, the 5th anniversary of 9/11, there's a new secret report that offers a very sobering take on the situation on the ground. We're going to go live to Baghdad. Our Michael Ware standing by. Plus, fixing America's image in the Middle East. We're going to talk to the woman whose job it is to try to make it better, Karen Hughes. And Senator Hillary Clinton on Iraq, Afghanistan, 9/11. She's at ground zero. She's also here in the Situation Room. A classified U.S. military intelligence report reportedly paints a very dire picture of the situation in Iraq's western Anbar province. The Washington Post cites sources as saying the report being very pessimistic and says there's almost nothing the United States can do to improve the political and social situation there. CNN's Michael Ware just came back from an embed. He was with U.S. forces in Ramadi. Michael, how bad is the situation out there?
Wolf, it's absolutely nightmarish, and the Washington Post story is an old one. US military intelligence has been saying this about Ramadi for a year and a half. I've been going out there since 2003. I've watched the steady decline. Quite frankly, America is not committed to the fight. It is known, it is a stated fact that this is the headquarters of Al-Qaeda in Iraq. Yet American commanders privately, off camera, will tell you that we only have a third of the troops there that are needed to even begin to make a dent in Al-Qaeda, Wolf.
Sounds like militarily, if the U.S. devoted a much greater number of troops, they might be able to make some progress. But this Washington Post report suggests that politically the situation already is lost, even if it isn't lost perhaps militarily.
Well, it's not losing militarily. The boys out there are just simply holding the line. But they've been put into the meat grinder for the sake of concentrating troops in Baghdad. Politically, it's an absolute disaster out there. The potential American allies out there are essentially the Ba'ath Party and the Sunnis. Now, these Sunnis, I spoke to one of these insurgents this morning. I spoke to some Ramadi sheikhs, and I spoke to Iraqi police in Ramadi, as well as American commanders. What's happening is they see that in Baghdad, America is empowering their old enemy, Iran, through its Iranian proxies who are now in government. They see that they're being herded towards Al-Qaeda because they have no other choice. When they do try to break free, the Americans and the Iraqi army are not strong enough to inhibit Al-Qaeda's intimidation and assassination campaigns. So Al-Qaeda's got the discipline, and they're seeing that no matter what the commanders on the ground say, the Americans in Ramadi, In Baghdad, central government is being given to Iran. Baghdad has cut off sugar supplies to Al-Anbar, and no one can explain it, Wolf.
So is Al-Anbar, which is a huge province, as you know, Michael, is Al-Anbar province now effectively becoming a place where the insurgents have free reign, if you will? They can create their own state within a state?
It's not quite to that degree, but I mean, Anbar is the barometer for the Sunni insurgency war. You want to know where it's going, you want to know its shifting moods, then you dip your toe in Al-Anbar. Now, what I can tell you, for example, is that there is an area north of Ramadi, just across the Euphrates River, called Jazeera. Now, military intelligence knows that that's where Al-Qaeda leader Abu Musab al-Zarqawi would hide, would meet, would rest, would have his planning sessions. His replacement now does the same. That is their central headquarters. The Wahiri, Al-Qaeda's number 2 to Osama bin Laden, said it's from there that we will build the caliphate. Well, in this area, about the size of New Hampshire, you've only got a couple of hundred troops, maybe 300, less than a battalion. And the commanders there on the ground admit, we can only do so much. We are not disrupting them, even though we know that this is their headquarters, Wolf.
Michael Weir on the scene for us. He's going to be having a lot more of these reports, exclusive reports. He just came back from an embed in Ramadi. Michael, thanks very much. Please be careful out there. We're less than 2 hours away from President Bush's address to the nation. We'll be covering that. That starts 9 p.m. Eastern. And coming up, Senator Hillary Clinton. We'll hear what she has to say about Osama bin Laden and the war in Iraq on this, the 5th anniversary of 9/11. She'll join us in the Situation Room. And we're also waiting for a tribute in light in New York. Shortly, lights will go on. You're looking at a live picture of Lower Manhattan. As the sun sets, there will be a special display. We expect it live this hour. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. It's a statement millions make that 9/11 changed their lives forever. The life of the man in our next story was changed forever, for the worse, but also perhaps for the better. Our Mary Snow has more from New York. Mary?
Well, Wolf, here at Ground Zero, the lives of so many New Yorkers have changed, and for one man in particular, it has meant a life dedicated to public service. As the world publicly remembers 9/11, Peter Regan privately never forgets. He chose to mark this day like many others and not attend a ceremony at Ground Zero where victims' names were read, including the name of his father.
Donald J. Regan.
For the 25-year-old Regan, his life has become, in large part, a tribute to his father, Donald. He works in the Brooklyn firehouse where his father once worked. There are reminders of September 11th everywhere. Regan says anniversaries aren't much different.
It's a bigger flashback, because every day I'm thinking of that day, and every day I'm thinking of the last time I saw him. So I think every day is an anniversary for me. Every day is a reliving.
That day, 47-year-old firefighter Donald Regan rushed to the World Trade Center. It's not known what happened to him. The young Regan went to Ground Zero for several weeks.
I just went down and got a pair of gloves and a helmet and just started working. And it was just hands and knees and garden shovels. I just want to find anything, like the smallest remain, basically.
No remains were ever found. Regan returned to his Marine unit and was later sent to Iraq, where he took the fight personally.
I definitely took it to heart. I mean, it was definitely a huge piece that came across with me, and I think anyone that came across along with me, they took September 11th pretty over there with them. I'm not really into the politics of it, but as far as a mission, something had to get done over there.
Regan returned to follow in his father's footsteps and become a fireman, but had to delay his start for a second tour in Iraq. 5 years after 9/11, Regan says he hopes others will remember what he thinks of every day.
Just remember the sacrifices of the firemen and what they did. They looked at a building that was hit by 2 planes, and it didn't even stop them. They went right to the top.
Just one of the many memories here in New York on a very somber day. That day being capped out now by a tribute in light that is now just beginning with towering lights into the sky to commemorate the World Trade Center. Wolf?
Mary, what a day, what a story. Thank you very much for that, Mary. Just ahead, she had been New York's state senator for less than a year when 9/11 happened. Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton. I'll speak with her. She's at ground zero. I'll ask her about lessons learned from that day. And why do so many around the world hate the United States? I'll ask the woman responsible for trying to put a positive face on America's image in the Middle East and around the world, Karen Hughes. She's one of the president's most trusted advisors. I'll speak with her one-on-one. To our viewers, you're in the Situation Room, where new pictures and information are arriving all the time. Happening now, President Bush set to honor the victims and the heroes of 9/11 and warn Americans that the war on terror will be long and difficult. Mr. Bush speaks to the nation in about an hour and a half. Osama bin Laden's number 2 man is warning of new attacks on Israel and Western targets in the Gulf region. Ayman al-Zawahiri appears in a newly released video, timed to coincide with this 9/11 anniversary. Americans are marking 5 years since the terror attacks with tears and tributes. Ceremonies were held today at the sites where 2,973 people were killed. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room. Years after 9/11, there's a continuing threat from Al-Qaeda at home and a Taliban comeback, a major one happening right now in Afghanistan. As the war grinds on in Iraq, critics say the Bush administration has lost focus in the fight against terrorism. Joining us now from ground zero is Senator Hillary Clinton. Senator Clinton, on this 5th anniversary of 9/11, a very somber day, are you among those Democrats who believe that too many U.S. military resources were diverted after 9/11 to fight the war in Iraq, and as a result, the U.S. is not safer today?
Well, Wolf, I think we are safer, but we're not safe enough. I think that we know that our borders and our ports and our mass transit and rail systems, our bridges, our tunnels, our chemical nuclear plants are just not yet where they need to be. And we're not following the recommendations of all the experts, including the 9/11 Commission, that we distribute money here at home based on what the risk is. So my primary focus today, as I spent time with family members and reflected back the last 5 years, is whether we've done everything we know to do to protect our citizens here in New York and across America. And I think, unfortunately, the answer is not yet.
I asked the question because of what your Democratic colleague, Senator John Rockefeller of West Virginia, said over the weekend. He's the vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, as you know. He said Saddam wasn't going to attack us. He would have been isolated there. He would have been in control of that country, but we wouldn't have depleted our resources, preventing us from prosecuting a war on terror, which is what this all is, which is what this is all about. He's suggesting that we'd be better off today if the U.S. had not gone to war and removed Saddam Hussein.
Well, I have the highest regard for him, and he has been at the forefront of an effort to try to get the facts out. I mean, one of the challenges we've had, frankly, the last 5 years in making policy and assessing risks and threat and figuring out what we need to do in a united way on behalf of our security is the real difficulty in getting the facts out and having a system that is based on evidence as opposed to ideology or wishful thinking or whatever other brand of decision making is going on. So I think that for many of us, the fact that the Taliban is resurgent, that Al-Qaeda is still present in Afghanistan, that the government that has been valiantly trying to pull that country together there is under tremendous pressure is deeply concerning. After all, the attacks against us that destroyed the towers behind me came from Al-Qaeda in safe haven from the Taliban in Afghanistan. And there is no doubt, no one with a straight face can doubt that we diverted resources away from our primary mission Now, there may be other missions in this global war against terror, but the primary mission was to defeat and destroy those who attacked us, and we still haven't finished the job.
So knowing what you know now, had you known that before the vote authorizing the president to go to war, would you have voted for that resolution?
Well, Wolf, I've answered that a million times. You know, you don't get do-overs in life. You have to make decisions based on the information that you're given. And unfortunately, the authority given the president that could have usefully been employed to send in inspectors and keep them there and make sure that, Saddam didn't go off on some wild tangent was not followed through on, and we know the results. But, we've got to deal with the facts as we face them today. We have a very dangerous situation in Iraq. We have a dangerous situation in Afghanistan. We have a dangerous situation in the Middle East. We have a deteriorating set of situations in Africa. You can go around the globe, and, my duty as a senator, especially representing New York, is to try to figure out what we need to be doing with our resources, with our young men and women in uniform, with our law enforcement capacity, with the many different elements of our power, not just military, but also diplomatic, economic, and political, to make us safer and to try to work hand in hand with like-minded people around our globe. And I think we have a lot of work to do. And it would be my hope that we would get back to a sense of unity that would come together, look at the evidence, be honest about the risks we face, frankly, the lessons that we should have learned in the last 5 years, the mistakes that have been made, and try to have a smart strategy that will be effective in protecting our country and defeating our enemy.
We're almost out of time, Senator, but what about this ABC movie that began airing last night, Part 1? I don't know if you had a chance to see the revisions, the final cuts that were made, given the concern that several of former President Clinton's advisors, including the former president and yourself, had made that they weren't being accurate as far as the 9/11 Commission report. Did you have a chance to see the film last night?
No, I didn't. I have no intention of doing so. The facts are very well developed in the 9/11 Commission. This is a serious matter. This is historically important that we get it right. There's no need to embroider, to make things up. We ought to be looking at the facts, and then we ought to be determining what we should do as a nation in order to make our country safer.
One final political question, Senator, before I let you go. You said the other day two words that intrigued a lot of people, the word "stay tuned," when asked about if you're running for president down the road. I know you have to first get reelected in New York State, but doesn't look like you have a very tough contest coming up. How long should we stay tuned for your answer?
Well, that was totally taken out of context, and I've responded to that. But the important thing today is, not to get into politics. I've suspended my campaign. I want to keep the focus where it needs to be on the solemn, sober moment that we have today to reflect and remember. And I hope people across the country are joining us in doing that.
What's the most important thing all of us should look back and remember on this day, looking back 5 years ago, Senator?
Well, on a personal level, to really cherish your relationships and love those that are in your family and your friends, and just don't take anything for granted in life. And on a more global or national level, let's just resolve that we're going to be united as a country in the face of the threats that we confront, and let's try to get beyond politics. Let's try to have that same spirit renewed that we had in the days and weeks immediately following 9/11. That's what we owe our children.
Senator Clinton, thanks very much for spending a few moments with us on this 5th anniversary of 9/11.
Thank you, Wolf.
And from one powerful woman to another, up ahead tonight, America as the nation they love to hate. With so much good done abroad by the United States, why do so many people consider America evil? I'll ask the woman responsible for trying to put a positive face on America's image around the world. The Undersecretary of State, Karen Hughes, here in The Situation. Live picture of Manhattan, the tribute in light, remembering what happened 5 years ago today. On this day 5 years ago, we were forced, all Americans, to face some very harsh realities that are still haunting all of us today about the nation's image around the world also. Let's bring in Zane Verjee. Zane?
Wolf, the U.S. has spent millions of dollars to try and improve its image abroad, but perceptions of the U.S. in the Middle East appear to be getting worse.
The stars and stripes in flames in Pakistan, often accompanied by a vicious but all too common chant, "Death to America." Since 9/11, America's image in the world has sunk. According to a recent report by the Pew Research Center, the war in Iraq erodes the image and opinion of the U.S., not just in predominantly Muslim countries, but in Europe and Asia as well. This Iraq war never won worldwide support. Many Arabs and Muslims say for the past 5 years, they feel under siege.
That this is not some kind of war on terror, but a war on Islam.
The Abu Ghraib prisoner scandal in Iraq and reports of abuse of prisoners in Guantanamo Bay has angered and humiliated Arabs. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict is a major source of Arab and Muslim resentment toward the U.S. and its perceived unconditional support for Israel, reinforced by many in the region by the latest bloody battle between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. And remember the cartoon controversy depicting the Muslim prophet Muhammad as a terrorist? It drew violent street demonstrations against the West, including America, even though it was not responsible for the cartoon. There have been positive signs too. The Pew Research Center says a year ago, anti-Americanism in the world showed signs of declining, in part because of the positive feelings generated by U.S. aid for tsunami victims in Indonesia and elsewhere.
But that was a year ago. Regional experts now say America still has a lot of work to do if it's to improve its image among Arabs and Muslims. Wolf?
Thank you very much for that, Zane Verjee reporting. In the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks, the president's longtime advisor, Karen Hughes, was given a new job over at the State Department, repairing America's global image. Karen Hughes is the Undersecretary of State for Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs. She's with us here in the Situation Room. Karen, thanks for coming in.
Great to be here.
When the President or the Vice President or the Secretary of Defense speak of Islamic fascists, that to many Muslims out there looks like they're almost baiting Muslims. Is that an appropriate way to speak of this problem, Islamofascism or Islamic fascists?
Well, Wolf, there's been a lot of debate within the administration, and as you know, different phrases can mean different things to different people. I, for one, typically don't use religious terms because I'm afraid that people do hear them wrongly around the world. On the other hand, there are those who would argue that people have to understand that this is essentially a cult within Islam, a perversion of Islam, and I think that's the important thing. You heard in the previous report a young man saying this is somehow the West versus Islam. That's the language of our enemies, and we have to challenge that because Islam is a part of America.
So when you do an interview...
Well, an estimated 6 to 7 million Muslims live here in America, and I represent them as a government official.
Which is a good point, because when you go out on Arabic language television stations, whether Al Jazeera or El Arabiya or any of these other stations, you yourself don't speak about Islamic fascists.
Well, I remember a woman in Egypt looking at me and saying to me, "You think we're all terrorists?" And I said, "No, we don't think you're all terrorists. We understand that this is a perversion of Islam." And my Muslim friends, and I try to quote Muslims when I speak about their faith, because they have far more credibility to deal with issues of their faith than I do. My Muslim friends remind me that Islam, like Christianity and Judaism, believes that life is precious and that no one should take an innocent life, even their own life. And I think it's important that we make that case. But again, different audiences hear different things, and that's one of the challenges of today's very different communications world, where messages go around the world in an instant on the internet.
Here's what I don't understand, because I've covered all of the U.S. military operations going back to the first Gulf War when I was a Pentagon correspondent. Almost every single time the United States deploys troops around the world, it's designed to help a Muslim country or Muslim people, whether liberating Kuwait or in Kosovo or in Bosnia or in Somalia, Iraq, Afghanistan. Why is it, therefore, and this is your mission, that the U.S. image in the Muslim world, in the Arab world, has plummeted over these years?
Well, there are a couple of things. First of all, there's a lot of propaganda out there, a lot of it very negative about us. You don't hear the full story a lot of times, and that's one of the reasons in my office.
But
one of the things we've
supposedly the
done,
best country in the world when it comes to communications.
Well,
the
one of the
world,
things-
we have the resources. Why is it that these people, at least a lot of them, hate us?
Well, I don't know that. I think the picture is much more mixed than that. First of all, we've had to do a lot of hard things that people have not necessarily agreed with. On the other hand, as you point out, look at us, for example. I mentioned Darfur. We're the #1 provider of aid in the world to people in Darfur. We're the #1 bilateral donor of assistance to the Palestinian people. And yet, as I travel the world, people tell me they're angry with us about the Palestinians. And I remind them that we both strongly support Israel's right to exist and support a Palestinian state living side by side in peace and freedom. But if you watch television in the Middle East, you never hear the second part of that story. You don't hear on those outlets about our support for a Palestinian state and its right to exist
President
side by
Bush
side.
was the first president to support a two-state solution, if you will, an independent Palestine.
And I say that around the world, but you don't hear that
Right.
much on media around the world.
But let's take a country, a Muslim country like Turkey, a NATO ally, a close friend of the United States. The Pew Global Attitudes Project did surveys among the people of Turkey. Back in 1999-2000, 52% of them, 52% had a favorable image of the United States. Not as high as I would like, but still more than half. Today, 2006, in their most recent survey, only 23% of the people of Turkey, a NATO ally, have a favorable image of the United States. How do you explain that?
Well, again, we've had to make some decisions that are very hard. And when I was in Turkey, they were very concerned about Iraq and the news they hear from Iraq. And what they hear is they hear the reports of terrible violence and bloodshed. And so Turkey was very concerned about that on its border. And that's very concerning to them. And I can understand that concern. I met with a group of women there who were very concerned. At the same time, a young man there asked me, he said, does the Statue of Liberty still face out? In other words, is America still a welcoming country? Can I still come to America? So I think, again, the picture is mixed. There are concerns. And when we acted in Iraq, we did so because we thought it was in our own security interests, but also the broader interests of peace and security in the world. At a time of war, that's a difficult message, and people are uncomfortable. No one likes war.
Karen Hughes speaking with me earlier here in the Situation Room. Up ahead, as the country remembers 9/11, Jack Cafferty is wondering why almost half of Americans think Saddam Hussein was personally involved in the attacks. Also coming up, a look at the tribute in light on this September 11th. Let's go back to New York and Jack Cafferty. Jack?
Well, if the question this hour is why do almost half of Americans think Saddam Hussein was personally involved in 9/11? Our intelligence community has concluded he had nothing to do with it, but almost 50% of us still believe he did. Em writes from Arizona, what counts is that 50% of educated, well-read Americans are ruled by facts. Saddam Hussein had nothing to do with 9/11. The other 50%, their school system failed them. Jeffrey in California, for some reason, people listen to idiots like Rush Limbaugh and Dick Cheney. As long as those morons continue to speak, there'll always be a following. Those same people believe that Iraq is a success story and there is no civil war. James in Montreal, I see two reasons. The first being the media, present company included, was too busy playing cheerleader during the build-up to the war, and therefore you swallowed everything the White House was offering up with no questions asked. The second reason, which should come as no surprise to anyone, is that John Q. Public is as dumb as wood. Chuck in Missouri writes, if you look at the educational demographics in this poll, the higher education level that people have, the lower the percentages are those who believe that Saddam was involved. Perhaps that's why this administration has done so little to promote higher education. Ray writes, an instructor once asked my class, how many reindeer do you have to throw off a roof before a true believer will admit that reindeer can't fly? His answer was, it doesn't matter how many you throw off the roof. There are a lot of true believers out there, and I suspect many of them are the good people of faith this administration uses to win elections, for whom believing in something you cannot prove only comes naturally. And finally, Linda writes, because we are, as I have always suspected, a nation of idiots, more interested in American Idol and John Benet Ramsey than our country being destroyed. Where's the outrage over what they have done to us? We are still too politically correct to start profiling the potential terrorists and instead placidly give up our toothpaste and hair gel when flying. If you didn't see your email here, you can go to cnn.com/Cafferty file and read a few more of them online. Wolf?
Jack, thank you. See you tomorrow. When it comes to 9/11, the Internet offers an historic archive unlike anything we've seen before. Jackie Schechner has more. Jackie?
Well, if this is a tin of melted money that was recovered from the Pentagon after September 11th, and this is the door of a New York Police Department patrol car that was crushed by falling debris at the World Trade Center. These are just two of 130 physical artifacts collected by the Smithsonian, and the only place you can see the entire collection is online. Another collection online is the September 11th Digital Archive. Two universities have come together to put more than 150,000 digital items online. Today, they've superimposed images over a map of Lower Manhattan to give you an idea of who saw what from where. And perhaps the largest collection that tells the story of the lead up to 9/11 is the evidence from the trial of Zacarias Moussaoui, like this still from Portland Airport of hijacker Mohammed Atta on the morning of September 11th. Wolf?
Jackie, thank you very much. Let's check in with Paula Zahn. She's in New York. What's coming up at the top of the hour, Paula?
Hi, well, thanks so much. Well, coming up, the many ways our country has changed and will change even more as the result of the 9/11 attacks. A CNN investigation is raising some very troubling questions about whether all the extra security at our airports is really making us any safer. We're also going to see why many New Yorkers who help with the rescue and cleanup efforts are still getting sick and may never get better. All that and a whole lot more coming up live from Ground Zero for a special program we're calling the 9/11 Effect. That's coming up just about 4 minutes from now. Wolf?
Thank you very much, Paula. We'll be watching Paula coming up shortly. Still ahead here in the Situation Room, a look at the tribute in light, both in New York and here in Washington. We close this hour with remembering what happened exactly 5 years ago in New York at the Pentagon in Shanksville. There's a tribute in light. Right now you see these two beams of light going over Lower Manhattan, remembering the Twin Towers. It's called Tribute in Light. The lights are going to remain on throughout the night in New York. Over at the Pentagon, right now 184 beams of light, one for each life lost at the Pentagon on this day 5 years ago. And in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, they're also remembering what happened on this awful day. We'll be back in 1 hour to anchor the coverage around the president's address. Let's go to Paula in New York. Paula?
Hi, Will. Thanks so much, and good evening, everyone. From New York tonight, I'm at the site of what used to be the World Trade Center. Right behind me is the place everyone refers to as Ground Zero, where the Twin Towers once stood. Five years later, the unforgettable images, still shocking. Right then we knew nothing would ever be the same. Tonight, how the world has changed.
The people who knocked these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
From survivors and national leaders, the very latest answers to the lingering, troubling questions. Are we doing enough to protect ourselves? Can we trust our government?
We will do whatever it takes.
Has the war on terror really made us safer? And how deadly does the exposure to Ground Zero continue to be tonight? And now we show you a sight that has become familiar this time of the year now in New York. Twin beams of light soaring high over Lower Manhattan. Ghostly reminders of the Twin Towers, the World Trade Center, a little eerier tonight as it's breaking through the clouds there. Reminders, though, of that deadly day when our lives changed forever. Just how they've changed is the focus of the special broadcast tonight as President Bush gets ready to address the nation in just under an hour. The president, of course, was here in New York today visiting a firehouse at whose members were among the first responders when the Twin Towers were attacked. He then joined thousands of people who gathered here at Ground Zero for a very emotional ceremony that included the reading of the names of all 2,749 victims of the 9/11 attacks. Right now, the quiet sadness that hangs over this place is a very stark contrast to the confusion and disbelief of 5 years ago at the start of the 9/11 effect.
Number two.
Yeah.
This just in, you were looking at obviously a very disturbing live shot there. That is the World Trade Center, and we have unconfirmed reports this morning.
As you look now at Washington, so we've got a major fire at the Pentagon, and the Pentagon being evacuated, the White House being evacuated, and we don't know precisely the circumstances.
These pictures obviously show the unspeakable, horrid tragedy, the fallout from which we're only just beginning to grasp. It was my first day on the job at CNN. We were on the roof of our bureau in New York, just a few miles from where the World Trade Center once stood. I could see the smoke, smell the burning rubble. In those early hours after the World Trade Center and the Pentagon were hit, we were reporting on the panic and confusion. The news was changing by the moment. I think we need to make it clear at this point that no group has claimed responsibility for the multiple attacks today. There was nothing in my 23 years of reporting experience that could have prepared me for the enormity of what had happened. The country, the nation's capital.
This should not go to sleep. All right, well then let's go north then. You know basically what happened?
My hometown paralyzed with shock and fear. New Yorkers wake up to a completely different landscape here tomorrow. Public schools closed, the stock market. We were hardest hit by the tragic reality of massive casualties. An estimated 50,000 people worked at the World Trade Center. The death toll among those workers seemed incomprehensible. I still remember the chills I felt when I had to report that 10,000 body bags had been ordered and that New York police officers and firefighters had suffered record casualties. 200 are presumed dead tonight. For days after the attack, there was a desperate search for survivors. Our hopes were raised when we could report that people trapped in the rubble were calling for help on their cell phones.
2 Port Authority police officers were found alive and rescued, so there is hope.
Thankfully, there were stories of survivors that helped all of us get through those early days.
We went in immediately to the stairways and started our way down.
People pushing and shoving. I'll never forget the stories of people helping people. All those volunteers risking their own lives.
From the mountains to the prairie.
And then one of the more poignant images of those early days for me, members of Congress outside the Capitol singing an impromptu God Bless America. These were bright lights during those dark days. But those days will forever be remembered for what we lost, for the grief we suffered, and for the fear that has haunted us ever since. Of course, the first thing on every mind tonight is whether we're in fact any safer now. And earlier this afternoon, I spoke about that with 2 people who literally wrote the book on the subject. The former co-chairman of the 9/11 Commission, former Indiana Congressman Lee Hamilton, and former New Jersey Governor Thomas Kean. And I started off by asking whether they think it will take another attack before all of the commission's recommendations are put into place.
Some of them are so easy, like, giving money on the basis of risk instead of on the basis of pork barrel congressional districts. We thought that would be the first recommendation passed. And yet, 5 years later, the areas that are the biggest terrorist targets are still not getting the majority of the money. That's pretty outrageous.
Is that a result of lack of leadership on the administration's part? Or do you think Congress is just being too timid?
Well, I think everyone has got to sort of elevate the debate. What frustrates me is we've got a congressional election coming up, and every single candidate, be they Republican or Democrat, all say they favor all 41 of our recommendations. Well, if the whole Congress favors our recommendations, why don't they pass?
Mr. Hamilton, what 3 recommendations could be adopted very soon that would significantly make all Americans safer?
1, the radio spectrum issue, so first responders can talk to one another at the scene of a disaster. Secondly, allocate the money, the Homeland Security money, on the basis of risk and vulnerability, not on the basis of politics.
And third, make sure that when the first responders appear at the scene of the disaster, somebody's in charge.
We don't think there's much being done in a number of areas, and the one I'll just mention finally is that the whole area of nuclear problems, in fact, of a terrorist having a nuclear device, we've got to make these areas of enriched uranium, about 100 of them in the world, safe so that they can't be broken into by a terrorist. Because if that happens, then we're all at risk. Congress and the President ought to be moving much faster on that. We're talking about making these areas safe in 14 years. That's much too long. It should be done in 2 or 3 years.
And are you really fearful of a potential nuclear attack?
I don't think it's necessarily the biggest problem facing us right today, but it's the most terrible if it happened. And therefore the one I would like to see addressed first, because just think of what would happen in one of our cities. You know, once you get enriched uranium, you can read on the internet how to put together the device. And once you get the device, you know, you can walk right through our borders. We know that. So it's a real danger.
Here we are, 5 years after 9/11, and we don't even have shared security lists. They haven't combined the watch list. Is there any defense for that?
You ought to be able to immediately identify suspected terrorists who are boarding an airplane. We have not been able to do that. I'm nervous with every passing day that it is not fully in place and fully implemented. It is a system, a protection system that clearly needs to be done as quickly as possible.
Governor Kaine, Lee Hamilton, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So for many of us, the most noticeable effects of 9/11 you find at the airport. Is all the extra security really making us any safer? Coming up, the alarming results of a CNN investigation, and later, why some of the heroes of 9/11 are getting sick and dying. As our special report continues, please stay with us.
This law will give intelligence and law enforcement officials important new tools to fight a present danger.
9/11 changed our laws. The Patriot Act, passed soon after the attacks, gave the government wide-ranging powers to eavesdrop on phone calls.
This one here?
And secretly search through a person's business, telephone, and even library records. Critics charge it's eroded civil liberties and makes it easier for the government to spy on ordinary citizens. But the Justice Department reports that more than 400 people have been charged using Patriot Act provisions. And welcome back. We're at Ground Zero in New York tonight for the 5th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks, and we see 9/11's effects on air security every day. Just today, a United Airlines flight from Atlanta to San Francisco was diverted to Dallas because a backpack and a BlackBerry didn't belong to any of the passengers on board. Well, it ended up it was a false alarm after all. So with all the new security measures, you'd think we'd be safer. Well, maybe not. Here's investigative correspondent Drew Griffin.
They were both 62. They were high school sweethearts.
We all lost something that day. Marcus Flagg lost them. His parents, Bud and Dee Flagg, were on board American Airlines Flight 77 when it slammed into the Pentagon. Flagg grieved. Then this former Navy flyer and current UPS cargo pilot got busy, forming a group that is demanding aviation security in the U.S. improve. And so far, he says, it hasn't.
5 years, and really we haven't done much of anything.
His biggest criticism is towards one of the biggest federal bureaucracies born out of 9/11, the Transportation Security Administration, which has 43,000 federal airport screeners. The TSA has repeatedly failed government security tests.
It is outrageous. Airline pilots and airline crews are the tip of the spear. We see it every day, what works and what doesn't work. I'm amazed at the security and the problems and the loopholes that we have here still after 5 years.
Since its inception, Congress has demanded that tests be done to see just how good or bad TSA is performing. And the results have been consistently alarming, with guns, knives, and simulated bombs going right through. And just this past spring, another government report At 21 airports, TSA screeners failed to find bomb-making materials carried by undercover investigators.
And there is good reason to believe that record is not getting any better, at least here at Orlando's International Airport. The Orlando Sentinel newspaper reported this summer that of 830 TSA screeners at this airport, 501 took a test in June and could not recognize explosives or other banned materials.
That means 60% of the 830 failed. But TSA General Manager Earl Morris says the report is not a fair reflection of the overall job workers are doing.
From our standpoint, we don't believe that those are accurate portrayals of what's going on in that particular airport. We believe, again, that it's a training tool that we utilize and that we expect and demand a much higher rate than what you've reported.
So what is the acceptable pass-fail rate at Orlando or any other airport? Morris says screeners are tested every single day, that the marks are extremely high. But that figure, he says, is classified.
That, again, is sensitive security information.
Other problems have been made public. According to the latest Government Accounting Office report, 23%, about 10,000 screeners, leave their job every year. While all that may add up to what seems like one big security gap, the TSA insists there is more than just passenger and bag screening. Background checks, intelligence work, armed air marshals, armed pilots, armed cockpit doors, and the proof it is working, 5 years since 9/11 and not a single plane lost to terror.
We believe that we have multiple layers in place where you might be able to beat us on one layer. When you put all of them together, it's a very formidable task to do so.
You think we've just been lucky?
I think we have been extremely lucky.
Marcus Flagg hopes our luck holds out just long enough for the Transportation Security Administration to fix its own holes in air travel security, so no other family endures what his has these past 5 years. Drew Griffin, CNN, Orlando, Florida.
And now I want to turn to the nation's Homeland Security Secretary, Michael Chertoff, who joins me live from Washington. Good of you to join us tonight, sir. Welcome.
Good evening, Paula.
You heard the startling statistics in that report. In Orlando, 6 out of the 10 screeners couldn't find guns, they couldn't find knives, or even simulated bombs. How can the American public be confident getting on airplanes with statistics like that?
I have to say, Paul, I think the record is different than what you've portrayed. And let me begin with clearing up a couple of misconceptions. First of all, it is the fact that we do have a unified no-fly list and selectee list. And it is the case that everybody who gets on an airplane is run against that list. And every day people are denied boarding because they are on a no-fly list. It's also the case that that particular test, my understanding is, occurred when a group of new screeners were brought on board. And that the next month the results became much better. Obviously,
all right, but we also know, sir, that there was a GAO report that showed similar problems at 21 other airports.
I have to say, Paula, you know, many of these reports relate to things that occurred a year ago or 2 years ago. Some of them reflect efforts to get items onto airplanes in a very sophisticated manner. And part of what we do every time we have a test like this is we continue to refine our training methods or put into effect new measures that will, as the TSA spokesman said earlier, add layers of security. Because it's not any one thing that protects the airways, it's a series of things, from the checking the no-fly list, through the checking of the explosives, including the air marshals and the armed flight deck officers and the locked cockpit doors.
Let's come back to the point you were making about the unified flight list, because it was in fact Representative Hamilton that brought up his concern that you don't have one single list to check. And he thinks that seriously compromises our security as we fly.
Paul, I like Lee Hamilton, but I've got to tell you, I've seen the list. There is a no-fly list that is a single list that is checked by the airlines. And people are not, the airlines are sanctioned if they let people on board when their names are on that list. In addition, when we deal with international flights, we have additional measures that we can screen for in terms of our immigration and customs enforcement authorities. One of the things we're requiring now is to have the airlines send us their passenger manifests on international flights in advance of takeoff. that will give us an additional measure of protection. So at every stage of the process, we're building in more safeguards and building them in at an earlier point in time.
Of course, you know that the 9/11 Commission was just hoping that more than half of their recommendations will be enacted. And just a quick yes or no, do you think that will happen anytime soon?
I can tell you, Paul, that if you look at the recommendations that are within the power of the administration to put into effect, they're virtually all underway. That includes things like additional screening at the borders, biometric screening tools, fingerprint screening tools that take us much further than we were in 9/11. It includes a lot more scanning at the ports. By the end of this year, 80% of the cargo coming into our seaports is going to go through radiation detection equipment, which is exactly the kind of thing Lee Hamilton and Tom Kane were talking about. That's going to be almost 100% by next year. So in a lot of ways, we're continuing to increase the level of our security across the board.
We got to leave it there tonight. Homeland Security Secretary Michael Chertoff, thank you so much for spending some time with us tonight. And as we wait for President Bush's address to the nation at the top of the hour, our focus shifts to people living with the effects of 9/11 every time they take a breath. Coming up next, what's making them sick? As our special report continues.
We do recommend that individuals and families in the days ahead take some time to prepare for an emergency.
An elevated terror alert in February 2003 brought a week of high anxiety to many Americans.
So would I not get the tickets for the terrorism?
Rolls of duct tape and plastic sheeting were swept off store shelves. While the government later downplayed the need for duct tape, it did launch a Ready campaign, encouraging families to take additional safety measures in the event of a terrorist attack.
Ointment packs, eye wash.
It's hard to tell just how many people ever took that advice to heart or how many have since become complacent. Images from 9/11 on display tonight at Ground Zero, a day when so many were lost, so many searched for them. Now, many of those searchers are paying the ultimate price. Serious illness may be the 9/11 effect for as many as 70% of the 40,000 emergency and cleanup workers. After the attacks, officials assured the public the air was okay. Of course, we now know it was toxic. Only one death so far is officially blamed on it, but with thousands suffering lung problems and hundreds with cancer, it may only be a matter of time. Here's senior medical correspondent Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
You really don't need a PhD from Harvard to tell you that I don't think the air is really very good.
5 years later, the health effects of September 11th are still coming to light.
7, 8, inhale please.
Jeff Endine is a former detective in the Morris County, New Jersey Sheriff's Office who rushed to Ground Zero on September 11th and worked long shifts for the next 2 months.
I start my day with 3 inhalers and 1 pill, that's for breathing.
This once active man now gets winded, pushing his grandchildren on the swings.
I'm getting tired. I have larynx damage and vocal cord damage, and then the damage in my esophagus.
His is the story of thousands. Survivors suffering from ailments that include scarring of the lungs, bleeding of the sinuses, asthma, acid reflux, migraines, and a persistent hacking cough so common it got its own name, the World Trade Center cough.
We're certainly concerned that many of these people have developed chronic conditions that will be with them for the rest of their lives.
Normally it's a little blacker than it appears here.
Dr. Jacqueline Moline is the medical director of Mount Sinai's World Trade Center Medical Monitoring Program, which has tracked the health of first responders for the past 5 years. Jeff Endine is among them. After years of uncertainty about the cause of his illness, he was on hand when researchers announced a definitive link.
There should no longer be any doubt about the health effects of the World Trade Center.
What they found? Almost 70% of responders now have lung problems, and the effects are likely to be with them for the rest of their lives. Robert Gulak wasn't a first responder. He just worked across the street. He avoided exposure that day, but says when he returned to work a month later in a nearby building, he felt sick almost immediately.
I woke up 2 days after coming to work in the Woolworth building, choking for air, having a big asthma attack.
Gulak says he began wearing a gas mask to work. It wasn't enough.
I've been left with permanent lung damage that shows up on CAT scan. My lungs are scarred, calcified, collapsed to some degree. When I've been exposed to something that irritates the lung, that's
sick and angry, he has joined a class action lawsuit against the Environmental Protection Agency to get them to adequately test the air and dust around Ground Zero.
All of us worry that in addition to the immediate effect, we were also exposed to substances that will in the long run shorten our lives. Because of the EPA's misinformation, I have been exposed to substances that no person should be exposed to.
In a statement, the EPA says the EPA took more than 10,000 samples of air, water, and dust, yielding over 250,000 results, which are posted on EPA's website. EPA shared test results daily with the New York City Fire Department and others responsible for health and safety at Ground Zero. For Gulak and Endine and thousands of others, the big questions now are, how much worse will their health get? And could cancer be next? The short answer? We just don't know.
I don't think going around with gloom and doom is a good thing. It's going to have to kill me. I'm not going to allow it. It's going to be a hell of a fight. I'm not going to go easy.
Dr. Sanjay Gupta, CNN, reporting.
And right now I'm going to turn to the story of one survivor of the attack on the Pentagon where 184 people were killed. 9/11 was my next guest's first day back at work after maternity leave. April Gallup had to make a quick stop at her desk before dropping her 2-month-old son Elijah off at daycare. That may have ended up saving their lives. When the plane struck, mother and child were separated. And amazingly, a stranger somehow rescued the baby. Sadly, none of the children at the Pentagon's daycare center, other than Elijah, survived. April Elijah Gallup, join me now. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
So you literally had just turned on your computer, and then moments later, you found yourself crawling in the rubble to try to find Elijah.
Yes.
How did you survive?
I think that just to know that he was there and that he stopped crying, so I believe that something had happened to him, so I became motivated to try to help him.
Describe what it was like as you're crawling on all fours, trying to listen for any signs of hope, of life.
It was hard because there were so many images. There were, sounds of other people saying, help me, save me. People saying, there were so many different things going on at the same time. So it was kind of hard, but I just remember that my son was there, and I just wanted to take his body. That's all I was thinking.
But wasn't there one point where you were hurting so badly that you weren't even convinced you yourself were alive?
That's true. The reality of it, I'm still trying to grasp the reality of it. To me, it didn't seem real at all. Not even today, a lot of it still doesn't seem real. It's hard for me to even believe that we were actually there.
And when you found him under that rubble,
it was
try to remind all of us what you were thinking.
There were people who were trapped in between some of the debris. And so I was thinking, okay, if I help them, they can help me find my son. I couldn't do it by myself. I was just lifting up stuff, thinking I was going to see him or feel him or just something. It was no real plan or anything like that. So once those people were helped down, I was like, help me find my son, help me find my son. But of course they were a bit hysterical, and I really don't blame them, for not stopping, because things were still collapsing inside, the building. And please know, when he stopped crying, I was prepared, to die for my son that day. I was prepared to meet death just to save my son. That's all I was thinking about. If I could get him out, that was more important to me than anything else.
Well, it is an absolutely amazing story, and I know that you have mixed emotions about this 5th year anniversary. You live this as a daily reality, come to grips with this, and I know it's not easy to relive all of it, but we appreciate you sharing your story with us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Good luck to you. Elijah, good luck to you as well. Look at that smile. Train him well, Mama. Coming up, Afghanistan was the site of America's first offensive in the war on terror. Next, we'll go there live with Anderson Cooper to see the 9/11 effect on the war on terror. And then coming up at the top of the hour, live coverage of the president's address to the nation as our special report from Ground Zero continues. Please stay with us.
Stay right there.
Memorial services in Iraq and Afghanistan today, very stark reminders that 9/11 was the beginning of the war on terror. Welcome back to our special report, the 9/11 effect. In his address to the nation at the top of the hour, President Bush will call the war a struggle for civilization and warn us there is a difficult road ahead. Well, those difficulties are especially obvious in Afghanistan. Watch what happened just this morning during a report by my colleague Anderson Cooper.
I'm here at a forward operating base very close to the Pakistan border within sight. I can't tell you the exact location. We're actually now just getting some fire. Some rockets have been fired. They were about to have a moment of silence here in commemoration of 9/11. We got to get to a bunker. So, Carol, I got to toss it back to you. Let's go.
Anderson now joins us live from Afghanistan. I assume that no one was injured at all in that attack?
That's correct, Paula. There were 6 incoming rounds. They returned fire with a howitzer and some other mortars behind me, and there were no injuries. And I should also point out that they continued on later as dusk fell with that commemoration ceremony in spite of the danger.
Let's talk about the resurgence of violence and the regrowth and the whole Taliban movement in Afghanistan. How does the American military plan to confront this, short of the extra NATO troops that are being brought in?
It is a real concern. I mean, the soldiers right here from the 10th Mountain Division in this forward operating base right along the Pakistan border, they are seeing action virtually every day. I mean, incoming rounds is not just something that happened on the anniversary of 9/11. They get incoming rounds just about every day. This one base has returned and fired more shells than any other forward operating base in all of Afghanistan. Some commanders say they would love to have more boots on the ground, but they're trying to help rebuild the Afghan National Army and use that as an effective fighting force against the resurgent Taliban, Paula.
Anderson, thanks so much for the update. Of course, Anderson will have a lot more from Afghanistan tonight on 360 coming up at 10 p.m. Eastern after the president's speech. And just ahead, a close-up look at Ground Zero and all of the controversy over grand plans to put the world's tallest building here. All that and more as our special program from Ground Zero continues. Later, American Muslims continue to feel the fallout from 9/11 in their daily lives, citing discrimination and harassment by law enforcement.
We want to clear our names. We want everybody to know we were innocent.
Last month, 2 U.S.-born Lebanese-American college students spent a week in jail on terrorism charges for buying prepaid cell phones. The charges were later dropped. A recent USA Today Gallup poll showed that 39% of Americans admit to being prejudiced against Muslims, and that nearly a quarter say they would not want a Muslim for a neighbor. And we're back at Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan, where the president made an emotional return today, and the construction goes on down there, what used to be called the Pit. The president is back at the White House tonight, less than 20 minutes away from his address to the nation. We, of course, will be bringing that to you live. But first, we continue our special report, the 9/11 effect, from right here in Lower Manhattan, where 5 years of passion and fierce politics have finally produced a rebuilding plan for a place that draws millions from all over the world. They still gather daily at the gates of Ground Zero, 5 years after the towers fell. But peek inside, and it seems that time hasn't moved so quickly. In the spring of 2002, the last of the Trade Center rubble was cleared. 1 year later, I toured the site with New York's Governor George Pataki. The vast emptiness of Ground Zero then looked remarkably similar to the site just a few days ago when the governor and I met again. A lot of people are outraged that nothing has been built here yet. Do you share that sense of outrage?
Well, within the original footprint of where the tower stood, there are going to be three things. The core of what we're doing here, which is the memorial, will be done on time. The 21st Century Transportation Hub will be done on time. And the only building that will be probably 2 years behind what we originally proposed is the Freedom Tower, but that is because we have to incorporate these new safety standards. And it's going to be a building that's going to be 1,776 feet tall, the tallest ever built as of today anywhere in the world.
1,776 feet, a tribute to 1776, the year of the United States Declaration of Independence. Its actual height will be the same as that of the Twin Towers, but its antenna will stand hundreds of feet taller. It will have 2.6 million square feet of office space, but there's worry that few will want to rent in a building so high in feet and profile.
We've been told by a lot of people that New Yorkers and Americans shouldn't build tall again. But we're not going to bow to the face of terror. We're going to soar to new heights.
This space is open to the sky, and it's
the greatest source of controversy and emotional dispute has been the Victims' Memorial. Unveiled in 2004, the winning design was picked from more than 5,000 entries from 62 countries. It's known as Reflecting Absence for its 30-foot waterfalls that will cascade into reflecting pools below.
We're looking at the footprint of the original North Tower, which is 200 by 200 feet.
Ken Ringler, who oversees much of the construction at the site, took us to the spot where excavation has just begun. The one thing the families demanded of survivors was that you honored the original footprints of both towers. How have you accomplished that?
The very first thing that we did was protect these footprints, because below where we're walking are the original box beams that supported Tower 1. And they were cut off at bedrock during the recovery period. We're going to keep them as part of the memorial so people will be able to come and see them and touch them.
How challenging has this been to get to today when you actually see the beginning of construction
I think
underway?
It's been a challenge for all the parties, but you know, I come down here and I see the construction workers, several of them who actually worked on the recovery, and I've talked to them, and they have smiles on their faces because they're here. 6 months ago, we didn't have to wear a hard hat down here. Now we do.
And Ringler says everyone appreciates that this hard hat site is unlike any other in the world. It's a train station where 40,000 passengers a day whiz by. A morgue where body fragments are still being found. A cemetery where families of those never recovered come to grieve. And an epicenter of memories, worries, and hopes that draws people from all over the world.
We shouldn't let the terrorists win. It's as simple as that. They're winning by us leaving a hole here. But if it's rebuilt and trade goes on, we're fighting it and we're winning.
And perhaps nothing proclaims this more than the crossbeams that fell upright out of the North Tower and now preside over the 16-acre construction site of loss and renewal. Still ahead on this very special night, President Bush sends a message to the class he was visiting on 9/11 in Florida. And don't forget, we're planning live coverage of the president's Oval Office address to the nation coming up at the top of the hour. We'll be right back. The Pentagon tonight, as our special report on the 5th anniversary of 9/11 continues, those beams of light reflecting the loss of the 184 victims there 5 years ago. Now, the president first got word that the nation was under attack during a visit to a Florida grade school. Our John Zarella went back to that same school and found the children's memories of that moment stronger than ever.
For 7th grader Tyler Radke and high school sophomore Steve Rigel, football practice on a steamy summer afternoon is a long, long way removed from that moment in time and history they were a part of 5 years ago.
I remember shaking his hand and reading to him and being really close to him.
There was a bunch of vans with satellites attached to them. Different news stations were everywhere.
President Bush had come to Emma Booker Elementary School in Sarasota, Florida, to talk about education and to hear the children read. It was the morning of September 11th.
Great to meet everybody.
As he walked into Teacher Kay Daniels' second grade classroom at 9 a.m., the president was already aware a plane had struck the World Trade Center.
I want to thank you all for practicing reading.
For the first few minutes, everything seemed fine. The children read.
Get ready. Running. Yes, running. Good job.
The president smiled. At 9:05, Chief of Staff Andrew Card whispered in the president's ear. A second plane had hit the towers.
Emotionally, he left. He was supposed to pick up his book because we were getting ready to read the story. And it took him a while to pick up the book because he was gone. But he came back. And I always say he came back for the children and he came back for our nation.
Tyler Radke and Natalia Pinkney were in the classroom.
When his staff member walked up to him and was talking to him, his face just turned red. I kind of knew something bad was happening, but I didn't really understand it.
After leaving the classroom, the president went to the library where other teachers and students waited. It was now 9:30 a.m. They expected him to make remarks about education. That didn't happen.
Today, we've had a national tragedy.
You never thought that a day about reading could turn into a day about tragedy.
For some reason, I always think about it on August 11th. I don't know why.
Month ahead of time.
Yeah. And it sticks with me throughout the whole month. Then the closer I get to it, the more I think about it. We're all bonded because we all shared that experience.
Now, 5 years later, the president sent a taped message to the students at Emma Booker talking about education.
Your school knows that you can achieve anything if you work hard.
And finishing what he had gone there to do. John Zarella, CNN, Sarasota, Florida.
Of course, 9/11 defining the presidency and the policies of George W. Bush. And tonight we have an extraordinary behind-the-scenes view of what it was like for those who were at President Bush's side on a day that changed him and the country forever.
The president very much wanted to get back to Washington, D.C.
The president heard about the plane that hit the Pentagon. We boarded Air Force One. 3 planes had hit their targets.
I remember talking with the lead Secret Service agent, and they felt very strongly that there was just too much that we didn't know and that we couldn't go back to Washington.
We lifted off. The G-forces threw everyone's head back against the back of their seat. It was a horrible feeling to be on that plane, the most secure plane in the world, and to be afraid.
The president reached out to some of the world leaders, specifically President Putin. We didn't want people to think, as we were standing up to defend America, that we weren't really mobilizing for a nuclear attack on another country.
The decision was then made to go to Barksdale Air Force Base, where the president would land right around noon, and he wanted to address the nation.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
And I remember the president saying to the head of a Secret Service detail, I don't want some tin-horn terrorist keeping the president out of Washington.
The Secret Service and as well as the vice president were telling him it's just not safe yet to return to the White House. And so the vice president suggested that he go to Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska.
When we arrived in Offutt, it was a surreal experience because we were whisked down long flights of stairs deep into a bunker. I think there was some resistance from the Secret Service, and he said, I'm going back to Washington.
On our way back to Washington, reporters saw the fighters off the aircraft wings, and they asked permission to film them, and I didn't even check with anybody. I said, of course you can.
And there was a small debate about whether we should take a motorcade or take Marine One and land at the White House.
And the president said, no, I'm flying on the helicopter and I'm landing back at the White House.
The president sits in the seat on the left front of the helicopter. And so as Marine One banks, the president had a perfect view of the smoldering Pentagon. And he said out loud, not to anybody in particular, he just said, the mightiest building in the world is on fire. This is the face of war in the 21st century.
The president made it very clear that he intended to address the nation.
None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
That, of course, was the president speaking to the nation after the 9/11 attacks 5 years ago. And in just a few moments, he will address the nation again from the Oval Office. And before we get to that, let me check in with Larry King, who will be doing his show from here tonight. You were here 2 weeks. Welcome to town, by the way.
Thank you, dear.
2 weeks after the attacks in 2001. You look down there now at
well, that
what
date,
some would say is a lack of progress, but others say the beginning of rebirth.
I can't tell. It looks like beginning of rebirth to me. It's certainly different from 2 weeks after 9/11 when the fire commissioner took me on a tour and they put Vicks Vapor Rub on the nose so I couldn't smell things, and talking to firemen and policemen and emergency workers, and it was a horrendous day for me, very emotional. I grew up in Brooklyn and came through this tunnel, the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, a lot. It's right near here. It's very emotional looking at it now.
It is hard to come here today and still not feel that tremendous sense of loss. We're going to bring Wolf into our conversation now, who's going to give us a preview of some of what the president might be saying to the nation tonight. You know, Wolf, the White House keeps on saying this is not a political speech, but at the time when you got the vast majority of the American public not thinking this war on terror is going too well, you got to believe he's going to deliver something to try to change that picture.
Well, even if he doesn't directly talk about politics, and there's no indication he will, Paula and Larry, there's no doubt that the stakes for the president tonight are enormous, having covered several presidents. When you get into a second term, especially at this point in the second term, it clearly is a moment for a president and the president's top advisors to be looking at the history books, looking at their overall record. It's going to be a moment that the president will certainly have to recognize the enormity. Larry King is going to be coming on right after the president finishes his remarks. Larry, I want you to give our viewers a little preview of what you have coming up right after the president finishes.
We have quite a show, Wolf. We'll begin with four widows who've written an extraordinary book. And then we're going to have Rudy Giuliani and Hillary Clinton back to back. And then a very emotional, for me, heartfelt visit to a firehouse where all 15 men on duty that day were killed. And these are their buddies, their men, and giving an extraordinary tour. And then a woman who was severely burned. And then that man, remember, who was on the 78th floor with his dog. He was blind. He got out. They're all on immediately following the address.
We will be watching. Paula, thanks very much. Larry, thanks to you as well. To our viewers, this is one of those moments when the president and his top advisors know that millions of Americans and many millions of others around the world will be watching. His major audience, though, tonight is the American public, and his clear hope is to reassure them that this 5th anniversary of 9/11, this is a president who knows what he's doing, that this is a president that can reassure the United States he's winning the war on terror. The Oval Office address comes at a very sensitive moment for this president. Polls showing most Americans do not believe the country is moving in the right direction. Most Americans opposed to the war in Iraq, and most believing the U.S. mission in Iraq has made matters worse for the United States. The address comes, as we know, a little bit less than 2 months before the elections. Here now, the president.
Good evening. 5 years ago, this date, September the 11th, was seared into America's memory. 19 men attacked us with a barbarity unequaled in our history. They murdered people of all colors, creeds, and nationalities, and made war upon the entire free world. Since that day, America and our allies have taken the offensive in a war unlike any we have fought before. Today we are safer, but we are not yet safe. On this solemn night, I have asked for some of your time to discuss the nature of the threats still before us, what we are doing to protect our nation, and the building of a more hopeful Middle East that holds the key to peace for America and the world. On 9/11, our nation saw the face of evil. Yet on that awful day, we also witnessed something distinctly American. Ordinary citizens rising to the occasion and responding with extraordinary acts of courage. We saw courage in office workers who were trapped on the high floors of burning skyscrapers and called home so that their last words to their families would be of comfort and love. We saw courage in passengers aboard Flight 93 who recited the 23rd Psalm and then charged the cockpit. And we saw courage in the Pentagon staff who made it out of the flames and smoke and ran back in to answer cries for help. On this day, we remember the innocent who lost their lives, and we pay tribute to those who gave their lives so that others might live. For many of our citizens, the wounds of that morning are still fresh. I've met firefighters and police officers who choke up at the memory of fallen comrades. I've stood with families gathered on a grassy field in Pennsylvania who take bittersweet pride in loved ones who refused to be victims and gave America our first victory in the war on terror. I've sat beside young mothers with children who are now 5 years old and still long for the daddies who will never cradle them in their arms. Out of this suffering, we resolve to honor every man and woman lost, and we seek their lasting memorial in a safer and more hopeful world. Since the horror of 9/11, we've learned a great deal about the enemy. We have learned that they are evil and kill without mercy, but not without purpose. We have learned that they form a global network of extremists who are driven by a perverted vision of Islam, a totalitarian ideology that hates freedom, rejects tolerance, and despises all dissent. And we have learned that their goal is to build a radical Islamic empire where women are prisoners in their homes, men are beaten for missing prayer meetings, and terrorists have a safe haven to plan and launch attacks on America and other civilized nations. The war against this enemy is more than a military conflict. It is the decisive ideological struggle of the 21st century and the calling of our generation. Our nation is being tested in a way that we have not been since the start of the Cold War. We saw what a handful of our enemies can do with box cutters and plane tickets. We hear their threats to launch even more terrible attacks on our people. And we know that if they were able to get their hands on weapons of mass destruction, they would use them against us. We face an enemy determined to bring death and suffering into our homes. America did not ask for this war, and every American wishes it were over. So do I. But the war's not over, and it will not be over until either we or the extremists emerge victorious. If we do not defeat these enemies now, we will leave our children to face a Middle East overrun by terrorist states and radical dictators armed with nuclear weapons. We are in a war that will set the course for this new century and determine the destiny of millions across the world. For America, 9/11 was more than a tragedy. It changed the way we look at the world. On September the 11th, we resolved that we would go on the offense against our enemies, and we would not distinguish between the terrorists and those who harbor or support them. So we helped drive the Taliban from power in Afghanistan. We put Al-Qaeda on the run and killed or captured most of those who planned the 9/11 attacks, including the man believed to be the mastermind, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. He and other suspected terrorists have been questioned by the Central Intelligence Agency, and they provided valuable information that has helped stop attacks in America and across the world. Now these men have been transferred to Guantanamo Bay so they can be held to account for their actions. Osama bin Laden and other terrorists are still in hiding. Our message to them is clear. No matter how long it takes, America will find you and we will bring you to justice. On September the 11th, we learned that America must confront threats before they reach our shores, whether those threats come from terrorist networks or terrorist states. I'm often asked why we're in Iraq when Saddam Hussein was not responsible for the 9/11 attacks. The answer is that the regime of Saddam Hussein was a clear threat. My administration, the Congress, and the United Nations saw the threat. And after 9/11, Saddam's regime posed a risk that the world could not afford to take. The world is safer because Saddam Hussein is no longer in power. And now the challenge is to help the Iraqi people build a democracy that fulfills the dreams of the nearly 12 million Iraqis who came out to vote in free elections last December. Al-Qaeda and other extremists from across the world have come to Iraq to stop the rise of a free society in the heart of the Middle East. They have joined the remnants of Saddam's regime and other armed groups to foment sectarian violence and drive us out. Our enemies in Iraq are tough and they are committed, but so are Iraqi and coalition forces. We are adapting to stay ahead of the enemy, and we are carrying out a clear plan to ensure that a democratic Iraq succeeds. We are training Iraqi troops so they can defend their nation. We're helping Iraq's unity government grow in strength and serve its people. We will not leave until this work is done. Whatever mistakes have been made in Iraq, the worst mistake would be to think that if we pulled out, the terrorists would leave us alone. They will not leave us alone. They will follow us. The safety of America depends on the outcome of the battle in the streets of Baghdad. Osama bin Laden calls this fight the Third World War, and he says that victory for the terrorists in Iraq will mean America's defeat and disgrace forever. If we yield Iraq to men like bin Laden, our enemies will be emboldened. They will gain a new safe haven. They will use Iraq's resources to fuel their extremist movement. We will not allow this to happen. America will stay in the fight. Iraq will be a free nation and a strong ally in the war on terror. We can be confident that our coalition will succeed because the Iraqi people have been steadfast in the face of unspeakable violence. And we can be confident in victory because of the skill and resolve of America's armed forces. Every one of our troops is a volunteer. And since the attacks of September the 11th, more than 1.6 million Americans have stepped forward to put on our nation's uniform. In Iraq, Afghanistan, and other fronts in the war on terror, the men and women of our military are making great sacrifices to keep us safe. Some have suffered terrible injuries, and nearly 3,000 have given their lives. America cherishes their memory. We pray for their families, and we will never back down from the work they have begun. We also honor those who toil day and night to keep our homeland safe, and we are giving them the tools they need to protect our people. We've created the Department of Homeland Security. We have torn down the wall that kept law enforcement and intelligence from sharing information. We've tightened security at our airports and seaports and borders. And we've created new programs to monitor enemy bank records and phone calls. Thanks to the hard work of our law enforcement and intelligence professionals, we have broken up terrorist cells in our midst and saved American lives. 5 years after 9/11, our enemies have not succeeded in launching another attack on our soil, but they've not been idle. Al-Qaeda and those inspired by its hateful ideology have carried out terrorist attacks in more than 24 nations. And just last month, they were foiled in a plot to blow up passenger planes headed for the United States. They remain determined to attack America and kill our citizens, and we are determined to stop them. We will continue to give the men and women who protect us every resource and legal authority they need to do their jobs. In the first days after the 9/11 attacks, I promised to use every element of national power to fight the terrorists wherever we find them. One of the strongest weapons in our arsenal is the power of freedom. The terrorists fear freedom as much as they do our firepower. They are thrown into panic at the sight of an old man pulling the election lever, girls enrolling in schools, or families worshiping God in their own traditions. They know that given a choice, people will choose freedom over their extremist ideology. So their answer is to deny people this choice by raging against the forces of freedom and moderation. This struggle has been called a clash of civilizations. In truth, it is a struggle for civilization. We're fighting to maintain the way of life enjoyed by free nations. And we're fighting for the possibility that good and decent people across the Middle East can raise up societies based on freedom and tolerance and personal dignity. We are now in the early hours of this struggle between tyranny and freedom. Amid the violence, some question whether the people of the Middle East want their freedom and whether the forces of moderation can prevail. For 60 years, these doubts guided our policies in the Middle East. And then on a bright September morning, it became clear that the calm we saw in the Middle East was only a mirage. Years of pursuing stability to promote peace had left us with neither. So we changed our policies and committed America's influence in the world to advancing freedom and democracy as the great alternatives to repression and radicalism. With our help, the people of the Middle East are now stepping forward to claim their freedom. From Kabul to Baghdad to Beirut, there are brave men and women risking their lives each day for the same freedoms that we enjoy. And they have one question for us. Do we have the confidence to do in the Middle East what our fathers and grandfathers accomplished in Europe and Asia? By standing with democratic leaders and reformers, by giving voice to the hopes of decent men and women, we are offering a path away from radicalism. And we are enlisting the most powerful force for peace and moderation in the Middle East, the desire of millions to be free. Across the broader Middle East, the extremists are fighting to prevent such a future. Yet America has confronted evil before, and we have defeated it, sometimes at the cost of thousands of good men in a single battle. When Franklin Roosevelt vowed to defeat two enemies across two oceans, he could not have foreseen D-Day and Iwo Jima, but he would not have been surprised at the outcome. When Harry Truman promised American support for free peoples resisting Soviet aggression, he could not have foreseen the rise of the Berlin Wall, but he would not have been surprised to see it brought down. Throughout our history, America has seen liberty challenged, and every time we have seen liberty triumph with sacrifice and determination. At the start of this young century, America looks to the day when the people of the Middle East leave the desert of despotism for the fertile gardens of liberty and resume their rightful place in a world of peace and prosperity. We look to the day when the nations of that region recognize their greatest resource is not the oil in the ground, but the talent and creativity of their people. We look to the day when moms and dads throughout the Middle East see a future of hope and opportunity for their children. And when that good day comes, the clouds of war will part, the appeal of radicalism will decline, and we will leave our children with a better and safer world. On this solemn anniversary, we rededicate ourselves to this cause. Our nation has endured trials, and we face a difficult road ahead. Winning this war will require the determined efforts of a unified country. And we must put aside our differences and work together to meet the test that history has given us. We will defeat our enemies, we will protect our people, and we will lead the 21st century into a shining age of human liberty. Earlier this year, I traveled to the United States Military Academy. I was there to deliver the commencement address to the first class to arrive at West Point after the attacks of September the 11th. That day I met a proud mom named Rosellen Dowdell. She was there to watch her son Patrick accept his commission in the finest army the world has ever known. A few weeks earlier, Rosellen had watched her other son, James, graduate from the Fire Academy in New York City. On both these days, her thoughts turned to someone who was not there to share the moment. Her husband, Kevin Dowdell. Kevin was one of the 343 firefighters who rushed to the burning towers of the World Trade Center on September the 11th and never came home. His sons lost their father that day, but not the passion for service he instilled in them. Here's what Rosellen says about her boys. As a mother, I cross my fingers and pray all the time for their safety. But as worried as I am, I'm also proud. And I know their dad would be too. Our nation is blessed to have young Americans like these, and we will need them. Dangerous enemies have declared their intention to destroy our way of life. They're not the first to try, and their fate will be the same as those who tried before. 9/11 showed us why. The attacks were meant to bring us to our knees, and they did, but not in the way the terrorists intended. Americans united in prayer came to the aid of neighbors in need and resolved that our enemies would not have the last word. The spirit of our people is the source of America's strength, and we go forward with trust in that spirit, confidence in our purpose, and faith in a loving God who made us to be free. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Welcome to a special edition of Larry King Live from Ground Zero, where Twin Towers once soared against the Manhattan skyline and more than 2,700 people lost their lives. We're going to show you now an extraordinary sight that New Yorkers are quite used to by now. This is the Tribute of Light. It's about a couple of maybe 3-4 blocks from the World Trade Center, where the World Trade Center was. And it sort of is a beam going to heaven. It's an incredible sight that literally, when you're here, television does not do it justice, takes your breath away. Let's meet 4 widows from 9/11. They have combined to write a book called Love You, Mean It. They have Patricia Carrington. Her husband, Kaz Carrington, died on 9/11. Julia Collins, her husband, Tom, died on 9/11. Claudia Gerbasi, her husband, Bart, died on 9/11. And Ann Haynes, her husband, Ward, died on 9/11. Patricia, what is this day like for you?
Well, it's been a difficult day, a long day, but every day, 365 days out of the year, we have a little 9/11 in our day because we miss our husbands every day.
So, Julia, it doesn't take a 9/11 to bring it out?
Absolutely not. You know, it lives within us, and, you know, today's a very special day where we can honor all those that were killed that day.
Is it hard, Claudia, to look at it?
Yes, it is. And so it is important for us, though. We were down here this morning. We were a part of the ceremony. It was important, as hard as it is, it's important to come down here and pay our respects.
Why'd you write a book, Ann?
We wrote a book because we wanted to give others hope about the future and carrying the spirits of our husband with us and in our hearts, but also making their spirit part of us and moving forward in life.
Does it seem like 5 years, Pat?
Some days it seems like just yesterday we were with them, and some days it seems longer than 5 years.
Tough to go on with your life, Julia. What do you do? What are you doing now? Are you working?
Well, I'm still working. I work for the NFL, and
Oh, you work for the National Football League?
Yes, I do. And they've been very supportive of me. And you know, it's not easy. The last 5 years have been tough, but together with these women, in the power of friendship, we have helped each other tremendously.
In the support of our America.
Yeah.
You didn't know each other, Claudia, before 9/11?
We did not, and I'm fortunate because I had met each one of the women individually, and then they each gave me so much that I knew I had to get the 4 of us together.
And has that continued? Are you talking to each other all the time, man? I mean, you wrote a book together.
All the time.
All the
We're
time.
together all the time.
Email is a wonderful thing.
How well have you gone on? One of you has remarried, right?
I was the first to remarry. Patty introduced me to my husband, John Donovan, who's just a wonderful, wonderful man, and I'm very blessed.
Did he have a tough time accepting?
I think because he was such close friends with Patty and went through the grieving process with her, with Kaz, he knew what it was like and what to expect, and he's a very strong man, and so.
How did you hear about it that morning, Kaz? Pat?
A friend called me on the phone. I was actually on my way to work in the subway when it happened, and when I got to my office, there was numerous calls. And
what floor was he on?
He was on the 105th floor of the World Trade Center.
They had no chance, right? Julia, how did you hear?
But at the time, I didn't believe that.
Yeah.
I was actually on an airplane coming back from Denver, and the captain came on the speakers and said, "We're turning the plane around. The World Trade Center has been hit by a plane, and it's a beautiful day like outside your window, so I'll let you draw your own conclusions." So at the time, I was like, what? What is he talking about? So I never comprehended it until I
went back to Denver?
Went back to Denver, and I learned of the events when representatives met me.
And what floor did Tom work on?
104th floor of Tower 2.
Did you know then that this was a difficult shot to live?
You know, Tommy was in the 93 bombing, and I never lost hope until they told us they had found his body.
So you found out in Denver?
No, I got home the next day.
How'd you get home?
The NFL flew me home. Mr. Tisch had a plane. And
great man.
Great man.
He passed away, but a wonderful man. Claudia, how did you hear?
Bart actually called me and told me. So he called me at exactly 8:46. I could see the time on my telephone. And because it was the same moment that the buildings were hit, he didn't seem to understand the enormity, and he was very much himself.
And you, Ann?
I was home getting ready to take one of my children to his first day of preschool, and I got a phone call from one of Ward's colleagues saying our squawk boxes have gone dead. I need to get a hold of him to make sure he's okay. Turn on CNN.
I salute you all. Patricia Carrington, Julia Collins, Claudia Gerbasi, and Ann Haynes. Their book is, great title, Love You, Mean It, a true story of love, loss, and friendship. Thank you.
Thank you.
From the site of what was the World Trade Center. Next, Rudy Giuliani and Hillary Clinton. Lessons learned from 9/11 and implications for 2008. Don't go away.
All of a sudden, the staircase moved and a crack in the wall appeared, maybe about 6 or 8 inches. I kept on looking at the numbers coming down the stairwell, 15, 14, counting, and then I actually thought, oh, I can make it, I can make it.
The situation is that 2 airplanes have attacked apparently. Can't go to city. Why? You should not go to city. All right, well then let's go north then. Thank you very much for your help. Thank you. The people of the city, their spirit is tremendous, and I said that yesterday, and I'll say it again. This city is the greatest city in the world. It has the greatest people, and a bunch of cowardly terrorists can't make us fearful.
One of the heroes of 9/11, New York's own Rudy Giuliani. He became America's mayor in the midst of terror and tragedy. I spoke with him about this day of remembrance.
Does it feel like 5 years?
No, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it feels like a couple of days ago, and sometimes it feels like an eternity ago. So it depends on the feelings you're having that day or that moment.
You drive down there a lot?
Sure, I have to. I did over the weekend several times. Never fails that you get a very sad feeling, very angry feeling. Sometimes you get a feeling of elation because of all the heroics, but it's always you always remember it.
Does it shock you that bin Laden's still
a couple
out
of things shock me. It shocks me that he's still out there. I wish we would capture him and bring him to justice. And I think justice is the word, not vengeance. And then it also shocks me that we haven't been attacked again, which I expected. If you had asked me this question the night of September 11, 5 years ago, I would have said to you and everybody else in America, particularly American law enforcement, we're going to get attacked. We better get ready for a number of attacks, suicide bombings and other kinds of attacks. So I thank God that that's not the case, and I expect we are going to get attacked again. But I'm thankful that we got these 5 years.
But him being out there shocks you?
Oh, sure. I thought he'd been captured, a number of different times. Thought we almost had him in the last couple of years.
Are we safer now than then?
We are. We're safer than we were then. What we are is more aware of the risk now than we were then. We were sort of in some kind of a state of denial before September 11, 2001. Those attacks began 30 years ago, and they're still going on now, including the September 11 attack. But we didn't really focus on it before September 11. Now we do. We're doing a better job of preventing them, like in London a couple of weeks ago. But we're still at grave risk.
Is the one major drawback, maybe the wrong word, Iraq?
Well, I don't know if Iraq. Iraq.
The public has
in perception, Iraq is difficult. In reality, Iraq. I would also never have believed 5 years ago that today in Iraq there'd be a government of any kind, right? And that any Sunnis or Shiites or Kurds would be sitting down trying to put a government together, or that Saddam Hussein would be gone. There's a good and bad and everything, and the good part of what's going on in Iraq is that there are people trying to put together an accountable government. If they do, that could be a transformation in the Middle East, and we have to support that.
What do you think of what they're going to do at the Trade Center site?
I think there will be a soaring memorial at the Trade Center site. I think it's coming together better now. I think, if you ask me, am I surprised that it took this long? That I'm not surprised about. I expected from the moment this happened, this was going to be very emotional, very difficult, very hard.
A lot of sides made good points.
Right? Yeah, sure. And, it just hurt us so deeply that it's very hard to get people in unison about what should be done there. people who want it just devoted to a memorial, people that want everybody to move on. I mean, there are different emotions about this. So it took Oklahoma City quite some time to get their beautiful memorial together. So I expected that would be this would be a difficult process.
Is it finally in place? Do they know what they're doing?
As best as it can be. It looks like there's a plan in place. It looks like it has at least substantial support. Nothing will ever have unanimous support. And even if it takes a little bit longer, it's better to let everybody work these emotions out.
And you, Rudy, is the presidency in line?
I don't know. We'll see next year.
When do you make that decision?
You make it sometime next year. You know, sometime in 2007, I think all the people who are fortunate enough to be in a position where I even ask you that question, which sort of from a kid from Brooklyn sets you back a little. I mean, we're both from Brooklyn, and
you're not kidding.
I think if we had met each other in Brooklyn, we would not be asking ourselves this question. You know, you wouldn't be sitting here, and I wouldn't be sitting.
What are we doing here?
Yeah. What's going on here?
What's the key to making it, though?
Oh, I guess it's a lot of things, including what the issues are, but mostly it's, do you feel you can make a unique contribution? Because it's a very hard thing. It's a very hard thing to do. It's worth it, but it's very hard to do, and you have to feel that there's something special that you can do or you can bring to it, both to the campaign and, if you should win, to the presidency.
And finally, 9/11 will always be a part of you, won't it?
Every day. Every day.
When we say Rudy Giuliani.
Well, whether when you say Rudy Giuliani or not, I figured out a long time ago, every day it's with me. Every day I think about it. Every day it comes back, and different memories flood back. And instead of suppressing it, and I talk to a lot of people who have gone through September 11 like I have, and I find it helpful to talk about it, get it out, not keep it inside. Now, some of the memories are horrible, but it's better not to keep them inside.
Thanks, Rudy.
Thank you. Thank you, Larry.
New York Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton was in Washington on September 11th, 2001. Today, she came to Ground Zero. I spoke to her after the memorial ceremony this morning. Ironic, isn't it, that the weather's almost identical to 5 years ago?
You know, Larry, one of the most common things people say to me is the sky was so blue. It was such a beautiful day. And it was a day as beautiful as this. It's hard to imagine all of the terror and horror that happened, 5 years ago.
They seem to be making some, it looks like progress.
Yes, yeah, there is progress being made. And come back next year and there'll be a lot more. It's been a difficult process for all kinds of reasons, but the plans are now agreed upon, and this will be a very busy, active construction site.
Is it difficult for you to contemplate that Osama bin Laden is still around?
I'm dumbfounded. I mean, if somebody had told me 5 years ago that the mastermind of this attack on America, with all of our power, would still be, not only alive, but putting out videotapes and taunting us, I wouldn't have believed it. I would have assumed that by now we would have unequivocally defeated our enemy, and our primary enemy is Al-Qaeda.
As I remember it, on the night of 9/11, Congress stood in front of the steps of the Capitol and sang, I think, God Bless America.
That's right.
You were there?
I was.
Is that unity still around?
Not as much as I wish it were, and I'd like to see it renewed. Not only was the Congress united, the entire country was united, and the world was united behind our country. That was a wonderful feeling, and it gave us just so much comfort and sense of resolve. And now, there is divisiveness, and I regret that, because we have to be together in dealing with the enemy that we confront. We've got to have everybody pulling in the same direction.
I know you're not going to answer me tonight, but when you think about leadership, why would anyone want that responsibility? Why would anyone, present company aside, want that job?
Well, I'm not going to, comment specifically, and I can only say that throughout history, people have, recognized what a great honor it is to serve our country in so many ways, from those who serve in our military to those who serve on our homeland defense teams like our police and firefighters, to people who do run for office. I mean, it is something that is so great about America that, we really do ask people to sort of summon up that energy and go forth together.
But those who run for office, they don't say to themselves, I don't think I want this. I don't think I want that responsibility.
Well, obviously, if you throw your hat into the ring and you get out there, everybody knows that it's a brutal environment to run for office and be in public life today.
people do it because they think they have something to contribute. They think they can, make a difference.
But you got to take the hits, right? Like you've been critical of the president, but he's got to read that and see that. It's not easy.
It's not as though people haven't been critical of me. I mean, I understand that, it kind of goes with the territory. But what I've tried to do is to focus on what we need to do together. I don't think that the personal criticism, frankly, is very productive or useful. I criticize that we haven't done enough to deal with our ports and our borders and our mass transit and rail lines and our chemical and nuclear plants. I'm critical because we've got to take care of our first responders and others who got sick because they were on that pile for days and weeks and months breathing that toxic air. And so I think that, there is always ground in a democracy for constructive criticism, and I think that's part of the territory. What I would like to see is more of that and less of kind of moving away from evidence and constructive criticism to ideology and partisanship. Let's get back and roll up our sleeves and figure out how we're going to keep our country safe and how we're going to defeat our enemy.
Are we safer today?
We're safer, but we're not safe enough. We still have a lot of work to do, and we need to make sure that we put our money where the risk is. Everybody knows that New York remains the #1 target of interest of the terrorists, and so let's make sure that we do everything we can to make New York as safe as possible, and unfortunately, we've got a long ways to go.
Thank you, Hillary.
Thanks, sir.
He called me at 10 to 9 and said, our building has just been hit by a plane. Turn on the news.
We have unconfirmed reports this morning that a plane has crashed into one of the towers.
And I changed the channel and I saw what happened. And I said, oh, God, John, please get out of there safely. And he said, I love you. I have to go. And we hung up.
Firefighters from all over the city were inside those towers. Hundreds of them.
We're in the heart of New York City at 47th Street and 8th Avenue. We're at the home of Engine 54, Ladder 4, Battalion 9 of the New York City Fire Department. This firehouse lost all 15 men on duty on the day of Ground Zero, September 11th, 2001. It is, by the way, the busiest firehouse in New York City. We're going to talk with 4 of the men who lost their friends. Battalion Chief Charles Williams, 33 years of service with the department. Behind him is Battalion Chief Jim Hodgins, 25 years with the New York City Fire Department. Took over for Chief Garrigy, who lost his life on 9/11. Lieutenant Robert Jackson, 20 years with the New York City Fire Department. And firefighter David Turner, 14 years with the department, assigned to this firehouse since '93. Your wife, David, didn't want you to go to work that day?
No. I was, that morning, I was up working downstairs in my house, and she screamed downstairs for me to come upstairs. Her sister told her to turn the TV on, and we were watching right after the first plane hit. And at that time, I knew how bad it was, and I knew I had to come in. So I told my wife I had to leave, and she was arguing with me.
We realize this is tough, and you never get over something like this, especially on the anniversary. Battalion Chief Williams, did you have a sense that your buddies were in trouble?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, once, I mean, I knew it was going to be a difficult job when I saw it on TV, and I never really anticipated that they would fall down, but yeah, we knew that things were going to be difficult.
James, what happened when you got there?
When we got down there, we had just found out that the second tower just came down. After we left the 11th Battalion, the second tower was still up, and the radio in that apparatus wasn't working, So when we got out of the rig, we was, you know, shocked that the second one had come down.
What were you doing, Lieutenant Jackson, that day?
I was on 86th Street at a subway station when my wife called me, told me what had happened, and there was a police officer there. He was on his cell phone and his handy talkie was screaming, you know, squelching, and I asked him, is it true? He just nodded. So came rushing here, jumped in my car, came here, ran into Chief Williams. Somebody was already getting the spare apparatus, and like the chief said, got our equipment together and went down, and as we were going down the West Side Highway, the second tower came down.
When did you find out about the deaths of your buddies?
We had thought during the day that we had heard a report that the guys from 54 were somewhere. And when we came back here, Chief Mayer told me, no, everybody's gone. And I just started crying like a baby.
Firefighter Turner, what's that picture?
This is a picture of 54 engine responding to the World Trade Centers on 9/11.
Who took the picture?
I don't know his name.
I know this is hard for you. Did he come here and give it much later?
Yeah, about.
You ever wonder why it was this battalion that got wiped out? Why you? You're not the closest one to the incident.
No, but everybody from, say, Lincoln Center south, we lost everybody. Everybody working that day, from almost that part of Manhattan down to the Trade Center.
Died.
343 men.
I'll just name the names. Give me a quick word about each. Guadalupe.
Jose, one of my chauffeurs, fantastic guy.
Regaglia.
Ray, great sense of humor.
Otis.
Otis was the training guy in the firehouse.
Lynch.
Very proud man.
Gill.
Paul Gill, artist, fantastic artist.
He paint?
Oh, his family, when you got to meet everybody afterwards, the families, they brought out all their personal items, an artist.
Angelini.
Quiet guy.
Great cook.
Santora.
Proby, he was our Proby in 54 engine, young guy, still lived at home.
Was he the youngest?
Yes, in our house.
Tipping.
Funny.
Yeah.
Comedian. Brennan.
Oh, hysterical.
The best. Mike Brennan.
Funnier.
Funnier impossible, funnier.
Funnier than Tipping.
Oh, yeah.
Feinberg.
Alan.
Character.
There you go. Good guy.
How, am I pronouncing that right? H-A-U-E?
Hob. The German. He was the Hobbinator. That was his nickname.
Asaro.
Carl.
Grateful Dead lover.
Deadhead.
O'Callaghan.
Intense.
Danny O'Callaghan.
Garrity, the chief.
A leader.
Yeah, leader.
Second to none.
True leader?
Oh.
Yeah.
Wooly.
Again, right? How can you say one of the best? Leader at home, leader here, everywhere.
Battalion Chief Charles Williams, Battalion Chief James Hodgins, Lieutenant Robert Jackson, and Firefighter David Turner. Thank you. And now Lieutenant Jackson will give us a very special tour. Come along.
Well, this is our riding list for today. It's a board made by one of the brothers. It has Captain Vidos, say, as the officer. It has each position, each name, has some pertinent information for the day. On the 11th, this board up here was down here. And the gentlemen, you'll see the positions, the names you mentioned before are up there. And the families came in and basically wrote love notes and notes to the loved ones. This is the pictures of the 15 men from the house that were lost that day. Between them, they have 28 children. This we put up in their honor. People come in, the families will come in and put notes on. Like the Feinbergs came in and they put a stone at his cemetery plot. So they bring in things like that. The Lynch boys write cards to their dad. Mike Lynch had two boys, Mike and Jack.
Whoa.
It was a big hit.
This says, if tears could build a stairway and memories a lane, I'd walk right up to heaven and bring you home again.
Yes. This is one of the flags the city gave to us to give each family. And then another, just in memory.
You wanted to tell me something?
Yeah, yes, sir. The gentlemen from Fort Truck that were recovered, the 6 men riding that day, when they were recovered down at the Trade Center, it happened in March after the 11th. And the workers that were doing the recovery, like Chief Williams was one of our workers down there, they would call here, the dispatcher would send us down in our rigs that were working, and everything would stop at the trade center. The workers would line the platform out of the pit, and they would let the members from the company carry the Stokes basket out, covered with a flag, total silence. You know, it was just the honor that they gave us. They were doing the back-breaking work, and then they would call us down to carry out our brothers. It was just one of the, you know,
Never heard that.
One of those things you see down there was fantastic.
Salute you, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for everything.
No problem.
Godspeed.
Thank you, sir.
We show you again the tribute of light about 3 blocks from the World Trade Center in New York. Really an incredible sight. And they have kind of a duplicate one in Washington near the Pentagon. Very symbolic, eerily on the mark. We now welcome to Larry King Live Greg and Lauren Manning. Lauren is was senior vice president and partner at Cantor Fitzgerald, a very famous company. She was severely burned in the 9/11 attack. Defying medical odds, she survived and became a symbol of hope and healing. And Greg Manning chronicled her extraordinary story in an email diary that became a runaway bestseller, Love, Greg and Lauren, a powerful true story of courage, hope, and survival. Do you feel that you survived when so many of your fellow employees died?
I feel grateful, certainly. I feel most compelled by what they did in giving their lives and how strongly I know they must have fought. When I came out of the coma that I was in over a period of 6 weeks, I sought to avenge them, and a lot of my recovery has been focused on getting back to my family and being there for all those that couldn't be.
There was a period of time when they thought you wouldn't make it, right?
Yeah, I didn't think I'd make it. I mean, it happened obviously right down there, and I made a decision to live, and I was fighting for many, many months in the ICU, and then many more months afterward in a rehab hospital. It's been a long haul, but I've had a great man with me along the way.
Greg, how did that book was done? You did emails, right?
That's right. So many people wanted to be with Lauren and they couldn't be. I just tell you that I was inspired from the first second I found her at 10 o'clock in the morning on 9/11. It was an honor to tell the story, and it's a privilege to continue to see it unfold.
How's life going?
Life is great. It's been a long 5 years, and it's changed. Our lives have changed in so many ways, but today's really about tribute and memory.
I wish we had more time. We'll do you again sometime real soon, but I thank you so much.
Oh.
And I thank God you're looking so well.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with more at the site of what was the World Trade Center. Don't go away. Let's check in first with Anderson Cooper before we close things out here. Anderson, what's up tonight?
Larry, you're at Ground Zero in New York. We are at Ground Zero of the war on terror here in Afghanistan, a forward operating base on the Pakistan border. The 10th Mountain Division, who are out here every day, are fighting the Taliban, a newly resurgent Taliban, and Al-Qaeda fighters, the same men, the same kind of men, the same foreign jihadists who flew those planes into the Pentagon and into the World Trade Center. Tonight we're going to look at why, 5 years after 9/11, the Taliban has been able to come back, and why Al-Qaeda fighters are still out there and able to cross over into Afghanistan from Pakistan. We'll also look at the hunt for Osama bin Laden. Is our ally in the war on terror, Pakistan, really doing all they can to hunt down and find Osama bin Laden? We'll have all that and more, Larry, at the top of the hour.
That's AC 360 from Afghanistan, a couple of minutes away. We want to spend a couple of minutes with Michael Hinkson. You may remember, you got to remember Michael. Blind since birth, he was working on the 78th floor of Tower 1 of the World Trade Center. His dog, Roselle, she's with him tonight, guided him down nearly 80 flights of stairs out into safety. How's life going?
Life's going well, Larry.
Do you often think about, on a day like today, you think about it a lot?
Oh, absolutely. I think about it every day.
Was Roselle the key?
She certainly was in a large sense, although it's really a team effort. What I've learned and come to recognize even more since 9/11 is that it took both of us to survive and help others get out of the building. We worked together as a partnership.
And think she realized what she was doing?
I think in her own way she had to. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Are you working?
I am. I work at Guide Dogs for the Blind out in California, in San Rafael, which is the largest guide dog school in the country. I work in the development and fundraising department, and I also travel and do a lot of speaking about 9/11, which has been a great joy.
You're an amazing man. It's an honor to have known you and knowing you can still.
Well, it's a pleasure to be able to be here, and it's an honor to have a chance to spend some time with you.
Michael Hinkson, a special man. We close with images of 9/11 set to Alan Jackson's Where Were You When the World Stopped Turning?
Where were you when the world stopped turning on that September day? Were you in the yard with your wife and children, or working on some stage in L.A.? Did you stand there in shock at the sight of that black smoke rising against that blue sky? Did you shout out in anger and fear for your neighbor, or did you just sit down and cry? I'm just a singer of simple songs. I'm not a real political man. I watch CNN, but I'm not sure I can tell you the difference in Iraq and Iran. But I know Jesus and I talk to God, and I remember this from when I was young. Faith, hope, and love are some good things He gave us, and the greatest is love. Where were you when the world stopped turning on that September day?
Good evening. Thanks for joining us. We are live coming to you from eastern Afghanistan, a forward operating base. It was here in Afghanistan that the first American shots were fired in the war on terror, and now the last shots have yet to be fired.
Outgoing artillery. Incoming rockets. The Taliban regroups. Al-Qaeda returns. The unfinished war now growing hotter. Moments in a day.
In Washington, there is a large fire at the Pentagon, and there's, you can see, perhaps the second tower, the front tower, the top portion of which is collapsing. Good Lord. There are no words.
Remembering the moments that changed us all and changed our world.
The war's not over, and it will not be over until either we or the extremists emerge victorious.
And new threats, old voices. Zawahiri's still out there. Bin Laden's still out there. Is the trail going cold? From Afghanistan, this is a special edition of Anderson Cooper 360, Ground Zero of Terror. Here's Anderson Cooper.
Thanks very much for joining us. This truly is the ground zero of the war on terror here in Afghanistan. We're at a forward operating base in eastern Afghanistan, pressed hard against the border with Pakistan. I can't tell you the exact location for security reasons, but the soldiers here from the 10th Mountain Division every day are fighting a very real war on terror here in eastern Afghanistan. The enemy is all around us, literally, and it is many different kinds of enemy that they are facing here every day. There are drug traffickers, a burgeoning huge drug trade here in Afghanistan. also a resurgent Taliban increasingly using Al-Qaeda-style tactics, suicide bombers, IEDs. We've seen those in Iraq. They are happening here now in Afghanistan, and that is a new development. And perhaps most alarmingly, Al-Qaeda fighters on the ground in eastern Afghanistan. The soldiers here from the 10th Mountain Division say there are Uzbeks, there are Arabs, there are Chechens, and other foreign jihadists. The same kind of men who flew those planes into the Pentagon, into the World Trade Center, are still out there operating. Many intelligence sources say here, living in Pakistan, crossing over the border. We have a lot to cover tonight, but I can guarantee you that the 9/11 that these soldiers experienced today was very different than the one that you experienced back at home. Let's take a look at what happened at Ground Zero today. In Lower Manhattan, at the Pentagon and a field in rural Pennsylvania, bells were rung, names were read, friends remembered. And tonight at Ground Zero, beams of light. This is the picture now. 2 beams of light, symbolizing, of course, the Twin Towers there, but no longer there. The lights are actually located about 4 blocks south of Ground Zero, and they will burn throughout the night. Here in Afghanistan, we have been getting a very up-close look at what happened on 9/11 and what is happening here 5 years afterward. We went out on patrol today, and while the soldiers were trying to commemorate 9/11, nothing quite worked out as planned. Here's how the day looked. To get to Ground Zero in Afghanistan's war on terror, you fly east out of Kabul, over parts of the country the government here is still struggling to control. We're in a U.S. military helicopter heading toward a forward operating base in eastern Afghanistan along the Pakistan border. You have to fly very low to the ground. The higher you are in the air, the more at risk you are for getting hit by rocket-propelled grenades. The base that we're heading to has already come under pretty intensive attacks, incoming rocket fire and mortar fire. But now that Pakistan has signed a deal with Taliban militants on the Pakistan side of the border, U.S. intelligence sources are concerned that those attacks are only going to increase. When we get to the base, soldiers from Bravo Company, 3rd Brigade, 10th Mountain Division are firing at enemy positions several miles away. Daily, these soldiers head out on patrol in armored Humvees in full battle mode.
There's a lot of bad guys in this area. Suicide bombers. You've got guys that'll set in ambushes behind the ridgeline towards Pakistan. You've got rocket attacks, mortar attacks. 3rd Platoon in particular has been through it all.
First Lieutenant Richard Parnell joined the Army because of 9/11. He says the enemy he and his men are fighting now is very diverse.
You've got international terrorists who are your Al-Qaeda, very household name. You've got the Taliban, and you've got just general criminals in and around the area that are trying to capitalize on the fledgling government here in Afghanistan.
Today, they set up a checkpoint with soldiers from the Afghan National Army, a joint operation to intercept weapons being smuggled in from Pakistan. Right over here, they're interviewing a truck driver who they've just pulled over, asking him if, about what he's carrying, if he's seen anything along the road. This truck driver had a truck filled with timber, pretty innocuous, but soldiers say they often find weapons hidden underneath the timber, so they are searching all the vehicles. It is a routine patrol, along with building schools and roads, the kind of thing they do every day. Many of the soldiers, however, feel their sacrifices aren't being noticed.
We're still out here, and we're still doing what we came here in 2001 to actually do. I went home on leave. I went home on my R&R, and people were asking me, how's Iraq? And after a while, I just got sick of correcting them. I was like, no, I'm in Afghanistan. And people just, again, like I said, people don't realize that Afghanistan is still going on.
It is definitely still going on. Back at base, the soldiers gather for a moment of silence to remember 9/11. We're broadcasting live, but things don't quite work out. We're actually now just getting some rockets have been fired. In all, 6 rounds are fired at the base. No one, however, is injured. The soldiers seek cover in underground bunkers and return fire with their howitzers. When the guns finally fall silent in the dwindling light of day, the men once again come together, determined to remember 9/11, the lives lost, the war still being waged.
We all have families, and we're all out here for a reason. We're not just here because some guys are shooting at us. We're here because those are the perpetrators of the tragedy on September 11th.
It was a simple ceremony. It is a complex mission. 5 years after 9/11, the war in Afghanistan shows no sign of letting up. Should also point out that a lot of the young men in the 10th Mountain Division who are here say they joined the Army after 9/11. What they saw on that day they will never forget, and it really motivates them as they go out on missions every day here. And I can't stress enough, while there's a lot of debate about the war in Iraq and whether that is or should be a central front in the war on terror, there's little debate about what is happening here now, literally all around us on the ground. This is ground zero for the war on terror here in Afghanistan. As we've said, the enemy is multi. There's many different kinds of enemy out there. There's Taliban, there's Al-Qaeda, and there's simple criminals out there as well. Another big problem, and one of the reasons that we've come here, is that Pakistan has signed this ceasefire deal with Taliban militants on the Pakistan side of the border. Now, intelligence sources say that essentially what that means is that the Pakistan soldiers have given up checkpoints, handed over checkpoints to Taliban militants, gone back to their barracks, and critics will say this is going to allow Taliban militants, this is going to allow Al-Qaeda fighters simply to increasingly cross over the border, and they worry there's going to be a big uptick in the fighting here. They're already seeing an uptick over the last month or so. CNN's Nick Robertson has been in Pakistan, traveling in some very dangerous remote areas to get a look about what the Pakistan military says they are doing to try to combat Al-Qaeda fighters and combat the Taliban. He filed this report from Quetta, Pakistan.
Watch as this man threatens our cameraman. He and his friends don't want to be filmed. It's un-Islamic, they say. Off camera, they describe themselves as Afghan Taliban. But these streets they brazenly stroll are not in Afghanistan. This is Quetta, a major Pakistani city close to the Afghan border. Exactly what's happening here is explained to me by Pakistani journalist Amir Mir.
Pakistan is a sanctuary for the Taliban. Almost the entire leadership of Taliban is hiding in Quetta.
In Pakistan. In Afghanistan, American intelligence officials say the Taliban leader, Mullah Omar, is also living in Quetta. In London, senior British government officials say they are angry Pakistan has not rounded up the Taliban leadership, who they say are planning and plotting and getting stronger from the safety of Pakistan. Tensions are mounting. The British and American death toll at the hands of the Taliban is rocketing. Talking to Pakistani officials, I realize nothing incenses them more than insinuations they turn a blind eye to the very men who kill their coalition partners across the border.
Let me make it very clear that whosoever says Mullah Omar is in Pakistan, we would very clearly like to know the evidence so that we can move against it.
But the Pakistanis are moving against some Taliban in a way you wouldn't expect, by making peace with them. Roughly how many soldiers do you have on each border checkpoint? To get the details, I head to Pakistan's tribal border area.
I'll be able to indicate to you the border once we go up there.
The general in charge tells me the Taliban he targets are homegrown Pakistani Taliban, and it's costing his soldiers dearly. Hundreds have been killed.
At night they would put some ID somewhere on the road, and later on, once one of the convoy is going, they would just blast it off from the remote control and all that.
The Pakistani Taliban have been releasing attack videos reminiscent of Iraqi insurgent propaganda. Even their terror tactics, like IEDs, seemed honed in Iraq.
They also started resorting to, which was a new phenomenon in this area, to the suicide killing.
In this mountainous border area, where US troops say Pakistani Taliban regularly cross into Afghanistan, Pakistani officials say Pakistani Taliban are growing ever more popular. So they decided to negotiate, not fight. The Pakistani government is very keen to show the world that its new deal with the tribes in North Waziristan can work, that they can effectively put an end to any Taliban cross-border raids going into Afghanistan.
We have not struck the deal with the Taliban. It is with all the tribes of North Waziristan Agency, which includes Taliban also because they're living there, they're the people of that area.
The governor tells me Pakistan will strike more deals like this. It seems they are taking care of their own problems first, apparently ignoring the Afghan Taliban on their soil. Indeed, Pakistani officials claim they can't spot them among the 250,000 Afghan refugees they say are in Quetta.
Who is Taliban amongst them and who is not Taliban amongst them? You can't differentiate because everyone is having the same beard, the same turban, the same dress, shalwar and kameez.
Such cooperation hardly augurs well for the next 5 years. Afghan or Pakistani, all Taliban have a common ideology, driving Americans and other Westerners out of Afghanistan.
Joined by CNN's Nick Robertson, also a CNN terrorism analyst, Peter Bergen, who's also the author of the book, The Osama bin Laden I Know, an oral history of Osama bin Laden. Peter also actually met Osama bin Laden back in the late 90s. Nick, I mean, you were traveling in Pakistan. How is it possible that this ceasefire will actually work to benefit the war on terror? I mean, to actually benefit troops fighting on the ground here?
It's only going to work if the Pakistani troops on the border just a few miles away actually have support of the local communities, and it was very difficult for us to gauge that when we were there. It'll only work in that context because the local communities are really the policemen all around. They're the ones that are going to turn in the bad guys. The bad guys live among them. Some of them are the bad guys. That's the only way it's going to work. So whatever the Pakistan military is doing, as long as those fighters can get across the border with weapons, then these troops right here are going to be in danger.
Peter, Taliban, no doubt about it, has had a resurgence. They're on the rise. They're not yet militarily perhaps threatening the government of Hamid Karzai. How is it possible that the Taliban has come back 5 years after 9/11?
I think a combination of factors, obviously profiting from the drug trade, a certain amount of dissatisfaction with the Karzai government, a certain amount of dissatisfaction with reconstruction efforts.
The drug trade here, the poppy harvest this past year is up 49% over the last year, so there's billions of dollars being made.
And 92% of the world's heroin comes from here, so it's
unbelievable.
And finally, I think, safe refuge in Pakistan, just across the border from where we're standing. I mean, that's where the top Taliban leadership is. According to multiple U.S. military officials, that's where they're regrouping and rearming.
It's interesting, Nick. I mean, we've all talked to intelligence sources, to U.S. Military officials. They're very loath publicly to criticize Pakistan for obvious political reasons.
They need the support of Pakistan in this, and if they criticize Pakistan, then President Musharraf, president of Pakistan, is going to be in a very difficult position with his people. The notion that if the United States criticizes him, then that will allow the Islamists in his country to perhaps get more support, perhaps remove him. And if they come to power, then forget the kind of cooperation you're getting right now. So it's perhaps the lesser of two evils, if you will.
Privately, though, Peter, what are you hearing from intelligence sources, from U.S. military officials?
Oh, privately they say Mullah Omar, the leader of the Taliban, is living in Quetta, a major city in Pakistan.
Which is incredible. I mean, this is a man who has a bounty on his head, it's incredible that he could be living in a major city like Quetta.
And they say the main leadership of the Taliban is in Quetta, and the secondary leadership is in Peshawar, another major Pakistani city. So
and I think running operations from those Pakistan cities here in eastern Afghanistan.
Some of these leaders never come into Afghanistan. They just stay in Pakistan. I mean, the guy who runs Zabul province, which is a major province in the south for the Taliban, lives in Pakistan. According to U.S. military sources, never crosses the border.
Why is support for the Taliban still existing here in eastern Afghanistan? I mean, you guys were here under the Taliban. Their rule was oppressive. It was brutal.
And it still is. I mean, that's the way the Taliban are still making friends, if you will, here by intimidating people. But also what they're doing is playing into the local tribal structures. These areas have never had proper central governance. And the Taliban, in some cases, by marrying into the tribes, in some cases just by intimidation, in this area, they become, because they have the weapons, they buy them with the drug money, they control the ground. They get the support that way.
Guys, we're going to check in with you a little bit later on. A lot more to cover. One of the things the 10th Mountain Division here are trying to do is not only separate the enemy from the people here, but they're also trying to help the people in eastern Afghanistan, building roads, building schools, and there is so much need here. It is unbelievable when you look at the statistics of what life is like for people here in Afghanistan. Let's look at the raw data. Just some numbers that give you a sense. There are about 31 million people living in Afghanistan. On average, men and women here live to just be 43 years of age. Imagine that, by the age of 43, you die. That is the average life expectancy. The country has one of the highest infant mortality rates in the world. The unemployment rate, an incredible 40%, and the average gross income per person is a meager $250 a year. You can understand why a booming drug trade is an incentive for a lot of people, and it's contributing to a lot of corruption in the Afghan government. We're going to look at that over the next 2 hours as well. When we come back, President Bush speaking tonight on the anniversary of 9/11. We'll show you what he said. We'll also take you to the last known residence of Osama bin Laden. We went to it just a couple days ago in Jalalabad. Here's a quick look at some of it. In the corner of it over here, we found this square hole. It's got a metal ladder going down. The walls are round. They're lined with brick and stone. Not sure what this was used for, so we're going to go down and check it out.
These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat, but they have failed. Our country is strong. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice.
That was President Bush speaking to the nation on that terrible day 5 years ago on 9/11. Tonight, he again spoke to the nation. This, as a new CNN poll, shows that now nearly half of Americans blame the Bush White House for the 9/11 attacks. That is up significantly from just 4 years ago. 4 years ago, it was about 1/3 of Americans blaming this Bush administration. CNN's Ed Henry has been following the president today and takes a look at how he spent this anniversary day.
Fighting back tears himself, President Bush tried to console the families of those killed on 9/11. Families in solemn visits to New York City, Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and the Pentagon. Culminating in an Oval Office address where a politically struggling president tried to recapture some of the glow he gained immediately after the tragedy.
Winning this war will require the determined efforts of a unified country. And we must put aside our differences and work together to meet the test that history has given us.
But the soaring rhetoric could not mask the fact that Osama bin Laden has still not been captured.
There's an old poster out west, as I recall, that said, "Wanted, dead or alive."
And 5 years after the White House thought it had wiped out the Taliban to avenge the 9/11 killings, the war in Afghanistan is raging anew. While violence in Iraq has spiked yet again, and the threat from Iran continues. All factors in the president's continuing attempt to wrap all of these problems into the broader war on terror, seen as safer political ground for Republicans.
We face an enemy determined to bring death and suffering into our homes. America did not ask for this war, and every American wishes it were over. So do I. But the war's not over, and it will not be over until either we or the extremists emerge victorious. If we do not defeat these enemies now, we will leave our children to face a Middle East overrun by terrorist states and radical dictators armed with nuclear weapons.
As the war in Iraq has grown more unpopular, the president's words have grown more dire.
Osama bin Laden calls this fight the Third World War, and he says that victory for the terrorists in Iraq will mean America's defeat and disgrace forever. If we yield Iraq to men like bin Laden, our enemies will be emboldened.
The White House said this was not a political speech, and most politicians stuck to the solemnity of the occasion, with two notable exceptions.
Thank you.
Democratic Senator Edward Kennedy fired off an email claiming bin Laden is still at large because of the war in Iraq, charging, quote, Bush's folly has squandered thousands more lives of our best and brightest in a continuing quagmire, and needlessly diverted valuable resources from the real war on terror. And Vice President Cheney could not resist mentioning a political buzzword, appeasement, that Democrats say unfairly paints them as weak on terror.
We have no intention of ignoring or appeasing history's latest gang of fanatics trying to murder their way to power.
A heavy focus on Iraq in the president's 9/11 speech, even though polls show a majority of Americans are not buying his argument that Iraq is a central front in the war on terror. That's giving Democrats an opening tonight to charge the president missed an opportunity tonight to unite the country. Anderson?
Ed Henry reporting. Thanks, Ed. Appreciate that. I can tell you the soldiers here from the 10th Mountain Division who are going out every day beyond this wire, putting themselves in harm's way, they feel very much that this is the place to be for them, that they feel very secure in this mission and feel that this really is the front line of the war on terror. They see it, they hear it every day. It is a very tough environment for them to operate in. We'll have a lot more about what life is like for the soldiers here over the next 2 days. But when we come back, we're going to take a look at that terrible day 5 years ago, minute by minute, how it unfolded, some of the images that we will never forget.
And there's more explosions right now. Hold on, people are running.
Wait, hold on just a moment. We've got an explosion inside.
The building's exploding right now. You got people running up the street.
Okay.
Hold on, I'll tell you what's going on.
Okay, just put Winston on pause there for just a moment.
Okay, the whole building just exploded some more. The whole top part.
Okay.
The building's still intact. People are running up the street.
If you were watching CNN 5 years ago on 9/11, that is what you saw moments after 9/03 when the second plane hit the World Trade Center. It is so difficult to hear those broadcasts again. It is a cliche, of course, to say that that day changed us all, but of course some cliches are true. I think all of us remember where we were the moment we first heard about what was going on that morning. Certainly all of us will never forget some of the images we saw.
Florida, and a couple of live pictures in New York, including this one. That's the World Trade Center. It's going to be an award winner of a day here today. Big rainstorms through.
This just in, you were looking at obviously a very disturbing live shot there. That is the World Trade Center, and we have unconfirmed reports this morning that a plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
I just saw the entire top part of the World Trade Center explode.
I looked up, and all of a sudden it smashed right dead into the center of the World Trade Center.
Just moments ago, the second tower was impacted with what appeared to be another passenger plane.
The people here everybody's panicking.
I gotta go home, I know I'm on the train. Oh, God.
We have just been told that President Bush has been informed of this incredible tragedy happening in New York. We expect he will probably have some comments fairly soon, and we will bring those to you live the moment that we understand he is available.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
Tell me what you know.
Well, arriving at the Pentagon a short time ago, there was a huge plume of smoke which continues to rise from the west side of the Pentagon.
This huge ball of fire came up over the building. We've got a major fire at the Pentagon, and the Pentagon being evacuated, the White House being evacuated, and we have these 2 enormous explosions at the World Trade Center here in New York. There has just been a huge explosion. That is about as frightening a scene as you will ever see.
Oh my God, I've never seen anything like this in my entire life.
That there have been attacks in 2 American cities, New York and in Washington. The trade centers here in New York have been hit by airplanes. In Washington, there is a large fire at the Pentagon. The Pentagon has been evacuated. And there's, you can see, perhaps the second tower, the front tower, the top portion of which is collapsing. Good Lord. There are no words.
I hope I live. I hope I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car.
The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. we will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them.
Well, of course, 5 years later, the search is still on for some of the terrorists who committed those evil acts, in particular Osama bin Laden, the man who planned it, the man who organized it, the man who funded it. He is still out there, believed to be not too far from this location where we are now, across the border in Pakistan. That's what intelligence sources say, though frankly they don't know an exact location. If they did, of course, it would be a very different scenario. Coming up after the break, we'll show you why the hunt for Osama bin Laden is so difficult in this part of the world, and we'll investigate whether or not Pakistan is really doing all they can to find the world's most wanted man. The mountains of Pakistan is seen through the wire here at this forward operating base. It is very close indeed. And somewhere in those mountains, perhaps further north in northern Pakistan along the border, Osama bin Laden may be hiding. That is the best guess of intelligence sources that we've been talking to. As CNN's Nick Robertson found out recently, traveling in Pakistan, traveling in these very dangerous areas, unless the local people in these regions, a region which the Pakistan government doesn't really even control, unless the local people are willing to work with the Pakistan government and help them find Osama bin Laden, it may be virtually impossible to find the reclusive terrorist.
It's daylight as this elite Pakistani police unit enact their greatest ever takedown. The first post-9/11 capture of an Al-Qaeda leader, Abu Zubaydah. It was September 2002. Commander Malik Mohammed Khalid had only moonlight as he directed the operation. Triggered by US intelligence gathering. As he explains to me, it wasn't going as planned. Abu Zubaydah was getting away. Abu Zubaydah was here, and then he jumped onto this roof. And that's quite a big jump there. Commander Khalid rushed to the roof. Abu Zubaydah was hit in gunfire. Commander Khalid had him by the neck. Strangely, he seems less than proud. Reticence or remorse. Some here harbour deep sympathy with Al-Qaeda. Commander Khalid says is not among them. OK, so you've got to ask yourself, if they can catch Abu Zubaydah on this roof 4 years ago, why haven't they been able to catch Osama bin Laden since then? To answer that, I start a journey that will take me across Pakistan and into Afghanistan. The conclusion is startling. The leads are limited. No one's seen him in years. Most recent intelligence reports have him located towards northern Pakistan, the Chitral region, possibly slipping northwards across the remote, lawless border into Afghanistan, and possibly north again into the equally remote and lawless Tajikistan. Or he could be hiding here on a quiet suburban street in one of these nice big houses. Or he could be hiding on this crowded street or in one of these buildings just 10 feet away and we wouldn't know. Or maybe he isn't in the country at all. The reason we don't know, Pakistan's former intelligence chief tells me, is simple. People like bin Laden better than they like the West, and they won't rat him out, even for the $25 million reward.
Because there is no cause. On the basis of cause, you get glean information and intelligence, which is real good, but by just doling out money, you cannot get the kind of information that you're looking for.
That's one strike against catching the world's most wanted man. Another, I'm learning from a religious leader who knows Osama bin Laden, is just how easy it is to evade capture, even in Pakistan's capital. He was accused of plotting to blow up government buildings and the US embassy.
There was a time in 2004 when the whole army was after me. They were searching me, and I was living in Islamabad. They were searching everywhere in Pakistan. And I was living in one small house in Islamabad.
And if that Pakistani security failure isn't shocking enough, he tells me more.
I have one man who was going and taking my messages. I released my cassette, and that's it.
Sounds familiar? Bin Laden continues to release audio messages. Journalist Amir Mir, whose outspoken criticism of Pakistani President Pervez Musharraf has cost him several jobs, tells me what many here think, but few dare to say.
As long as Osama is at large, Dr. Zawahiri is at large, Musharraf thinks that he will continue to rule this country with the full blessings of the US.
It forces me to ask Pakistan's army spokesman how serious they are about the hunt for bin Laden.
It stays a major task, even with us, but this is not the only task. This may be one task in the whole campaign. The whole campaign has many other things to do.
I'm realizing bin Laden has more than gone underground. He's slipped off the radar.
We're looking already into Afghanistan here. It's just a few hundred meters away?
That's right. I head towards Afghanistan. On the Pakistan side of the border, I ask the general in charge about the hunt.
Do you think if Osama bin Laden were here today, the people around here would tell you?
I would hope so, certainly.
He seems less than convinced, and for sure, it's not a daily priority for his troops. Just a few miles away over here on the Afghan side of the border, bin Laden has also slipped down the daily to-do list. Today's patrols are far more focused on today's clear and present dangers: foreign fighters, the Taliban and criminals. Patrols still go out, but the environment is increasingly hostile. Taliban, Al-Qaeda's ally against the war on terror, hold more sway. Their threat of violence enough to intimidate most Afghans into silence.
We're here to defeat the insurgency in Afghanistan and to enable the government of Afghanistan to extend its reach out to all of its people. And that is our primary focus. Now, if in the course of that we run across Osama bin Laden, we'd be very happy to roll him up and bring him to justice.
I'm reminded of my conversation with Pakistan's military spokesman.
Now, for a long time, we haven't gotten information about him or his activities.
Absolutely nothing?
No information whatsoever.
The trail's gone cold?
Well, I won't like you to put these words into my mouth.
No one wants words put in their mouth, but it does seem to be the truth.
Well, no one knows where Osama bin Laden is living now. We do know where he last lived here in Afghanistan, in Jalalabad. When we come back from the break, we're going to take you to his former residence, Al-Qaeda compound. We'll give you a tour of it. And we were surprised to find weapons still visible deep underground inside the compound. Take a look. Climbed down into what I thought was the bomb shelter. Now appears was perhaps some sort of a weapon storage facility, because there's an RPG round down at the bottom and a mortar round.